on, because it always takes... There we go. So we're going to pick up where we left off with our wonderful, wonderful home called It's Literal Garbage. For a moment, I thought you had actually started that shout-out and its whole thing. Now, we're kind of in, like, a weird middle spot right now. So for those who are not familiar with the game Flotsam, the basic idea is, thematically, it's Raft. Except instead of being, like, a crafter survival game, it's a settlement building game. But, like, thematically, it's Raft. The world's flooded. There's just, like, occasional spots of stuff sticking up. You go and you grab materials, and you use that to build things. We're in a little bit of a flux because I had a bunch of my low-level storage and all that stuff, and we've been flipping that all over. So we're getting rid of all of our lower-level buildings and building our new ones. And I do really appreciate that this is one of those games that when you take apart a building, it gives you all your materials back. Waterworld, but good. Yeah. We're also horrifically exposed to pollution, because we went diving into city ruins and got horrifically polluted. And we're working on all that. But, you know, it's a lot about, like, setting up production lines and all that kind of stuff. So if we look in here, I'm growing seaweed, and then I can go down here and either make that seaweed into food, or I can turn that seaweed into... Where are you at? One of these is rope. Or I can turn that seaweed into rope. And you get the idea. You got a whole bunch of different production you can do. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And right now what we're working on is I just unlocked the apothecary, which is necessary because this pollution will cause diseases. And that's bad. So we want to not do that. There's a whole research tree and all that. Yeah, okay, so I already have the apothecary unlocked. Just need to figure out where it's located in here. But I am relatively new to the game. Alright. Oh, right. I need the fabricator. Okay, so we need to not be messing with pollution. We could take a look at the world around us. So I'm grabbing debris from this car. But yeah, so this purple over here, this is all polluted area. So if I go in there, my people are going to start getting diseases. So we're going to go ahead and swing this whole boat back around. And just grab what goodies we can to keep things moving. Yeah, it's on sale. I think it's like $12.50. It's really inexpensive. Let's see, it's nice tree layout too, which 8's always nice. Yeah, one of the things with the research is, you may not notice, but there's like these little like icons over here. USD, breaking my bank. But yeah, and all of those are like specialists. So we've got our farming specialist. So we got the radio specialist, the farming specialist, and the doctor. But you get the idea. There's a lot of these specialists that you are literally kind of blocked in the technology until you do their specialist stuff. But you kind of get these like quest things. This game is so stinking cute, you can't wishlist fast enough. I also should have that going faster. Alright, so the things we're missing is the fabricator. I need E-electronics. And I believe I make the E-electronics over there. Which is going to be electrical scrap. Now, we found a lot of electrical scrap in the cities, but my problem right now is everyone's full of pollution, and the cities aren't a great place to go right now. So where's the one? Yeah, you were assigned to salvage, and I took you off of that just because you're borderline at the edge of getting diseases. And the diseases in this game don't kill you. They make you eat more, and they make you need more water and stuff like that, which puts a burden on your production lines and all that. Yeah, so right now, I'm just letting them kind of go back and forth, grabbing all this scrap. And then when they're done, we'll start moving the boat. Now, some problems I've got right now is I need to improve our power grid. I have very little power. So the way we keep this whole thing running is there is a hand crank. And they just run up and they just turn the hand crank all day. Another thing we could probably do is now I got all this open space. Let's go ahead and build another dock. Or wharf, or whatever they call it. Okay, cool. So we're done with that. So we can get another salvaging spot. Let's give a moment for our boat to get back. And then we're going to turn around and we're going to have to head back out. We're looking for electronics, though. Then I'm going to need that to get our medicine online. We'll get our fabricator online to then get our medicine online so that I can start fighting the diseases. Okay, we can go ahead and put out in our salvage boat. Alright, so everyone's back. Okay, so yeah, so unfortunately, this is all polluted. If we go in there, people are going to start getting sick. I'm going to scooch away this. As you can probably see, our batteries don't take us very far. We are in a situation that is a problem. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and... My one complaint of the game is they have where you do the thing where you zoom out and it goes to your map. And I instinctively want to always zoom out to see a little bit more. And just keep pulling up the map. Because I just want to zoom the camera out that much little bit more, and it's just barely too far. Alright, so with that, we're going to send the fishing person back and forth to deal with that. Meanwhile, as we have power, I'm just going to inch the vehicle a little bit farther forward. Because as long as it's in that big circle, we can reach that. But basically, you go from place to place, salvaging materials, building your raft, doing all that stuff. And we're just kind of in a little bit of a pinch point that I'm short in circuitry. And while I know a place I can get it, most of those places I can get it, I'm not in a good place to go. Yeah, so we look at our boat. The way we're recharging our boat is that. Everything is running by one person turning a crank. Pretty much all the time. Waterworld is a 29-year-old reference. It is failing even back then. Yeah. Alright, so if we stop here, then I should be able to reach the car. Let's get set to 5. It's fine. Anyone who's available, go get it. Take your boats. Crank duty has to be rough. Oh yeah, because if you watch, it slowly fills up and then pretty much goes instantly back down. And the reason that's the case is my boat is very heavy. I'm actually getting dangerously close to max weight where I won't be able to move the boat anymore. And there's ways to solve that, which I actually don't think I have the stuff available yet. Yeah, so I think this will be like the fabricator and all that. But basically, I need to go in here and get these upgrades, which I believe is all locked behind the fabricator. And then they'll let me lower the weight of different stuff, make them out better materials and all that. We're basically sending everyone out here to tear up all the metal on the bridge, bring the metal back. Because my greed is insatiable, and everything that gets in range of my boat must be consumed. Now we got some seaweed over here. We've got wood. We have a tower I have apparently not explored. That's polluted, but the electricity pylon probably has metal for us. Yeah, so I'll do is from here, I'm going to wind my way back over there and start working over here, because we're looking for electrical stuff to take apart. We take apart some electrical stuff, we should be able to get that sorted. Your people do level up their skills, so I'm going to give this person another level in construction. They're my construction person. But you have stuff like construction, athletics. So it has some similarities with oxygen not included, just without all the chemistry and all that, and air pressure differentials and whatnot. But some of the mechanics you deal with is you have food, water, or things to keep your people alive. You have pollution, which is kind of just a gradually escalating problem when you're in areas that are dangerous. Which is my current pain point is I need a lot of that stuff. And I hear random... Oh, it's the end of day report. So it gives me my information of what all I've made it in craft and all that. But yeah, so I got a ton of production lines here. So I've got where I'm making metal plates. You've got where I've got the fish that are exposed to pollution, where we clean them before we make them into food. We make tools, we make rope, we make fresh water. This ends up being one of your main sources of pollution when you're over polluted water. If you run your desalinator, you just dump all that polluted air from like the exhaust of it into your place, which is pretty awful. This time I got a lot of water storage though, so the hope would be that I can go into the polluted area and not need to run any of that. Oh, I should be fast forwarding. I didn't see that we turned that off. Yeah, so I'm going to wait to move on to the next thing until these fish, well, at least that fish clears up, because then we can start working our way to the next one. Yeah, so we are hopping around. It's going to take me a minute to get things going. But yeah, that's pretty solid. Definitely been enjoying it. I mentioned earlier on the stream, there was another game that was just announced. The playtest came out. For the people familiar with the game I Am Future, they have their newest game they've announced, which is called... Ooh, what was it? It was Restory, that's right. Is Restory. So if you remember from I Am Future where you pick up like the microwave and you take the little screws out and then you take like the circuit board and the wires out, they took that part of their game engine and built out an entire game around that, or are building an entire game around that, that if you've ever heard of the game The Repair House, it's like someone came up with a more polished The Repair House, but added like a little touch of story to it and all that kind of stuff. And honestly, it's looking like it's going to be pretty promising. But they got a playtest going on, and I do think there's a good chance we'll be checking out that playtest in the next couple of days. Because I very much really enjoyed I Am Future. Alright, so you got that one done. Okay, we're able to get just far enough forward. That directly in front of us. We can pick up a bunch of seaweed I don't need. It's interesting that you made that smaller. Should be another one over here somewhere. There you are. Okay. Because we'll keep people salvaging. I think it's about as far forward as I can get. Alright. Yeah, so my hope is we'll get over to these farm ruins and everything, and we'll be able to get some goodies out of that. Now, you do have limited inventory, and that's what all these back here are. They're just places for me to pile up all my junk. But that's not been a problem. But everyone's pollution seems to be stuck at where it's at until I can get the apothecary set up, at which point then I can make face masks. And then with the face masks, while they sleep, they'll very slowly bleed off that pollution. So that's going to be a whole big thing. Alright, so we're just waiting on the fish. And then we've already got that vehicle over there, so I'll probably swing a little bit towards the dead trees to go up there. And what I'm hoping to do is snag some electrical stuff. It might be what ends up happening is I might have to go like along the edge of the polluted area and make it a point to send one of my people who's not that exposed to pollution yet to go fetch the stuff to hopefully get what we need made. And that'll just kind of be a thing that has to happen. Do I need a second fishing boat? I might honestly do that. Those materials haven't been particularly hard for me to come by. Because, like, the rope is just seaweed. I don't like that position. So we can grab you. We're just waiting on the other fishing boat to get back. And once it does, we can move on. Alright. And now I can just go off the side over here. We've apparently already depleted all the trees on that island, so there's nothing here for me with that place. Okay. So directly in front of the boat, we've got some... I do that every other time, and I apologize. I really wish I could disable those controls. Let's go ahead and grab all the goodies on here. We can chop down those trees using a couple of axes, and that stuff's out of range. Captain, we spotted signs of life. There might be a survivor out there. Show me. Over there. Okay, so we got another potential survivor over there. I do want to check this stuff out, though. That's a polluted zone up here. But I think the zone might be okay. The little teeny tiny one there. Captain gives Skiff vibes. Just need to be extra nervous. Alright. So we're in a relatively good position. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Okay. Yeah, so these are all individuals you can get for various things. These are all your specialists. The botanist is locking a lot of stuff I want behind them, so I am going to choose that. Chlorophyll levels steady. Suspected seawater tolerance is increasing by 0.3%. Sunflower Jake shows signs of laughter when exposed to banjo music. Might try jazz tomorrow. Captain, we're picking up something odd. Some kind of botanical field reports? It's bouncing from the woods? Over there. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, so that's where you can unlock more specialists and all that. That's where all that comes into place. The specialists unlock a bunch of research, so they're very important. So there's fishing. So I've got fishing to my right. And then we got logs past the fish to the right. So you go over to the right here. There's the fish. There's the logs. I don't think you're in range. You are not. Then we can grab the plastic. We will smash this all for metal. We'll smash that all for metal and take the food. We will take the junk and the furniture and scout the surrounding area. And you're out of range. Alright, so are we missing any sources nearby? I'm missing the logs immediately back and left of me. Okay, so we've got all that. So let's head that way. Because the chances those rural ruins have what I'm looking for is not very high. We're just going to scooch a little bit up this way. And then directly ahead of the boat, we got more stuff I can start queuing up the salvaging and all that. We got more fishing. That's our scout point and all that, but it's out of range. Alright. Yeah, so we're doing what we can to get everything fished up. We're just trying to look around for electronics. There's a good chance this might be able to give me electronics. Can I see the pylon from where I'm at? Probably not. Sorry. As I mentioned, I'm having problems where I'm like, every single time, accidentally clicking. So that has appliances. That's electronics over there. Okay. So we do have electronics back in those rural ruins. So where I am, like, once we get this, we're turning back and we're grabbing those electronics. Because that's what's holding us up. I'm just going to let them keep doing their scavenging real fast. Because they don't really need to be worrying too much. Once we get the electronics, we can start actually improving our power infrastructure. The fabricator is the most important. Because until that, I can't fight the disease. And a lot of my people are like right at the cusp where I can't really afford to dive more. Alright, so we revealed more of the map. Yeah, so we got like a polluted area over here. We got a city ruin that's polluted over there. That's polluted over there. This is all fine here. That's fine there. This polluted. The way I'm usually telling is these mushroom groves only show up in polluted areas. As well as like this purple stuff. But yeah, so we definitely want to get to the point where we can slowly get rid of pollution. Because then I'll be able to afford diving into the pollution to go get goodies. And then, you know, I'll be able to get out, recover. Right now, it is just kind of a timer that just keeps escalating and escalating. Alright, well, we got a decent number of ruins before we'll be able to do the next thing. Yeah, so we got boats going back and forth constantly. And I am noticing they keep diving off here and going across. So let's go ahead and build a bridge there. So you just jump across there anyways, might as well enclose it. Okay, we got the fishing done, we got another set of ruins done. But yeah, so you see, as we're getting all that stuff, all these people are working their various production lines, making my stuff. We also are growing potatoes and wheat on here. I can't actually use the wheat for anything yet. But the potatoes, we can cook that with certain fish to make fancier fish food. Or fancier food for ourselves made of fish. Okay, so this will work, because now I can turn back this way. Alright. So straight off the back here. Get those trees. Get those electronics. It's not a lot of them, but it is some. I don't know if those fish are in range or not. They are. Okay, anything else back there? Yes, there's one more building back here. More furniture. And more plastic. Okay. So we got one of our new people's sponger. We'll go ahead and give you athletic skill, because why not? And check in your priorities. Yeah, and generally speaking, I've been giving whatever people have a passion for, I've been giving them that priority. Because you could set skill points, so I haven't really cared about that. And they get a mood bonus if they're doing something they like. And mood makes people move faster. So, I don't see a reason not to just give them what they want. Alright, so what should happen here is we should be able to get some E-electronics. Let's also slow down for a moment and check our tools just to make sure we're not accidentally consuming the electronics. I don't genuinely remember what all we got going on here. Okay. Yeah, so neither of you are requiring E-electronics. And that's all fine there. Oh, we can make carbon, glue, and all that. We'll end up wanting to do all that. We will be able to get the bio-waste making thing. I'll probably need to do that soon. I've just kind of been holding off on all of that. We do have junk coming in now. We can actually look here. What's it going to take to make the because I'm putting this off for a while and it's really kind of do bio-waster. I'll add the bio-waster because then I should be able to take stuff like this excess I keep calling it algae, but it's seaweed. But keep taking all this excess seaweed and just rotting it kind of thing. Okay, we're getting our E-electronics. That's the important thing. When that goes into storage, I really want to make sure that becomes our fabricator. Because that's our holdup right now. Alright, so let's slow down time for just a moment. So tell it to make bio waste endlessly. And honestly, I don't, well actually, don't do that. Yeah, you're not efficient. Let's just use that, because there's no real cost for me to continue doing the seaweed. Alright, so you got the fabricator. We've got the hydraulic press. So let's grab the fabricator and chuck it down here. And I assume that's going to be another building that's going to need a lot of power and yada yada. We'll want to connect you. And when that building's built, we'll get that connected as well. So let's make sure we have in our production queue. I can go in here and limit how much of anything we make. So I want to find the bio waste. And I want to make sure we're not making infinite bio waste, because that'd be a huge pain out of everything. Alright. So the important thing is I got that queued. So it should be in good order. You might get to make another one of those. Because then the next building I'm going to want to make is the hydraulic press. Which will also require more electronics. And how are we doing on salvaging everything nearby? Alright, I got 2 more salvage points to grab. I'll just scoot you on here for just a second so you're in range of the other one. And then we'll start working our way down towards the next survivor. Because it's going to take me a hot minute to get all this stuff up and running and doing things. And they'll finally be able to get our pollution down, and that'll open me up to being able to go back to town. Alright, so let's go and take our power pole. Connect that. Because, of course, our already strained power could certainly use being strained more. We'll tell it to make the gas bags. Make the lubricant. Make the torque thruster, the air filter, the respirators. None of this was actually needed, so that's great. So apparently I needed the hydraulic press. But we should be getting more electronic stuff in, maybe. I think I actually came up short. So go here, unlimited view. I'm gonna just set all these to unlimited right now. And what we're gonna do here real quick is I'm gonna go into all these supply amounts. These look like they're expensive. So we go ahead and make these only 5. You could probably honestly use more than that. I'm just making sure every one of those things has a limit on it. That way they don't just consume all my supplies. Alright. So as soon as I get the last of that plastic, we're going to go over this way. And start just continuing the tour of stuff. Alright. Oh, we got tomatoes. Tomatoes are a new one. We don't have any tomatoes yet. So that'll be good, because then I go. Alright, thank you, Ultra. You have a good laydown and all that good stuff. Really do appreciate it and all that, and thank you again for like tuning in, hanging out, and all that good stuff. Alright, start moving on to the next spot. Okay, so we can queue up this water tower, or not tower, lighthouse, whatever it is. Oh, we already got your junk. One thing I should check is with the tools, where did I make the drills? I'm making those drills somewhere, and I want to make sure I'm not... Okay, that's fine. Ah, I see. For right now, turn those off so we don't use any electronics. Alright, you gained a level. You have salvaging and liquids. I'll have you do salvaging. Alright, the whole region has been scouted. Okay. Front and right over here. One of the other things we'll want to do is get batteries. Batteries just let me kind of hold more of a charge. Go yoink all the potatoes. I don't particularly need them, but I'm going to grab them all anyways. Alright. So then over here we got tomatoes, which is a new crop for us. There's the plastic, which we use to make stuff to give us buoyancy. We've got wood just past the potatoes, which helps us do a lot of things. It ultimately can become water and everything by boiling the salt water and all that. And thank you, Deep Gift, for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months, but sub to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a lot, and so thank you so much for that support. Alright, so we still want to inch a little bit farther, get that wood in range. Alright, we got another new person on the boat. How's my housing? Got one more spot. How's the game going? It's going pretty good. We're hurting pretty bad in electronics, but we're trying to fix that. So there's our doctor. Start boosting your crafting and all that. Alright, so we can use at this stage another field. Because we don't have tomatoes as an existing crop yet. And that's a new thing we can now plant. What I'm going to do here is go to you. Big field there. Are people still horribly corrupted? Yes, we at least know how to fix it, and that's why we need the electronics. Once I can make the more advanced materials, I've got the doctor, I can then build the apothecary, and then we have face masks that people can wear while they sleep that will slowly remove the pollution from them. But the problem is electronics are a little tricky to come by. Alright, so now what we could do is go down here to tomatoes. We got all those getting planted. Make sure I've got a limit on how many tomatoes we grow. So that way I don't overwhelm my inventory. And we will be able to slowly go through here. Reduces all inhabitants' pollution by 200% when they sleep. Oh. I do want those air filters right away. I was under the impression I needed the mask. Well, for that, I need mushrooms. Okay. Alright, well those you only get from the polluted areas, like literally only. So that's gonna be tough. That worked out well timing-wise. So we got water tower over here. And then directly off this side, cut down the woods. Cut down the woods. Alright. So then for the next specialist, goes over there. There is a mushroom biome there. I might just have to take my chances having someone dip into the pollution to try and find stuff. Alright. Where's that plastic? There it is. They actually have a ton of metal at this point. We got some medicine. What we haven't managed yet is we have not managed to get enough electronics. But if we're lucky, if I could snag a couple of mushroom, we get that air filter, I could purposely put that in whichever houses would benefit from the most. And so each time I'm doing that, where I'm upgrading those, I'm making the weight of the effective weight of the houses a little bit lower. And by making that lower, it will make my vehicle a little bit more efficient when it comes to moving and all that. Yes, we're waiting on the wood. There's mushrooms over there. You have little flowers over here. So I do think what the answer is going to be is if we check on our polluted people. So Muscle and Hopper, I'm taking you off of scavenging. Just entirely off. So Muscle. Take those off. And then we can go to Hopper. That way they won't do it at all. Because they're the two who are in the real danger of being properly sick. But then what we'll do is I'll work our way over because there's some mushrooms there. And then I can target to put the first filters in their places. And kind of just try and work on that. Because it does seem like if I get all of the houses to have those filters, they'll go a real long way for it. And you have athletics and cooking. We'll just keep putting athletics. I've already got multiple cooks. And so far, food is doing amazingly well. I am noticing we are using absolutely all of our seaweed now. I think it's for a good reason we're lightening the whole place. Okay, so we're practically on top of this. And then nothing else really in range. Yeah, so I'm going to try and go over towards the botanist and these mushrooms. I'll grab the mushrooms, see if we can't start fixing our health problems. Because it also feels like one of those things that once I start fixing them, we'll be in really good shape. Okay, we got a car just to our side here. Give me all the goodies. Got the wood. And we're not going to worry about the rest because it's basically in the pollution. Alright. Let's take a look. So we got the botanist over here. There's just a bunch of plants here? They seem to be moving in sine waves? Huh? Wait, the signal's changing. Lost two today. Tully and Tilly. Roots can't handle the air pollution. They fought well. Their bulbs in a quieter spot. Just in case they try again. Over there. 2 feet away, okay, sure. I can live with the 2 feet away. So clearly this is a well-maintained thing that a botanist put a long time into. So we're just going to cut that whole thing down. And we'll cut this whole thing down. I mean, those are at least dead trees. More plants. They're doing the same dance. The signal's stronger than before. Oxygen output's up. Wilt index down. Sunlight filtering helped. They're growing stronger every day. Over there. Look, man. Quit showing me things are like 10 seconds away. So chop down that forest. Alright, so before we mess with anything else, we're not going to touch the polluted algae. We're going to grab the mushrooms and nothing else. And then the intent here is I should, in theory, be able to make an air filter. And then we're just going to go out of our way to get that put on whoever's got the highest pollution, which is going to be Hopper. We'll go to her house. And this will be the first house that gets an air filter. And we're just going to kind of work through there. There we go. Okay, and you're still waiting on the next round of seaweed. That's fine. Your hospital is so big. It happens. Good to see you. You feel good every time you see one of these floating cities. You don't know or care why either. Is that weird? No, it's just kind of a cool effect. You have like a little city and it's just kind of bobbing up and down as it does stuff. Alright. We got all the metal from the cars. What we're truly waiting on is those mushrooms. Because once I do that, I can start fixing things. Yeah, I'll just chill here for a minute. All of that salvage anyways. The next stop is we'll want to turn left. Is that mushrooms I see you with? I honestly couldn't tell. And trying to watch with all the different materials we have up here now is getting real tricky. Ooh, we are straight up running out of dried wood. That is not my favorite. It's because of how much water I'm boiling right now. Ah, and we are burning a bajillion of everything. That'd do it. That's all the things that'll get caught up. I have plenty of water to spare, plenty of food to spare, so I don't actually mind if we get low on wood. We'll just go on to the next place and get more of it. So we've got 4 spots. We've got 3 salvaging boats going on. There's the dead trees. Yeah, so we're making our carbon and everything. Let's make sure we got our quote on that. Yeah, so it's 10, so it should shut off soon. We'll make that set to have a limit of 10. And everything else, I think we're good to just not have a limit at all. Yeah, so it seems like wood is going to be one of our main pain points. Oh, go grab the wood that's like 2 inches from you. Apparently missed that one. But that boat way over there is going to go grab the mushrooms for us. We got some more wood behind us. Oh, I got a fishing spot. 1 second. Go get those fish. Another thing I should probably do is go here. That's the desalinator. Go there. And for right now, don't make that. Or that. Because I believe in one of these other buildings... Yeah, in these other buildings, one of them is able to turn that into, like, oil. Gotta double check which building it was. Yeah, so you can make fish oil there. We'll save that. And our place cleared. Got the fishing mark done. We got a new person with a little bit of pollution exposure. Because the mushroom grove is done. Okay, so got the mushrooms from the mushroom grove. We're not going to worry about chopping the polluted wood right now. We're going to slow that down. Because we got all that stuff. So let's get to moving over this way. We continue chasing the botanist. What should happen here... Yeah, so we're making our filters. Once I get 2 filters, I believe it is, we can get our first of our homes with a filter installed. Okay. We've already got 2. So I believe... Yeah, this is Islay, who's the one who's got the highest pollution level. So boom. That should start slowly working Islay's pollution down. And we're just going to try and little by little get that improved. Alright. So I've inched forward a bit more. Easy now, little sprouts. They're strangers, not herbivores. Probably. Are you talking to the plant? We've come here because we heard your signals. Your field reports? My diary? I've been recording it in this little device. It has brought you to me, a moving town. Oh, I see. The plants have plans for me. Huh? This is too weird. Join us. Ah, hear the whispering of the leaves, plants. Approve onward. I'm going to cut down your trees, by the way. These plants have much to give us, but we must return the hospitality in kind. A seed bank would make a fine dwelling. Alright, well, 1 second, because we're going to take that, and we're going to cut this down and scout the area. Switch it over to using our boats. Alright, up. And we got another set of trees we can cut down, and we are kind of desiring to get a lot of wood right now. Alright, so that should be good. We can slow things down for just... well, actually, it's fine. So, you were able to make some of this stuff. Okay, so you can get more of the filters. So next highest, pollution-wise, is you. So you're going to put the air filters in your home. Because little by little we can start fixing everyone's pollution issues. Meanwhile, it does look like... do we get our batch? Yeah, we got our first batch of tomatoes. So let's go ahead and plant more. Alright, so with that, we still need the electronics for the apothecary. We can go here, and you're going to give me seed banking and all that. And the reason I'm excited for this is tree farming is after that. I suspect tree farming is going to have a decent cost to it, but with wood being one of the things that's kind of hurting me right now, being able to get what would hopefully be a renewable source of wood is a pretty big benefit. Okay, so directly in front, cut down more trees, and then just over here somewhere were the fish. There they are. Yeah, that's mostly junk. I mean, the cars are decent material. That's weird that it's a solid bar there. But yeah, so probably work our way this way, start grabbing stuff as we can. Alright. We can also go into our skills and priorities. So there's Bramble, who's into botany. Why is it all of the specials don't have a... all the specialists don't actually have a passion for, like, their specialty? Every single one of the specialists, like the doctor and all that, don't actually like what they do for a living. Alright. So hopefully, when we get to the night, we'll start seeing these properly go down. Another thing we can probably do in the meantime, let's go back over to our settings here. Because I took you two off of this. You've got a passion for it. Because it's not in the polluted area anymore, I don't need to worry about that. And hopefully, like I said, we'll see this go down a little every day, and we can get back to hitting the polluted areas that get the really good stuff in it. And seeing these run constantly just made me think like my wood is just getting obliterated. Well, that's alright. We'll just keep going this way. I don't need to go chasing down every random fish and everything. Okay, so we got seaweed over here. There you are. Got fish. Trees to cut. Can't barely reach those other fish. More fish. That'll do. So basically your floating city is the aliens from Independence Day. So basically your floating city is the aliens from Independence Day. Is the aliens from the Independence Day movie? I'm not really getting... Like, I've seen Independence Day, and I understand. I'm not quite getting the reference between the two of them. I'm missing something, sorry. Well, you have a lot more storage than when you went to bed last night. Did you get storage upgrades, or just better buildings? We started switching from the small ones to the large ones as I was getting metal to be properly handled. Oh, and there's literal wood right there. Yeah, so we keep working our way over towards stuff that's good. Oh, because it goes around using up the resources everywhere, then goes and moves on. Basically, okay. Yeah, you show up and you strip the resources. Gotcha. Gotcha. I understand. I get where you're going with that. That's what I was missing. I was like, okay, this is very specific, so there's clearly a thought here. But I'm missing it. Yes, we go places and we just strip it of all value and then move on to the next one. Alright. And we can make our boat place go faster now, so that's cool. Are we the baddies? Yes, next question. I mean, or are you preventing future pollution? I am installing air filters. Clearly, installing a couple of air filters on my houses that help only me is a sign of a true steward of the environment. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Alright. So, we have more specialists to grab. We also have an unknown faint signal. I'm just going to grab the next one. So we got the Know-It-All, Fix-It-All.
This is a legendary Wrenchy broadcasting from what's left of the world.
System's shot. Coffee's gone. And it is inconsolable with the coffee being gone. It's inconsolable with the coffee being gone. It's so sad. If anyone's still out there, bring snacks and coffee. I don't even care what kind anymore. Hello, it's literal garbage responding. It's literal garbage? I've never heard of it. Not surprised. Been stuck in this rust bucket for who knows how long, trying to fix my loneliness with coffee, and I've run out of coffee. By building a robot, but these parts are trash. Hey, check out, Tovanado. And all that stuff. Definitely go check them out. I missed what the game was that you've been recently playing. But, always fun to have more people and all that. Always love to support our creators and whatnot. We're a township, an actual town. Ship. We're a moving town. And we're looking for other survivors. This one a Lego building? Gotcha. A moving town? Let me guess. You're low on power, you're hauling too much weight, and you've heard whispers of the legendary engineer who can fix it all. Yep, that's me. I'm bothered by the fact that they have a screwdriver in their teeth. Like, this upsets me very, very much as someone who used to sell tools and everything. Here's my terms. Rescue me from this hunk of junk. Give me the coffee. Feed me coffee. Water me. Maybe I didn't think out my wording that much. Also, don't forget the coffee. And give me a comfy bed to sleep in with a coffee pot nearby. Do that, and I'll make your problems disappear. Sending my coordinates. Deal? For the record, I actually don't care much for coffee. I'm here. Cool. We could just scooch a little ways forward. And then we got garbage. Swimming garbage. Other swimming garbage. It's all garbage. It's how we justify our actions. We just treat everything as if it's garbage, and therefore we're not taking anything of value. I'm just thinking about how much their teeth would be messed up with that screwdriver. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, one, first, gross. Two, you're gonna mess up your teeth. You are removing all the plastic from the ocean, just saying. Yup. Like, we're definitely doing a lot of things that are negative, but we are, in fact, removing all the plastic. So, you know, little things. Okay, do we get our next round of tomatoes yet? No, not yet. So all in all, we are slowly declining on our food, and that's because right now, all of that seaweed is just being fed into this stuff to make various materials. But you know, that's fine. Alright, so you gained a level, so get better at cooking. So are you starting to improve? That is lower. It's not a lot lower, but that is in fact lower. Like, it's noticeably lower, which is much better than we've had thus far. For a moment, I was worried I'm pulling into a polluted area. Alright. Where was the wood behind us? There it is. Give me all your stuff. Give me all your stuff. Give me the wood. And I got fish and a house to the right. Give me all your stuff. Alright, and you get to be better at scavenging. Oh, that's not the person who leveled? Who leveled? You leveled. Right. So one of our highest level people, they've maxed out their research, and now we're just having them take athletics because. Alright, and our inventory is slowly climbing. You can actually see the difference for once. Wait, how are you getting it down? The air purifiers? Yes. We put air purifiers on their houses, like on the houses of the people with the highest pollution. And so when they go to sleep, it very slightly improves their pollution. Gonna get the lubricant and all that happening. Keep making gas bags. Alright, it's a little nervous about the speed of which we're burning through our food, but that's alright. That explains why you have some townies are healthy and some are not. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Now is corrupting the air outside. Yup. But yeah, no, it's, it looks like you can get the face masks or the air filters, and all of that stuff helps there. Luckily, at first I was worried it's the thing that's gonna have to, like, keep making new masks and all. I can't make them yet, but we're close. But it appears that is not the case. So let's go ahead and scooch on over this way. Yeah, it's out of range. Oh, and there's a car straight left. Yeah, we're doing extremely well in the scrap metal now. One thing that's probably going to have to be a thing is I'm probably going to have to rebuild those other two seaweed farms. Because we are just obliterating our seaweed supply right now to get all of our like fertilizer and all that stuff made. But seaweed's one of those ones that you build it and then there's like no real upkeep cost. They just make seaweed. There's just the initial investment and then you're done. Okay, so you need a while before we can do that. Yeah, it's fine. We can do that. Oh, you're not going to be able to put another farm here. We haven't grown corn yet, so we'll end up wanting one more farm. I could build the farm now and just have it sit. Just so I don't forget. Not expensive. Alright, so you can grab you. Build the bridge across. Then grab the seaweed farm. Okay, it's not quite long enough. Then build the seaweed farm. Because then I can build another seaweed farm up here later. The weight is shown right below me. Right down there. So, like, if it gets all the way to here, I can no longer move. But each time that number goes up, it becomes more costly to move. Yeah, so that one just sits there for right now, that's fine. We did get our next batch of tomatoes. Okay, so we got the next batch of seaweed. And we want to slowly work our way back over there. Just grabbing everything we can as we move along. Okay, so we got a tree and some woods over here. Tree and wood, not woods. And then straight to our left, we've got two separate places of wood. There we go. Alright, we can grab... Over this way, we can grab the other forest here to grab more wood. And over here on the other side, there was 2 places of seaweed we can grab. Alright, and we can grab your levels. Let's have you grab fishing. Yeah, this is gonna take a while to grab all that stuff, but that's fine. Because then I'll be able to grab the derelict truck and also get materials. Like I said, we're just gonna kind of slowly work our way over. There's gonna be some good stuff in here. This is most likely polluted. Kind of hard to tell, but it's most likely polluted. How's our research going? Gotcha. So get the tree farming. And you want me to build a seed bank. And I'm guessing it'll be another building that I don't have the materials I need to build. Oh, here we go. So seed bank. That requires treated planks, which requires our, I'm assuming that's going to require the hydraulic press, which is going to require the electronics, which is going to require me to probably hit a ruin. Alright. Yeah, so we got to wait for those 2 to go, and then I can start swinging this around. I want to grab these 2. Anything else I'll grab just while I'm in there, but those are 2 are the priority. But we go over here, grab some of these farmhouses over there, make our move on this whole area. Probably get some good materials out of that. The good news, this place should give me a decent amount of wood, which is one of the things we've been hurting on. I am noticing our food is declining, but that's part of why I built this, is to try and get it to the point where we're making more food, even if it's crap quality food. Okay. So we got that bridged across. I'll make another algae farm, which will give us a bunch more food. Again, low quality food, but food nonetheless. That takes care of this. I cannot build there. I have room over here for a building or 2 if we want it later. Alright, and you can get another level in crafting. Okay. So we already got that queued. Get the firewood from here. Get those fish. Get the plastic. Oh, we can't quite get that far. Get the wood. Cut down those trees. You already queued for that. Yep, that's basically everything in range right now. You can make potato salad, couldn't you? Better than seaweed salad, I think. I need to build the, like, better cooking building. I have it unlocked, but I believe it's one of these things over here I need. I can double check that. Because you got this thing. Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought it was on the wrong one. Yeah, let's not make the polluted salad. Yeah, that'll be good. We can do that. I utterly missed it. Because we got that building way earlier and I never kind of went back and double checked it. So for the potato salad, which is definitely in here somewhere, we'll limit that one to 50 as opposed to 20. Yeah, that should help out as well because we're getting an abundance of potatoes. Yeah, don't worry. The like common luxury there wasn't against you or anything. Just a broad thing. We usually have that on the top as well. But now you're good. It goes HBU. I don't know what HBU. Yeah, that's an easy one to forget is when you don't have a reason to ever revisit that. Yeah, the idea of eating polluted food, it's like, but why would I do that? Why would I eat the polluted food? Does it give me superpowers? Recovering from surgery? Well, I hope the surgery went well and the recovery goes, you know, goes smoothly as all that possible. What are you saying? Gotcha. Tomb was sending me a message saying she's not feeling well. That's no fun. Yeah, no, it took me a moment to catch How About You. Getting surgery tomorrow, teeth pulling. That's no fun. I hope it goes as smoothly as possible and all that for you. It's not the worst thing in the world. I had to have one of my teeth removed way back. But it's definitely not a fun time. It's a smidgen infected, but not too terrible. Gotcha. Well, I hope they get that sorted. Alright, so you can scooch on over here. Grab those. So do this. Grab the fish. Grab you. Get the firewood. Get the not firewood. Or I guess the firewood with extra steps. Alright, so we got all that. You had many teeth pulled. You've only got 5 left on your right side. Yeah, it's definitely not a fun time. Like, it's definitely one of those ones that can be just kind of annoying, because it also takes a while to heal. Like, anything involving your mouth does. But, it's also not, like, the worst thing in the world, either. It's certainly not a great time, but it is. You boiled some vegetables together, and then put 2 cans of chicken noodles, soup and spicy. It was yummy. Yeah. And check out Bassett, another fantastic creator, playing some Pokemon Legends. So if that's your jam, you can find that over there. But, you know, chill place to hang out. Let's see, carpal and cubital tunnel surgeries done at the same time, right arm. And it's been a trip having left done early this year and having the right done. Gotcha, yeah. No, I've known a number of people who got the carpal tunnel surgery. Yeah, that's a tough one. You still got your left side. It's fine. Gotcha. Alright, so we're collecting all our goodies here. Then we're going to start turning this way. Because we're aiming to get up in this area. No, is that where we're going? Or is it down here? No, down here. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to be turning over this way. But we're just kind of waiting for these seaweed areas to get pulled. Then we're going to start turning, working our way down there. There should have a lot of goodies in those buildings down there. But we want to grab all, like, the seaweed and wood and all these kind of things we can. But yeah, no, I know a lot of people had the surgery and all that. You know, dealing with it because it's like the amount of pain they were in, it was just better. Oh, I still have 2 small storage here. The amount of pain they were in is just like, yeah, this is just the right thing. Is the map procedural or static? I don't know for certain. It feels procedural. Like, I would be surprised if it's not procedural. Okay, so you can take apart the 2 smaller storages. Okay, so you're all working on that. That's fine. We got the research for tree farming done. So let's go ahead and queue up the next research. Yeah, it's one of those things, it's like, I can't say for certain, but if it is static, just the way the map is, I don't notice it being static. I would guess it's procedural. It feels very procedural. But I also would say it's probably not that important one way or the other with the nature of how this game works. I don't think it'd be a huge ordeal in either scenario. Alright, so another thing we're going to end up needing to do is my storage is getting full. I'm running out of floaters. That isn't part of the plan. What is using my floaters? Oh, is it all these? It's, you know what? Honestly, that's workable too. Question, how do you deal with the loneliness when you started out? Oh, with streaming? I was fortunate for myself that where I started streaming, I had a group of people I'd been playing GTRP with to practice like improv skills. And we had people who were going to be able to be online at the time. And so it's just kind of one of those things being like, hey, you know what? I could try streaming it. And so it's not that I like skipped the early stage. I definitely had times where there's only like 1 or 2 viewers and all that. But a lot of times I had, you know, someone popping in stream out of like my friend group or whatever. But it is kind of one of those things that it's difficult getting that first being discovered and all that. But there's things you can do that like help and hinder your ability to be found and all that. Like one really difficult thing is like, you know, if you're not on the mic, it's very hard to get anyone to hang out if you're not on your microphone. Having a regular schedule is very, very important to getting any type of real viewership, because unfortunately, if your schedule's just kind of all over the place, people don't know when to catch you online. That very, very genuinely, it's hard to get any kind of an audience without those stuff. Because, you know, without the microphone, you're just listening to game noise. Yeah, Mike, now gotcha. But yeah, no, it's one of the things that you'll hear a lot of people talk about is just those early phases of streaming is like, how do you get your initial viewers? How do you do all that stuff? And it's a battle that is one of the hardest points of streaming, is just getting off the ground. Like I said, for me with my circumstances, it's not, like I said, it's not that I avoided it, but a lot of those early pains that a lot of people deal with, because of the nature of how I started, I got right up over that, like, very, very beginning. You have, like, 0 viewers to, well, I mean, you should always have at least yourself. Make sure your stream's working and all that, and then you count as a viewer as well, so bonus. But, I did get around a lot of that because of it. I mean, I wouldn't say it was lucky, per se. I had people who I knew that, you know, wanted to see what I was doing and everything. But yeah, no, luck is definitely an aspect of it. Like, I'm not saying that's not part of it. But, I mean, I was kind of in a situation that the streaming wasn't the goal. The streaming just kind of happened. It was more along the lines of the circumstances I had situated, you know, had been situated in were conducive of getting me past that very initial bump. So we're completely out of floaters, and my inventory is basically full. Which is a problem in multiple circumstances. Do I have something that I'm, like, way overabundant on? Surprisingly, salvage. Like, the salvage metal I have an overabundance on. And we keep making these gas bags, which are good, but unfortunately they're consuming all my plastic. So while they're reducing my max weight, I kind of need to reduce how much we allow myself to have of those on standby. Let's go to those gas bags and drop that to 5. Basically, it's how you socialize. You don't really have friends in your town. Oh, I'm not talking about local friends. I'm talking about online friends, that kind of thing. Let's also drop you to 1. But regardless, it is just kind of one of those things that getting over that initial hump, you're gonna have to like go out and network and do all those kind of things and set up, build up connections. And that isn't network as in like to take advantage, use people, whatever, like genuinely get to know, be positive members of people's community, that kind of stuff. Approach the content being like, okay, what is the viewer getting out of viewing my content? Like, what am I offering them? All that kind of stuff. It's a whole business that has a whole lot that goes into it. And there isn't one surefire, just do this one easy trick or anything. Many people find many different ways to get there. But yeah, like, if you're trying to grow your channel and get more of a viewership, it's gonna be a lot of, like, okay, what category am I in? Where are the people there? Is there a subreddit they're active on? Be a positive member of that subreddit. Is there other people who play this game, like, on Twitch? Be active in meaningful parts of their communities, that kind of thing. Like, don't just be present and, like, be like, by the way, I stream this too. Like, and this isn't me saying anything to you. Yeah, no, it's the whole meme about women have it easy is not a thing. Like, there's some stuff around there, like being attractive versus not being attractive, but there's also people who don't get on camera, and that kind of falls flat after that point. It's not nothing like that. I don't want to understate it, but there's a lot of people like, just be an attractive woman. It's easy. It's like, but that's not true. Like, there's nuance, but it's just not true. Like, that you don't just pop on and then just suddenly people pop on. There's plenty of attractive women who don't have a following either. And there's definitely some who, like, do the whole getting a bunch of shirts with boob windows and all that, trying to think that's the growth strategy. You don't have a cam? Well, you don't need a cam. Cam, like, there's people who have nothing, like, so far as that. There's people who do camera. There's people who do VTubing. Like, there's certainly pros and cons. Like, I definitely saw a bump in my viewership once I started having a camera versus I didn't have a camera or anything before. What happens if a person gets full pollution? They get diseases. And the disease increase are, like, food consumption, water consumption, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You don't need to have a camera. It makes finding your viewership harder because people want to be able to, like, see some representation of you. But it isn't in itself like some kind of deal breaker, like a make or break thing. It is harder to grow without a camera. Like, the only thing I'd say is a must is having decent audio. That doesn't mean you need to have, like, a $200, $300, $400, $500 audio setup mic or anything. You can get away with a pretty cheap mic. But just needing to have decent audio, broadly speaking, that's kind of a must. It's real hard to retain any type of viewership if your audio is, like, staticking and popping and all that kind of stuff. So, problem I'm running into right now is my inventory is full. I need the plastic to do that, to, like, fill up more. And we're continuing to make the gas bags, which is lightening the whole thing. I know, and it's the thing I keep trying to say is, like, I need to stop it. We're going to turn that off right now, is what we're going to do. We're going to turn off the production of the gas bags entirely, because the gas bags lighten the load of my buildings, which is important, but also consumes the plastic that I need to make my stuff more. Are you polluted water? I don't think you're polluted. Does the corrupted turn them into servants of Cthulhu? No. No, it does not. There was you back here. But yeah, I noticed, like, growing on Twitch is, like, an entire science. But yeah, no, very genuinely, like, these days, if anyone's starting out and they're like, how do I grow? It's like, this day and age on Twitch, it's networking. You'll have a lot of people's like, oh, just you need to stream on YouTube and TikTok and Kick and all these other things. It's like, well, that doesn't hurt. I wouldn't discourage you from. I mean, Kick I'd probably discourage you from, but all the other ones, you know, it's not gonna hurt you really unless you're letting it distract you too much. But it's also not like some growth hack that just gets you a viewership either, because I can tell you, I'm in Discords with a bunch of creators on YouTube as well. And they're having the exact same discussions we have about growing on Twitch about, like, how do you get discovered? How do you do this? How do you do that? And there's, you know, there's a handful of big names in that group, and there's a bunch of smaller people in the group, too, you know, who are earlier on and all that stuff. And it is just one of those things that everyone's trying to figure it out. Finally, some more electronics. The Cthulhu tentacles, but yeah. But it isn't something that has an easy answer. But like I said, for me personally, I think the thing that's been the most valuable is more than networking. Again, finding other creators in similar categories, being genuinely positive parts of their community and all that. And again, not for the purposes of growing. It's just people realize when you're being authentic and you're being genuinely a meaningful part of the community and all that. And then with that, you know, they eventually will, like, be rating out or whatever and notice that you stream as well and want to support you and all that because you've been a good positive thing. Depends on what your focus is, what part you enjoy. Some people do enjoy being the entertainer. Some people focus on the gameplay. Yeah, that's also, again, knowing what you're offering your audience. And just like the broadly, I entertain, that's cool. You're not wrong, but, like, be more specific. Like, are you entertaining in an informative way? Are you entertaining in, like, are you more like slapstick? Are you entertaining in the, watch the streamer do cringy things? Are you entertaining more in, like, you know, challenge, like, very difficult, like, esports kind of thing? Like, having that all figured out. Hey, one of those just dropped off. We had 11 people sick, and now we only got 10. And she's noticeably been dropping. Yeah, some people do very little commentary, don't engage with the almost never get viewers. Yeah, that's another thing, is even when you're streaming, you're looking down in that corner, it should never say 0, because you should always have a window looking at your own stream. Not for the idea of padding out numbers, but you'll see, like, oh, you know, you see, like, the not like this, and you get a chance to react and deal with it and make sure, like, your stream's running fine, it's not all pixelated or whatever. You know, it's kind of your health check for your stream. So you should always have one at yourself, if not more. But you should always treat it as if there's 100 people watching. Because by the time that number goes up to show you someone else is tuned in, if you weren't already engaging, they've already left. By, like, even before you see that viewer count go up, they're gone. Because that viewer count is not live in the very second. It's a slow cached kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, you spend a lot of time talking to dead air. Even where I had, like, my friends hanging out, you know, most of them were lurking because they were doing their RP and all that stuff. But, you know, there'd be a lot of times where I was just talking to myself for pretty significant lengths of time. And it can be tricky. One thing I also had going for me that a lot of people don't is, prior to streaming, I do, or I have done, like, a lot of talks in Oh no, don't apologize about lurking. Absolutely don't apologize. Like, 70-80% of Twitch is lurkers. So you'll have people be like, oh, I've got 10 viewers, but no one's talking. I'm like, okay, you're only, like, 1 viewer off of statistically normal. Which is well within the margin of error. So yeah, but thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 33 months, almost 3 years, and I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. It's the same reason when someone's like, so I'm sitting in this guy's channel, and he's got, like, 24 viewers, and there is no one talking. Clearly view botting. It's like, well, no. If you think about 70-80% of viewers are lurkers, that means at the most for 24, you'd probably have like what, between 3 and 5 people, maybe 6 people might be participating in chat. And that's going by the average, which you're going to have people fall above and below that. Obviously, the more active engaging with your community type channels will have a higher rate versus the more chill vibes, and you'll have much lower. Like 193 people watching right now, maybe 10 talking recently. Yep. And that's not unusual. Like, because I also stream tend to be more in the late evenings, and I tend to be a lot more chill vibes and all that kind of stuff. So I tend to have a higher than average lurker rate, and it varies. There's definitely some games that people pop off in a big way, that like people are very, very active, and then there's other games that people go full on lurk. And again, never apologize for it. That is literally how this whole thing works. But it is taking those things and deciding like, what is it I offer my community? What is the value they get out of here? How do I differentiate myself from everyone else doing that kind of thing? There's no right or wrong. I mean, there's wrong answers. There's no right answers. There's certainly wrong answers, being like, oh, I go to a store and I shoplift and I record it. That's a wrong answer. And people doing that should be banned from the platform indefinitely. Because that's stupid. Yeah, no, I lurk pretty heavy. Like, sometimes I get drawn out of lurk for a while. But yeah, I tend to lurk pretty heavy. Alright. Oh, so research that. I got the small one. I want the larger one. But we're struggling to bring anything on board. Now, the good news is, even if I just sat here, we would slowly get stuff out of our inventory. Because we are eating food, we are consuming water. And there's, like, prereq materials that do all that. You have a nice voice and it's calm, which is important at this part of the evening for you. Yeah, that's kind of very, very far back. So originally, when I started streaming, it was just for a handful of friends doing, like, it was GTRP was the main thing, but the server wasn't up 24/7. So the days a week when it was down, I'd play like RimWorld and Project Zomboid, and over time, people started to show up for the RimWorld and Project Zomboid side that were outside that group of friends. And so it was kind of one of those things that people started showing up for all that, and it was a whole thing, which is like really good and whatnot. But I kind of made the choice. Okay, well, at that point I had been out of my job for a little while. It had been through a really bad acquisition. I was like, I'm taking a sabbatical. I've been working like nonstop since I was like 15. I'm taking a sabbatical. Just taking some time for me and whatnot. And that was perfectly timed for when the pandemic happened, which was not great timing on my part. But it is what it is. But, people started showing up on the stream for, like, RimWorld and all that, and I was like, oh, I guess this is a thing now, isn't it? Like, I'm starting to hit, like, 20 and 30 and 40 average viewers just doing my thing. It's like, okay, well, let's actually sit down and be like, what, if I'm going to make this a thing, like, what is it that I'm offering people? And so my schedule over time shifted to be later in the evenings, because the way I looked at it for English streamers, there were, from what I was seeing, there was a lot less people streaming in English in the US overnight time than there were viewers by ratio. And that's because when you're looking at, like, between like the west coast of the US all the way over to, until you start getting to English-speaking European countries, there's a real big gap in there that there's, like, there's Australia, there's New Zealand, and then, at the time, there was a decent number of people in South Korea who also streamed in English, but there wasn't by ratio that many. And so I was like, okay, well, this is probably a place I want to aim for. Like, if I go daytime streaming here in the US time zones, there's going to be just a whole lot of people in that area. I also know I'm a fairly soft-spoken person, so, or like that late night TV host kind of voice, or late night radio host kind of DJ thing. Like, I got a good voice for that. And, you know, the chill vibes and all that was kind of well aligned with what I was already doing. And so, like, the schedule slowly shifted to that end. But it was a deliberate decision. It's one of the reasons why, like, the first time I had someone pop in or like, oh yeah, you know, I love falling asleep to your stream. And you kind of have that moment where you're like, okay, this is actually a good thing. Like, this is literally the value I'm intentionally offering, is to be that place for people, you know, dealing with insomnia, you know, just trying to relax, you know, come down from anxiety, whatever they got going on. Like, I'm offering that. That is a deliberate and conscious decision I have made. But also, it's a little weird as a compliment to be like, you know, I fall asleep to you, and you're like, oh, I mean, that's the idea. Still feels weird to hear it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And granted, nowadays, like, you know, oh yeah, fall asleep, please do your stream. It's like, yep. Value delivered successfully. Because we definitely have no shortage of people who, like, deal with some serious insomnia. I myself, you know, it's only been the past couple years I got diagnosed with my ADHD. But I've had, like, real bad insomnia my whole life, which, lo and behold, is a very common symptom of ADHD. One of the many things looking back in hindsight, we're like, man, I'm a textbook ADHD. Like, there's no, hey, this is a surprise. Like, nah, looking at with our understanding nowadays, it's like someone just wrote up the doc and said, that's your youth. Alright, so we're grabbing all that stuff. We are watching this slowly come down, which I'm loving to see. So we're probably going to make a run at the next set of ruins we find. We're also going to head towards Wrenchley. Ooh, I don't have corn. The corn's new for us. It's also weird there's a perfect line there. I've also... Oh, Wrenchley's way over there. I completely lost track of what we were doing and just started greedily grabbing everything. Oh no, that's right. We grabbed one of our people here, and that must be another one that's appeared over there. That's fine. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're gonna grab everything. It's not bolted down, and therefore it's mine. And if it was bolted down, I'm pretty sure we can find ourselves a ratchet or a wrench or something, and we can take corrective action and also make it mine. The point is, it will be mine. Okay, so let's go on here. And we're going to build another large storage. And then with that, let's get you producing these again. Because we will slowly lower the weight of all these things we're putting on here. You don't need the plastic. What was the plastic? I think that was also made here. Yeah, that's advanced materials. That's going to be a while. But yeah, so now that they're slowly recovering, we're going to definitely want to make a move on the polluted areas. And just, like, grab a little bit of the mushrooms here and there. It's going to be a little rough because I won't have the ability to get rid of the pollution that fast right now. You've fallen asleep to your stream and you've woken up to your stream, but nothing to do with insomnia. You simply live in a different time zone. Something also to consider. Oh yeah, no, that's another thing. Like, for a lot of my European viewers, a lot of times I'm starting my stream, like, in the wee hours of the night for them. And then, you know, they go to bed. And then they wake up first thing in the morning. Or actually, no, do I have that backwards? I might have that backwards. I gotta think about that. Because I know I've got a couple European viewers. Yeah, I know that's right. I got a number of European viewers who they go to bed, like at the beginning of my stream, and then they wake up towards the end of my stream to get ready for work. Like I got a handful that fall into that area. I'm not saying that like that's every one thing. So it could also be that. And you also have like people who, you know, work overnight security or work third shift at the manufacturing plant or whatever. You know, third shift is a thing that's real. Like, Toom gets stuck working third shift at her job from time to time, and a lot of the time that's a lot of sitting around making sure nothing breaks versus the day shift. She's got a lot more work to do. It varies on what's going on. There's definitely times we'll have like a major project going on, that it's just around the clock. Both your live-in partners are third shift? Yeah. And so you do have people who they're stuck kind of sitting at the office, making sure no one like breaks into the building. That, you know, they do their round and then they gotta sit down and just wait. There's a lot of people who work in things where there's monitoring, so, you know, making sure some pool doesn't overfill, or, you know, that some chemical balance is right, because otherwise things die. So, like, water treatment kind of stuff. That there's people who their job is just to sit there and keep an eye on everything, and then, you know, if something goes wrong, then they would get up and intervene. But hopefully that's not a regular problem, because that would speak very poorly of the automation. It's just chewing up all the plastic ever to keep making these, keep making as much of this lighter. Because if I don't keep up with this, what's ultimately going to happen is we'll eventually become immobilized from weight. And our food is continuing to gradually go down, which I don't love. I don't think it's that we're not producing enough food. I think we're consuming a lot of the ingredients for the food on other things right now. That's kind of ultimately hurting it. And even with all the stuff we're saying, you can make all the right decisions, you know, the quote-unquote right decisions, and not find success. That's the reason why it's like, okay, luck isn't everything, but it's also not part of it. I am of the mind that if you're strategic in a lot of what you do and you approach it with that, you can kind of set yourself up to have the best odds of success. I used to have the phrase, and this is going outside of content creation, back with dev, is, you know, quote-unquote, make your own luck. That you can't 100% control when opportunity is going to knock, but you can position yourself so should opportunity knock, you are in a position you can potentially capitalize on it, that kind of thing. Or you can do stuff to increase the odds that you get lucky. Ultimately knowing that you can't fully control things. Like there is a non-zero amount of luck involved. But do you appreciate the variety of your streams? You wish you were in the same time zone, but you love what you can get to see your streams. Yeah, no, that's that was a very conscious decision I made once. As like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, like, we're doing this streaming thing. I actually don't know what I want you doing. But, was that I understand, for me as a person, I can't play just one game for very, very long periods of time without burning out. Like, I've done it over the years. Like, I don't want to talk about how many hours in games like EVE Online and World of Warcraft and Path of Exile and some of these games I've done over the years. But the reality is a lot of that is, like, binge it for a while and then do something else, then binge it for a while and then do something else. So I made the conscious decision that I'm like, okay, if I'm doing this streaming thing, like, from day one, I'm going to approach it with multiple games in mind. And then on top of that, it is one of those things that when you're kind of a one-game channel, you're ride or die with that game. If that game's having a good year, you're having a good year. If that game's having a bad year, you're having a bad year. And you have no control over any of it. And that sounds awful to me, because I know I would burn out in the game, and that'd be the end of it. Or you can even see, like, what happened to some poor content creators out there. Like, there were content creators who their entire thing was based around, like, Kerbal Space Program or Cities Skylines or Planet Coaster and kind of those type of things. And so it was nothing to even do with their individual game or their content. It's that the devs came out with the sequel, and to say it landed poorly is to understate things pretty big. Like, Planet Coaster's landing wasn't too bad. It had a little bit of a rough start. But, like, City Skylines, for example, City Skylines 2 was, like, an absolute disappointment that they just to say they missed the mark is, you know, they missed the whole range. They said, there's your target, and they shot somewhere back there. Like, it was a really, really bad launch. And same with Kerbal Space Program 2. Like, it utterly was just a terrible, terrible launch. And suddenly those creators found themselves with their whole channel imploded. Like, it took a little while, but it was just, no one was looking for the new game because, you know, it was horrifically bad. I want to get this wreck over here. I shouldn't, but I want to get it anyways. Plant the corn. Thank you. I forgot I even grabbed the corn. Wait, what? Did I accidentally cook all the corn? Don't. Cancel it. Give me the corn back. Okay. Crisis averted. I accidentally started cooking the corn immediately. Alright. Yeah, no, the problem was I accidentally started just cooking the corn right away. There's quite a few PoE channels that are only active when the new league drops. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, some of those games do have steady power, but like the like circling back to like Kerbal Space Program, you know, Kerbal Space Program 2 dropped. There were a lot of people who made Kerbal Space Program content. That, you know, they were doing like these big elaborate space stations that they were moving between like not solar systems, but moving between like the different planets and all that. Like, it's a whole big thing. And people would watch these people do this, like, really grand things in the game and all that, and there was a significant demand for it. But what ended up happening was Kerbal Space Program 2 came out, was an absolute disaster. Like, just downright, like, actively a bad release. And it killed the enthusiasm for Kerbal Space Program. And not only did it take out the new one, which is the one that had the problems, it took out the old one with it. That both categories, you know, kind of overnight imploded. And, you know, for that person, like, it took a little while longer for their audience to, like, come down, because it wasn't just everyone just disappeared immediately, but it was one of those things that they were drawing in literally no one knew, and it was just kind of hemorrhaging because of all the disappointment people had. And it had nothing to do with the creators' choices so far as, like, the content they were making and all that. It was the categories effectively died because the sequel just killed both games. City Skylines 2 did that for the most part, that there was a lot of people who City Skylines were basically the entire thing there that do these like really cool build-outs in City Skylines. Usually they would try to mirror different like times in history and all that stuff, and there's really cool stuff that was going on. But then City Skylines 2 dropped, was an absolute disaster. And still is. Food. I've been delaying the ad break here for a little bit. Once we finally get to the ad break coming up, that should be around the time that Tomb gets home. So I can run downstairs when Tomb gets home, because it actually ends up being like realistically like 30-ish after that she gets home. It's on that fence that if I could delay things just a little more than I'm able to, would work out great, because I can only delay the ads 15 minutes, for those who don't know. You can do like 5 increments of 5 and you get 3 of them, and they like slowly regenerate through the stream. But it means I can't fully break it. But we'll see, because if I run downstairs and she's not here, what we're talking about doing for dinner, I can't leave unattended. So it'd be one of those things that I have to wait till she gets home. It's always a gamble, like the timing's weird. But yeah, so it's a thing that, like, with both those games, you had creators who are doing amazing things in them, that their channels, a lot of them weren't able to pivot. There's a couple who did, who pivoted into other things and made it work. But there was a lot of creators, that was just it. They just stopped playing. Or stopped streaming because, you know, it just took them out entirely. Let's see. Does suppressing the ads also offset when the ads run, or do those stay put? So if I delay the ads, it should delay most of the ads later on, if I remember correctly. But it does cause the problem of during the 15 minutes, because I haven't, I haven't run the 3 minutes of ads in the last hour. Pre-rolls will turn on for that little window I'm delaying it. But, you can do it. It's not a thing that you could practically do it to try and, like, reduce the number of total ads in a meaningful capacity. Like, if I did it every time it came up for a whole stream, I might be able to spare one ad break over, like, 9-10 hour stream. Maybe. So it's not a practical solution for reducing the total number of ads. And then again, during that window I pushed it, pre-rolls turn back on. Because, for those who don't know on Twitch, you have to run 3 minutes of ads every hour to disable pre-rolls, which is where you click and you immediately get hit with an ad. Because pre-rolls has been kind of proven to be incredibly chilling on the growth of channels. But you don't have to do it in one big 3 minute block. You can do 3 minutes, you can do one, you can do 2 1.5 minutes, you can do 4 45-second breaks, as long as it cumulatively comes up to 3. And then if you haven't, then pre-rolls turn back on. And there's entire strategies around that. So I run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of pre-rolls because, like I said, pre-rolls have a pretty strong chilling effect on your new viewer growth. That's it. Let's see. Oh no, you don't mean as a way to skip ads. Just wondering if pausing the ads also move when the ads runs. The answer is yes. Yeah. Because it's technically, so it's an hour between ads, but that includes the 3 minutes. So when the ads run, it usually ends up being about 56-ish minutes to the next round of ads, because when the ad triggers to run, it takes like 10, 20, 30 seconds to actually start running the ads. And then you got your 3 minutes, there's your math kind of thing. It's also a thing that, like, if I know I'm going to have to take, like, a long break, which isn't super often, but if I know I'm going to have to step away and it's going to be, like, 5-6 minutes, I'll take the time to manually run an ad, because that'll also kick the next ad that far off. So you can kind of do the thing where, you run the extra set of ads, and now, because you ran only halfway through a break, you have an hour and a half that there's going to be no ads. I don't do that super often, but it does come up once in a while where that makes sense. Yeah, so food is seeming to hover around 75. And I think that's because mostly the food we're getting here is the algae. Toxin? Oh no, we're not being exposed to toxin right now. It's just like nighttime or whatever. But these are going down. Let's see, and it's nice to have one snooze saved up for when there's raid. Yes. Yeah, that says. Oh, actually, I'm gonna get just because of timing. I'm gonna get one more snooze in. So I actually got 4 snoozes in there, where normally I only get to have 3. It just happened to be one refreshed right then. Yeah, so it'll be pretty close to 20 after that. I'll have to take the break, because that definitely means I won't get another one before the break. So we got about 10 minutes before I'll be forced to take an ad break. Yeah, so grabbing all this metal and all that. Inventory's doing fine for right now. We got some inventory space to spare. Alright. Yeah, one of the big things, I don't actually have a use for the wheat. I take that back. I can use the wheat to make more compost, but it costs me fresh water, which costs me wood, whereas the algae doesn't really have a cost. You build it, and it just makes it. You don't have to bring water, you don't have to do anything. I keep calling it algae, it's seaweed. It always has been seaweed. I don't know why my brain cannot get past that. You're upset at your lack of wheat and you have an abundance? Yeah, but I don't have the higher tech building. 1 second, I just noticed something. We could finally get you. And that'll let me start processing more materials, which will likely compress down a lot of what I got just piling up here. Alright. Yeah, Planet Crafter had algae. It's also a couple of games had algae. Well, seaweed is a type of algae, is it? I've never looked into that one. I know there's weird stuff you don't always expect, like the fact that, like, banana plants, like banana trees are effectively, they're not a tree, they're a type of grass. They're in the same family as your lawn. They're just a massive deviation. But there's nothing tree about them. Yeah, so we're making all this stuff. We got our stuff here, we got our compost. So pretty soon we'll hopefully start seeing the seaweed pile up a bit more. Yeah, so the hydraulic press, that'll be another thing that requires electricity. Yeah, you'll be able to reach. And all that running off the one generator that's manually cranked. Alright. God, we slowed down time. Okay, so we can make seaweed sheets. I don't know what that is, but we'll make those. We can make treated wood. Cool. And we can make plettle. So let's go here, because now what I need to do is go into all those materials we just started producing. Don't make more than 10, don't make more than 10. Where's the last one? Where is the last one? There. And seaweed sheet, that's in the same section as food, well, ingredients for food. Make that one 20. And we can go here and connect you, plug you in. Alright, how are we doing so far as salvaging? We got all the metal. Oh, actually, no, we're still pulling up the metal. And those are continuing to go down, which I love to see. But that should be good, because with making these different types of like treated woods and metals and all that, that's going to open up a lot of these things to starting to get built, which will be a very big thing for the run. There's also more of these buildings that we've been kind of sitting on wanting to build, like the hospital here. That's depending on those materials. So that's kind of been like a big hold up. Yeah, that's another one that's being held up by you. How are we doing on housing? We're probably right about out, right? Yep, so now we're getting a bunch of things being like, you're out of power. You're out of power. Okay, and build a new house. And that can all be used for upgrading things and whatever. Alright. So for the moment, my power is completely seized up. That I'm not producing enough power to do anything. So we need to make our way over there. So we're probably just going to cut across that way. When I have power. Which may never happen again. As we're catching up on all of the materials being processed. We were spinning seaweed for 100 days, and it's time something completely different. Dried seaweed. Yeah, we've moved from spun seaweed to pressed seaweed. I'm not sure we're moving up in the world, but we're doing something. Okay, so the question is, can I actually fix the power? Nope. No, I cannot. All of those require electronics, and we don't have what we need to make any more of those. So I guess we're just going to park right here for a minute while materials get made. Okay. Yeah, so we're making our planks. We got metal in production. Our plastics being processed. All in all, things are getting done. But it is just one of those things. And we already have you here. Yeah, we got the bio waste is happening. That's fine. You're making all your stuff. That's fine. I technically have power. So we need to go that way. Oh, it's going to be a struggle. As just that power symbol is just blinking constantly while our poor person is just cranking away. You're guessing seaweed sheets is just nori? I mean, we're making it a hydraulic press. So, don't know. I actually don't know I assume nori is heated, but I have no idea. But like I said, the good news about these is we're producing those materials, and they will get to the point... Yeah, I got those set to 10. Yeah, they will get to the point where they start getting a bunch of those, and it won't run constantly, and other materials will get done. So we're kind of stranded for just a minute here, and I could stop it, but I really want those materials, so I'm not gonna. Okay, so they've made all the seaweed sheets they can. Which is an ingredient for other food. And now we're making the pletals, where if we get those made, we can start making a bunch of these other things. We actually got a couple. Alright, so let's go here, and let's make more great decisions. Because now I can make the apothecary finally. Which thankfully does not need electricity. Alright, chat. So, we're about to hit the ad break and everything, so bear with me. I'm gonna run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven if she's home and all that. Otherwise, I'll be right back up in just a minute. But I'm gonna do that, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right. Sorry about that. I know that was a much longer break than I normally like to take. Just, you know, Tomb's definitely sick. But you know, it's helping her get a COVID test and all that going. And we're normally like, I would start dinner and she would take over. In this case, like, no, it'll go a little long, but I'm gonna just wrap up the dinner, just get it done. It happens. We all get sick sooner or later. Perfect. In this apothecary, I can synthesize a cure for each pollution disease. Smog breath to a sponge head. Cool. We'll do the medicine. I'm not going to worry about the individual disease treatments. We'll do those as needed. But we can go to the... Oh man, this thing's getting full of stuff. The actual medicine, do that because we use that for certain buildings. Getting a little bit of information overload. Yeah, no, don't know if it's like a cold or COVID or what it is. He's definitely not feeling well. And it's pretty rare that Tomb gets sick, so... You know. When she's like, I'm not feeling well, it's like, okay, we're genuinely not feeling well, like properly not feeling well. Yeah, so we are kind of stalled here for a minute. Because we're just consuming all these resources to make a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so we got everything here in this tab I've got built. We can make our seed bank now. Which will just be more stuff just sitting here unfinished. We can also make the mill now, which will let us make flour. And then these two are waiting on electronics. Probably build the next area up over here. Make that a little bit later. That you're off to bed? Alright, Nightdweller, thank you for hanging out on stuff. But yeah, I know it's always one of those things like content creators. It's a little tricky to take like a break. Now that our seed bank is completed, let's go partake in nature's bounty. What? Produce medicine. Harvest seeds. Yeah, it's gonna happen on its own, so let's set that one. Yeah, so it's harvest seeds is just gonna be figuring that out. And basically what we're working on right now is I need to get over here. But we're consuming all of the power that we're producing. But that should be a temporary problem. Ah, there we go. So now we're making flour. Let's get our production stuff here. And flour's in there somewhere. We'll say 50 flour. And then you got the seed bank. Do we have anything else? So that one requires electronics. That one requires electronics. But then we'll be able to get our better food options. But ultimately, I have need for more power. I'm assuming you're going to get done soon. All things considered, because you're producing relatively quickly. And we have those all set to their limits. Yeah, so it shouldn't be making more of these, because we have a 10 limit. And that's making the planks. This doesn't require electricity, those don't require electricity. We ever so slightly got into the positives. Okay. Alright, turn this thing off for right now. I need to get moving. Because we just sit here, I'm going to slowly burn through my wood supply and everything until we find ourselves in a real serious problem. Alright, we're also getting to the point of just so heavy that we burn through our power really fast moving around, which we've been slowly fixing. But we'll get there. Okay, we'll quickly cut down these trees, give ourselves a chance to recover. Got you. So a lot of islands that previously I went through and collected everything. There's now new stuff to get there. Thanks for your gifts, little ones. Alright, so we'll be stuck here for a minute. So, if we look at what we can do here. We got all our research sorted for right now. Those are waiting on electronics. Gotcha, so we have a pine tree as a crop. Okay. So that'll be a little annoying to deal with, but that's alright. I do not have plastic for floaters. But we'll be able to start sustaining our own wood on the raft. Which will be good. But in the meantime, we just need to collect a bunch of stuff, keep moving forward. Yep, so as soon as I get that last little bit of wood there, we'll start turning over this way, because that's where we're going. How are we doing on... Yeah, so we can still use some seaweed. So yeah, I'll keep following this up and over. Try and skirch to get that right edge to be here. Alright. That lets us get these two over here. The good news of those scavenging boats can now basically clean those things out in like 2 passes each. Can we plant more corn? I probably have plenty of corn seed. I haven't been watching it. No? Not yet. Still waiting. Yeah, when we get some more plastic, I'm gonna make another bridge here. We're gonna make another another field up here. And this field up here, we'll make it our tree field. I'm deliberately letting the gas bags collect for a minute. Alright, and we can go to this building over here. Give me everything. Then we want the plastic. Give me all the furniture. Give me all this stuff. Yeah, so it seems like literally every single island is going to have seeds on it from the looks of it. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's the way it's heavily appearing. Alright, so here, chop down the trees. Give me your crops. Grab the algae. Take apart all the stuff here. Welcome to the Rust Bucket. I'm ready to get the heck out of here. Do you have that coffee? Are you ready to fix your problems? Easiest deal ever. Hope you got a bunk prepped. Solid frame, good guts. That is a mighty fine generator you hauled in. Alright, what you need to do is something that carries the part of the weight of the town tugger. I'll research a blueprint, but you gotta take the part and find me the resources to build the thing. Alright. Look at all this junk and we'll just keep on scooching on. We've got plenty of goodies. Captain, we're picking up several signals. Show me. We'll get the electricity. Ow! Ouch! Hello? Anyone out there? This is Watley, currently trapped in an extremely overactive power plant. Yow, that's at me. Copy that. This is It's Literal Garbage. We've got your location. Rescue inbound. I could kiss an electric eel right now. Please, bring protective gloves, or we'll both be fried. Over there. Okay, so you're actually way out there. You're properly over there. So this seems like it's urgent, so I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna turn this building back on and let it get back to work. So that we're basically immobilized from all of our power being consumed. So we got the wood. Take apart the furniture. Let's see. And I've got 2 instances of fish up here. Collect all the goodies there. Collect the goodies here. That's ever so slightly too far. Collect the plastic. That's too far. Yeah, so we got everything in range of value kind of queued up now. So now we're just kind of waiting for stuff to get done. Everyone's going to take their boats, collect all the materials. Yeah, so now it's going to be processing these materials. And it looks like we're going to top off what... Yeah, so it looks like we're topping off all the materials here. So other than the seaweed, this thing's going to basically turn off here in a minute, which is what we're hoping for. And that thing is slowly processing all of our wheat, which is good. We can go here real fast, grab you. Yeah, it's the newest house, so there's room for one more in there. Water is starting to worry me. It might be we're at a point where I do need just a second water plant. Which is a little concerning. Because I do have a lot of people on there. Ship's a bit bigger than last night? That it is. I mean, part of it is I think we're just using water for a lot of things right now. Our food is also getting dangerously low. Okay, you finally turned off. Oh, I got more wood I missed over here on the left. And so one of the other things that should be happening relatively soon... Oh, looking for a cure? Are we not producing medicine? I'm pretty sure that ingredient we had right... Where are you at? Right there is literally called... Oh, it's medical fluid. My apologies. I misstood that for the end product of medicine. Sure, make one of those, and we'll call it a day. So that way it makes the medicine that quest goes away. We do have some electronics, though. So that's got some curiosity stuff we can figure out. MedPod, that's where we go to cure disease. It worked. We've synthesized a cure, Captain. We've just made a giant leap towards a healthy future. Now we just need a way to safely administer cure to the ill. Let's make a MedPod where patients can rest and recover during treatment. I don't want to make a MedPod. There's your MedPod. Right, so we have the fryer, and we have the food truck. Captain, thank you. It's given me a chance to keep doing what I was meant to do, save lives. Alright, so you get fancier food. We're just taking those materials that have been hard to come by. Alright. So we can get fried fish and French fries. Alright, so let's go into our limits on these things. So 50 French fries, 50 fried fish. And then you need to be connected to the power grid so we can overwhelm it even more. Alright. So you're still working on your thing. And then we need to turn east, was it? Oh man, you are way out there. Okay. Alright. We got a journey ahead of us. Right now we're still collecting stuff. And we've already got the plastic queued up. We get that queued up. There's food there. Chop down those trees. Alright, so the algae's being consumed about as fast as we're able. We're not really getting the fish. Why do I have 80 tomatoes? Those should be on a limit. They're on a limit of 50. It's fine. Oh, it's because I'm pulling them from ruins. That's fair. We're waiting for more corn to come in to get more food options. And you just scouted the region, which is mostly just trees. So genuinely, we're actually putting ourselves in a bad place food-wise. Like, it is starting to kind of concern me. We also had another person drop off of having any pollution on them. And Eastlay is now at half pollution. So we're slowly fixing everything. You're just upset in general. That's fine, whatever. Alright. If we can find something we can make so far as food with the tomatoes, that'll be good. Alright, so we've got more room to build these. Alright, so with this, we're going to get another field of maximum size. And that's going to be our tree field. And I'm not sure if I want to build another seaweed farm. Right now, I'm going to leave that the way it is. Because once we get our corn up and running properly, that should work really well for us. Okay, so plant pine trees. Was not expecting it to work that way. And let's put like a little row of potatoes or something around the outside because it looks like potatoes are going to be a good source of food. Alright, well, we got that built. Just doing what we can to reduce our weight. Alright, how are we doing in salvaging? Doing good. Okay, so check off the side here. We're getting a warning that our water is getting low. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. I've been trying to hope that, like, it's just a bunch of our manufacturing stuff is tying it up. But that's kind of making it clear it's not just a little problem. Alright, so the wood for burning is still going fine. You're still going fine. We got electronics. I could, you know, take the need for firewood out of this. But then power becomes more urgent. Which I think what we have to do. It could also be an improvement in speed, but I can't make that right now. I think the unfortunate reality is I'm just going to have to build a second one for the time being. Is it all the farming? This farming here will contribute to that, but these crops just sitting here shouldn't matter. It's only the stuff that is actively growing, I think, that's going to be impacting it. And I missed the trees way back here. Oh, are you already queued? It's already queued. I think a big part of it's also just we keep getting more and more people. And that is starting to just increase the demand we have on a lot of things. Okay, so we're increasing our water production for the time being. That's going to put more of a burden on our firewood. But we want to get the one switched over to electricity once we get a chance to go buy some more ruins that'll have stuff for me. Yeah, we're just frying potatoes. One of the other big problems is I don't have something to use the tomatoes with. We have someone who said, "Why are you sad?" Our town's energy is low. I ate icky meal. I'm wet from swimming. Well, get over it. we're doing what we can. And this machine's done. So now all our power is basically getting gobbled up by frying lots of fish. We're having ourselves a proper fish fry and moving on with that. That means one of the other things we could probably do is over here, take that recipe off. Actually, no. Yeah, it'll be fine, because they'll eat this stuff first as their priority. But yeah, so what should also happen is that fish fryer, as it catches up to the fish stock we have, should turn off. Because right now, that's just all that's going on, is we got a backlog of potato. So it's just all going into potato. What quality is that food, by the way? Where are you at? Oh, there's a bunch of seeds we get here. Interesting. There you are. So fries are an ingredient. Fries aren't even the end food. They're still just an ingredient. Okay. That I did not expect. Maybe I'll go over here and have you collect a little bit of that fish. I guess you need ketchup. I'm okay with that if I can find ketchup. But thus far I haven't found a use for the tomatoes. I'm just double checking. Right, and we turned that stuff off of being produced for right now. Those need to get put back in production. Yeah, so let's check to see what buildings haven't gotten built. So for food, I have the food truck is the only one I'm missing here. Well, that and the unbottler and the animal chow. Grinds various animal chow. We don't have it. I don't know how useful it is, but I don't have it, so you know, it's fine. Can make a bunch of that later. Okay, so animal chow, bird chow, nibbler chow, gobbler chow, flounder chow, eel chow. So then the curiosity with this is any of this chow worth making? We'll probably want to make it eventually, but I don't know how good any of it is. We'll set them all to 10. If I can find the other ones. I see this one. I see the eel chow. Is it just all under chow? Oh, seawall, we'll add 10 there. Spongehead medicine. 5. 5 for that medicine. 5 for this medicine. We've now officially hit the point where it extends past the edge of the screen. 50 corn. The chow building? It's the animal chow building. If we look under here, it's animal chow grinder. I suspect it's for, like, when you get ranchers or anything like that. So if you end up with a surplus... Okay, so now I've queued that. Do you show up here? Here we go. 10, 10, 10, 10. What are you? Jellyfish balls. 50. So what building allows me to make jellyfish balls? To be clear, I do have the UI scaled up just a bit. Yes, that's animal chow. No idea if any of that's worth making or not. Actually, turn that building off. Turn it off right now. We're running out of food. Meanwhile, I can go to you. Alright, so now I can go back to you, I believe it was. And you can go back to making corn. Now I got all the crops going. The one we're missing is filling out the rest of that. I just don't seem to have something I can use the tomatoes for. Is there... Can I look that up, actually? Tomato. Resource type ingredient. Real informative, okay. I'm assuming I need the food truck for it to be of any use. So what's going on at the rust bucket? There's the problem. So go up, grab the last of those materials, then we gotta move. Yeah, the fact that the fries are an ingredient, not a food, and then also the fish is an ingredient, not food. I'm assuming I need the food truck and we'll make fish and chips. But that's gonna require me hitting another place. So that's a problem. Go get it. Anyone who can go get it. Because that means the primary food we're eating right now is just seaweed. Just plain old seaweed. How'd the test go? Okay. Oh, 1 second, chat. I'm tangled up in my green screen. Okay. And for those who didn't hear, it was negative. But she's sick. It's no fun. Yeah, so get the rust bucket sorted. You know, just hover on this edge food-wise. Alright, just 3 more pieces of metal. And then we've claimed all of that. Honestly, metal was the thing as like, man, we're really hurting on this, and I'm sitting on like almost 150 of it. So very, very genuinely, where that was a big problem before, we're doing really well on metal. It's food and that's becoming a problem. But a big part of that's just the population on our thing is just getting higher and higher. And we're apparently riding the fence on our power right now. But then we'll just scooch on up here, get ourselves some more wood. Keep things moving. Alright, one moment. And I'm imagining if we want to, we get the manual bike to make tomato salad. Did I miss tomato salad as a thing? Because that's what I'm sitting here looking at my giant mound of tomatoes being like, why can't I eat those? Like, what's the secret recipe I'm overlooking? Oh, you're using the potatoes. Oh, potatoes. Yeah, yeah, we're making the potato salads. Yeah, yeah. We got that going on, too. Alright, so I got fish back here. And then wood over here. Okay, so we got seaweed just off to the side here. There's other stuff over here. There's some more trees. All right. And go to all this. And the corn is at least another thing we can cook. But little by little, we're getting ourselves at least some more food options. That's fine. Oh, also, we should be looking at our research. I got the engineering more capacity to do on here. All right. Part of it is a bunch of these things should shut down, and when they do, we should be in much better shape for a lot of this. Okay. You can use the tomatoes for biowaste for poo? Yeah. I mean, I've been using the seaweed because the seaweed has no material cost, versus the tomatoes, each run I'm going to have to add more water to it, which adds more burden to my water. So it's effectively a burden to my firewood. Versus the seaweed is effectively free. Once you build that, it's infinite. Like, it's just there's no input material after you've built it. Yeah, so once we get the wood and that sorted, be able to go a bit farther. It looks like we got a big gap here. I could definitely potentially build more algae as well. And just increase the throughput there. It's probably not the best use, but it's low effort food, and if we're using literally all the algae, it means I can use more. And again, there's no input cost, so not much to add there. All right. Yeah, so we got the couple things behind us. Then it's going to be going up here and just grabbing fish and... I keep saying algae, seaweed and all that stuff. Yeah, okay, so we still actually have a decent amount of dry wood. So we got even more seaweed happening. And I need more plastic, but I want to make another. Okay. We're just working as hard as we can on reducing the weight of our stuff. We're just taking work. Alright, yeah, so we're just down to those last two things. That'll just be 1 or 2 laps to quickly grab. And you are here. Yeah, because already out of the 5,000 units of weight we can handle, we're at about 4,150, so we're pretty close to max weight, which is really hurting our ability to get around. Alright, that's one of the 2 markers done. We can go and get some fish, which will supplement our food for a little bit. Alright. We get a group of fish over there. But there's another group of fish. We got the trees to cut down. There's your group of fish. Okay, so we got plastic straight off that way. There's our group of fish down there. Okay. So we're grabbing this stuff as best we can as we work our way across. And that'll be a sudden influx of a lot of seaweed, which should help. And then the plastic will also help because I'll be able to put even more seaweed going on. Because there is a thing about the happier they are, the faster they move, which is certainly would help. But honestly, like, the efficiency of our people isn't my big bottleneck here. So, very genuinely, I could afford to have it not be as efficient. If we can just keep, you know, keep them going. Here, we're getting the last couple of these that we could potentially lighten the weight. We might literally have almost... Gotcha, just gotta... Like, the 1 or 2 algae farms are all I got I can really lighten up. Have 50 or more buildings upgraded with gas bags. Okay, we can grab more algae over here. Seaweed. It's still seaweed. It's always been seaweed. It'll always be seaweed. Get more fish. Alright, come on. Gonna get a bit more plastic going. Like I said, I'll get another seaweed farm. We'll just lean in trying to get the food magnified. We are bringing a decent amount of fish. I've got the gobblers. We've been holding off that because that's my source of the fish oil, which we've been using for a bunch of things. I probably should put that back in the recipes, though. To supplement that, and then we can worry about the oil if we get there. Because that's some food I have on board right now I could be making. Okay, and we're right about to be able to make another one of those. They're pretty costly on plastic, but for the time being, it's whatever. Alright, I think that's every building upgraded. Alright, let's go get the next fish. Your tent looks very different from the last time you were here. Yeah, we had all the, like, small storage in this area. We've slowly got rid of that, got our larger storages. We've got now our big farm going on. This is our industry area and housings over there. I still got room for one more. Right now, we're in a bad shape because of, we're kind of pushing the limit on our food. I'm trying to get that under control. But we're also slowly getting into a worse and worse shape so far as our ability to move around. The raft is just continuously getting heavier and heavier. And our power consumption's also not where it needs to be. We're going to get this food truck, and I'm suddenly just going to have so much food we can make, because I'm noticing how many things are qualified as ingredients I can't use right now. And I'm assuming the food truck is just the blocker on all of it. Okay, we got a ton of potatoes up ahead. We're managing to, like, hold off starvation. All right. And that's probably enough seaweed at that point. We should get ahead of this stuff. Yeah, and Islay is almost getting over their stuff. So we just got to keep getting those vents and masks and everything else made, and that'll be good. What am I missing for the masks, by the way? Mushrooms. That's fair. We got the medicine now, it'd be mushrooms as well. Meanwhile, I can go to you. Make you lighter. Alright, we're going to definitely stop there with the food expansions. Because if I keep going much longer than that, it's going to be a whole issue. Alright. There's so much farm on this thing. I'd like to get more potatoes in here so I can just fill out that little edge there where the trees are growing. But it's good to have our own trees growing on the platform now. I do wonder about all the flowers and all that. Do we have more research we can do? No, so next research, we'll have the electrician person, there's the chemist, there's the architect. There's so much to be built. And we're just giving the power a minute. But we definitely need to get electrical equipment going in a bad way. Because that'll let me get the food truck built, which would definitely help with the food crisis. It'll let me start getting some of these other materials we use for some of that stuff. But give me your potatoes. Your potatoes are mine. And give me your potatoes. Give me your fish. Give me your furniture. Alright, so we got the DJ here. He's nearly at max for handling liquids. Alright, so with those potatoes coming back, I'll probably be able to get that little stripe here of potatoes as well. And between like the potato salads and the fries and all the other stuff, I am hoping that'll be just another thing to settle food a bit. With the giant thing swimming by your town, it's just like background stuff. It's like a whale with horns. There we go. But it's not something you seem to be able to interact with in any meaningful way. So what we could definitely use is the manual bike here, because I do seem to have spare people standing around from time to time that should help keep our power stabilized a lot more. Captain, we spotted signs of life. There might be a survivor out there. Okay. Alright, we've marked it on your map. I really don't need more people, in all honesty. Like, if they're not a specialist, I really don't need more not specialist people. Like, you got people who don't have much to do. They're kind of standing around. And it is just kind of one of those things that we're kind of straining our food and all that. All right. Yeah, food is still hovering on the edge. It'll get there. Alright, so we take this one over here. There you are. The thing I'd rather push towards the specialist, if at all possible. As opposed to just grabbing another generic person. Let's have more ruins over there. Got the potatoes coming through. I just need to get that food truck online, because the big thing is I just want them to use the tomatoes. Because if nothing else, I'll get out of the inventory, I'll get that whole field actually making me food. We're not seeing more filters or anything right now, which is fine. Yeah, so just got that one thing of logs, and we can go over here, check out this stuff, check out that. We're going to pursue the specialist, not even worry about any of the other stuff. If we can get a good source of electronics. I mean, the big thing is actually going through these houses and slowly getting the pollution things. Because when we could dive those city ruins are really good. And I do have 2 of the houses fit to, reduce the impact of pollution. But I need them all to have it, at least in some capacity. Okay. Then go over here to you. Yeah, so that whale is just, you know, it's something just to add aesthetic. Doesn't really do anything per se. And maybe later on there's interactions with it. Oh, there we go, an electronics shop. I have direly needed that. So grab all these things. Alright, is there anything else we're missing here? We have more seaweed over there. Alright, we got another person gaining a level. So some luck that should give us some electronics that we can start building some of the stuff we're missing. We'll get the food truck online, and then I'm probably going to need to go into some of this stuff and make sure we're actually producing some of that stuff again. Because some of this stuff's been like just sitting there collecting. Probably get the bicycle as well. Probably like the food truck up here, maybe the bicycle over there. Because that should help a lot with the power. But for right now, we just gotta wait for them to get those components back. Because then we'll also want to upgrade some of these buildings, get them on the power grid, these kind of things. We are collecting a whole bunch of seeds. We're already almost half full. Not entirely sure what we'll do with a lot of those seeds. We'll figure it out. Let's see here. We also need to boost their moods more. Well, it actually looks like there's only 1 or 2 that don't have great moods. Because they're not eating fancy meals. Okay, so the electronics shop just got salvaged. So we should start seeing some electronics getting built. I mean, like I said, one of the big ones we need to get set up with that is under our food, getting the food truck made. If we can get the food truck made, that should give a lot of these ingredients that are just heaping up and give them a purpose. It'll be another power burden. And then we'll add the bike so that they can pedal, because that won't consume any materials that are, you know, limited in supply, and I have the extra labor available. Oh, you are way bigger than I gave you credit for. Look, man. So that's a bit of an annoyance because of how far that is. But it's fine. Okay, so here's the food truck. So make infinite fish and chips, make infinite fish tacos, make infinite gobbler rolls. We can go into our stuff here. We got all that new fancy food. Let's actually make the really fancy stuff, but only at like 20 for right now. There's plastic wraps. Where do I make plastic wraps? Build a town tugger? Alright, before we get too far into that, the point is we got more food happening, the electrical's happening, or electronics happening. So while they've got that going, let's use those materials. Okay, we're waiting on another one of these. I'm hoping those were consumed into other materials already. Because that's why it's appearing. Because it's sometimes hard to keep track of what material... Okay, so we got another one there. Alright, so let's get the bicycle. Gonna put that over here. Meanwhile, you don't have what you need for that, that's fine. Meanwhile, I could put another power pole here. And that'll let us at least double up the amount of power we're generating. And you start working on what's at 75%. Alright. So that means they should have 2 people able to run working on the power. Oh, there's actually fish back here I missed. So just waiting for some of the power stuff to come online. A big thing that's happening right now is because we just got that food truck going, that it's going to eat up a bunch of our power while it's playing catch up with all those ingredients we already made. Yeah, we're making mounds of fish and chips. But that's okay. They're very quickly going through our fried fish. Let's double check. What was the fried fish made from? Because it was the little fish and what else? Oh, it was over here. Ah, it's flour and fish. And you're just potatoes. Gotcha. It wasn't the fish oil, it was all I was checking. Oh, we actually have some power. Let's use it while we got it. Okay. So real quick and grab your level. Okay, you're already salvaging that. Got a range. Alright, so we're missing the trees directly in front and the building to the right. It's always ones that it needs to be toggled, retoggled. Cool. So the interesting thing is I now have 2 of these going pretty much constantly, and the power is not keeping up. Which was not one of the things I was expecting. But with that said, we're already down to the last 8 fish, so we are getting our fishing chips properly booked up and everything. Let's also go into our recipes here. For the potatoes, where's our fries? So we're dropping the potato fries down to 20. We're dropping those down to 20. I will allow the fish and chips to be 50. You allow all these final ingredient ones to be 50, but those interim ones, we reduce those. Plastic wraps. Yeah, so you can just make floaters. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, it's one of those things, it's really consuming a lot of power right now, but that should fall off here in a minute because we're about to run out of the fish. And then we're not going to have more fish for a little bit here, at which point the power should start to stabilize. It's also because we got this stuff running back here because of all our construction and all that. I'd love to get some of this stuff switched over to using electricity instead, but that'll be a thing that has to wait. Meanwhile, and I've been holding off on this, you're all fine. It's one of you that was making our tools. Right, and we paused those. I want to get those back online. They're going to eat up more of our electronics, but it's going to need to happen. And then meanwhile, you got you. There you go. And you, why are you always salty? They don't stay sad very long when it happens. Okay. There's the fish. Chop the trees. Get the plastic. Chop the trees. I probably don't need to be, like, we've been just sending it because I've had so much metal, there's not been a reason to not chop the trees. But we are getting to the point that I really don't need that much anymore. There's no additional research I can do right now. No. We need other specialists, which we are working our way towards our next specialist slowly. It's just a matter of resources. Okay, so you can let that sit for a moment and recover its power. Alright, Bassett, you take a good one. And you sleep well and all good stuff. Yeah, so like wood's been doing good, all things considered. We are starting to burn our electronics to make more stuff, which is not the greatest, but it is going to need to happen eventually. We haven't made... Ooh, we actually got the rotor. Cool. So we just fully upgraded the town heart. Alright, so let's look at our quest things here. Tug life. Build a town tugger. Town tugger requires more electronics, increases the weight capacity of your town. So we're probably going to need that because right now we're pushing the limits, but it is yet another thing that I need electronics for. Alright, so we got fish way over here. All right. Okay, so we got all that queued up. So once we get those fish and the plastic behind us, we're just going to keep on moving along here, grabbing everything we can. They just all keep leveling up more and more. Now the good news is our food and our water have like fully stabilized. That we're no longer just hemorrhaging stuff. The power is dicey, but I think that's just going to be the nature of the beast. We need to get to the polluted area to get the materials I need to deal with the pollution. Because almost all of it depends on mushrooms, which are depleted areas only. Which is no polluted area. I mean, well, that looks like farm. That's city up there. That looks like farm, but that's where we're going. So we'll probably just follow this up here and come on over. And maybe we'll take like a quick break to hit up a polluted area if we have the opportunity to go and snag some mushrooms and all that to try and get as many of our houses fitted as possible. So we can combat the pollution. I also noticed I still didn't see an option. There's got to be a use for tomatoes. So use the tomatoes with the fish tacos. Is that literally the only recipe that uses tomatoes? Hmm. And we've got the corn stockpiling. And the corn needed what? The corn's just firewood. Oh, and we are getting our gobbler rolls. Okay, so we're still waiting on the plastic. That's fine. It's surprised they don't have more stuff we use tomatoes with. There might be more. I shouldn't say that. It might be one of those things that later on, when we get more animals or whatever, new recipes will probably get unlocked that puts that to some kind of use. Okay, so you gained a level. People are generally getting into a better mood as our food is getting more better. Okay, so it's got that one last thing of plastic to pick up. and there'll be time to move. Surprisingly, that seaweed is still not keeping up at all. Like, we have 6 of those going, and we are just consuming all of the seaweed. The wood's fine. It is being chopped into firewood. Alright. So we got the pine grove. Quickly running out of stuff over there. Man, it's the whole thing that even after adding an extra building for power, and them going pretty much from the moment the sun comes up to pretty constantly, that are just our powers being utterly obliterated. But on the other hand, our food went from barely treading water to we're at 112 now, as it's all those meals that have been stockpiled are slowly getting cooked. Okay, so you'll probably finish the plastic here in just a minute. And I do think we go this way. Because we're going to aim to go through here. This looks like farmland. And hit up whatever that's got going on. I'd like to find mushroom trees. Yeah, at this point, Islay is, who is one of our main scavengers. She's pretty much in the clear. She's still technically, oh, I'm sorry. Alright, so let's go this way. Okay, so again, our tree off to the right. Yeah, we'll keep chopping them. I was looking, being like, okay, we're actually starting to burn through our scrap enough to maybe discuss skipping trees, and working on other things, because the wood is just in a great shape. But at the same time, we have a near perpetual firewood upkeep going on. So don't really see a need not to. What are you making right now? Ah, you're making your seaweed sheets. And then the seaweed sheets are getting used for the gobbler rolls. Gotcha. That's fine. It's more food. And it's yummy, so it makes people happy. You can probably go to some of these halfway buildings here. Yeah, so you're flounder. So you're gobbler. So that's also gobbler and seaweed. So let's take that one out of production. I mean, I guess we can leave it in production, because all of those, they'll produce a certain number, and then they'll stop. So we can go here to some of those recipes there, the interim ones. Make these interim ones only 20. And then, like, the more advanced, nicer, like, yummy ones, we make those 50. So that way a lot of the ingredients go to that spare stuff there. Alright. Cool. Didn't mean to do that. Go get me more seaweed. More firewood. More trees. And was there anything else in range? Okay, now let me hit up the tree set right in front of me. Alright. It'll be interesting once I get, like, the electronics I'm assuming as we convert it all over to electricity, it'll stop using the firewood, which will then massively reduce our burden on the firewood, but it will massively increase the burden on the electricity. And then my assumption of what we would do from there is you'd turn around here and you'd get something like the wood-powered generator to kind of switch that to where you can feed the firewood in there to keep the power being produced all the time, and you've got that juggle going on. Yeah, so we're just waiting on the wood behind us. But that requires electronics, and that means I gotta find a city. We're just inching along towards the next city. And you're making my metal plates. And I've got that queued up to make the aluminum sheets, but we haven't seen anything like that. Do we even have that on the list here? Yeah, okay, just making sure. Now we finally have it where our seaweed is starting to properly collect. That's good news. Because it means I'm finally producing enough seaweed to keep everything going. The downside is our inventory is basically full. Okay. And a big part of that is I'm sitting on almost 200 dried wood. Because I'm deforesting the existence. All of creation is being deforested and shoved into my inventory. Now we build these, we'll try and lighten them up. Okay, so I have all that to work on. That's fine. So we're just waiting on those last two. That'll only take a second, then we can move on to the next spot. Keep clearing. Alright, which salvage marker? Alright, cool. And take you and just keep on sailing up this way. Alright, so we got more seaweed over here. Scout the area. Alright. Yes, that's also farmland up there. Right now, I'm going to skip on those trees. We're up to like 200 now. It's just not really worth my time. Like, we've been just dealing with so much. I've been deleting all of my metal to get wood. Because previously it was metal, or sorry, yeah, previously wood was a major problem. Yeah, the dead trees I'll still take because they don't cost me anything. But the trees I need to use the axes for. We won't. Alright. Oh, I could probably reach that farm. Okay, we'll just keep grabbing all these stuff. And we're almost to the point of reaching our next person. There we go, we revealed more map. Yeah, we spied signs of life. There might be a survivor out there. Okay. Alright, I'll mark it on your map. Way to be cold-hearted, Captain. You know, I'm just like, we could save lives and all that, but you're like, nah, fam, just gonna let that dude die. Happy with our current status quo. When did you come to the establishment, man? I thought we were better to this, making it better tomorrow. Alright. It shouldn't be too bad. Like, that's obviously another place where you get more people. Derelict bike and scrap. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a city block that'll be polluted. So I think it's going to be those things that we go up here, catch this one, and if it doesn't make us chase it all over the place, which is... it'll probably make us chase it all over the place. We hit those city... I mean, honestly, we might hit the city ruins anyways, because that'll still help us on a lot of stuff, because that'll be a good source of electronics. And the stuff for getting the pollution back off our people. Yeah, so they're all salvage markers for the most part now. You know where you can get treated plank? So the treated plank, you get that from... what's the name of the building? Was it you? Yeah, so treated plank, you get that from the hydraulic press. So you gotta research and build a hydraulic press. Yeah, no problem. That's kind of one of the things that got me snagged for a long time. Is I didn't have the hydraulic press, and it's holding me up on a lot of stuff. Right now, my pain point's the electronic that I need more because we weren't able to handle our pollution for a long time, and I finally got what I need to do it. But now I need to go buy those ruins to get myself more materials. Yep, just waiting for those. You need more mushrooms for filters? Exactly. That's exactly where we're at, is I just need to go to those polluted areas, scooch along the sides, let them just snag some mushrooms here and there. So I can keep building the filters and the respirators and all that, so that we can handle going into the pollution. The irony of we must face the pollution to be able to face the pollution. Wait a second. Alright. Cool. Once one of those goes away, it'll be a lot easier, because I can just swing a little ways that way or a little ways this way. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also need... I love that this TTS tried. There was an effort. But thank you, Hello Peachy. I really do appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I do really appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Did it say Hello Nyaki? I don't know what TTS is doing with that, but sure. Where's the fish? Ah, fish are like right there. There you go. I should be able to scooch on over this way. Go and take the water just because. And we want to go that way. We just turned because of these. I mean, let's actually see what that bike shop has. Before I say that, that bike shop might literally have stuff I want. It's not encouraging. No, not really. Those don't mean much to me. There'd be some scrap metal, but we're not hurting on that. Instead, we can go over here and get the electronics specialist. Because then the hope is I'll be able to put that to use. Oh, there's a tiny bit of plastic right over there. Where's that? Or I saw the other marker on here. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, so just waiting with this and I can start turning around. Inventory's doing fine, all that stuff. Getting more fish, food is in good shape, water's in good shape. Wood is completely unreasonably overabundant. Alright, so with this, we are now working our way over this way. Which is going to be dependent on starting to clear out some inventory. Or not inventory. Clearing out some of the, stuff so that we can actually move. Okay, so you can run over here. Get more wood queued up. We already hit that. We're heading that way. So right now it's a matter of, we do produce electricity, but it's kind of when, like, the food truck is not currently in operation, everything's fine. Okay, so you want the gobbler, you want the flounder. In that case, we can go down here. That's fine. You just keep doing your thing, you'll get there. Meanwhile, we have you getting our point scavenging. Okay, so that's a polluted biome. We can get mushrooms from there. At least I think that's a polluted biome. Is it a polluted biome? Yeah, it's a polluted biome. I'm going to scooch the side here. I did see mushrooms up the way. Yeah, because that one doesn't have, but that looks like the polluted woods might have mushrooms for me. We just kind of want to squeak around the edge here. We get ourselves a little bit exposure to pollution from the fish over there. All right. Yeah, so just going to kind of sneak along the edge here. We're going to try and snag some mushrooms. Because if we get the mushrooms, we can start getting more and more people what they need to reduce their pollution exposure and all that. So I do have 3 scavengers and 2 fisher people out at the same time. Okay. All right, and people are once again starting to get exposed. All right. It's just firewood. Okay, we can work on snagging this stuff. We already got a couple. Well, I mean, we only have the one rotor. That's fine. Come on, mushrooms. Yeah, give me them mush. All right. So I can get the next person in here, who's now max construction. All right, so what should happen here is we'll be able to collect those mushrooms. Those will end up becoming filters and masks and stuff like that. And then we can go to the various houses, and whoever's got the highest pollution exposure, which is currently DJ here, we can go to their house, check the upgrades, and we can go add like the air filter, the sleep respirator, or whatever we actually get built. And that's just how we're going to go through, is whoever's got the worst exposure, they get the upgrade. You know, if we give that a minute, we can let our energy recover. Now we should be able to get the power plant, which will help a great deal. Granted, we're just not getting power because we're using it all. I have wood like right next to me. Let's grab that. It's free, which is the best price. You explored that. Yeah, it's more farmland over there. That looks like it's proper urban maybe over here. We need to find one of those areas because that's where we got a lot of electronics previously. Okay, we did get all the mushrooms. Let's see. Not seeing any respirators yet. Or filters. We'll just have to wait for those to happen. Yeah, so we're kind of just stuck here for the moment with the power. Everything's trying to run right now because we just got lots of goodies. So we got the press going and all that. Okay, so we got our first respirator. So it's either 2 filters or 2 respirators is what I need to get the thing to reduce exposure. More people gaining levels. Alright, power's finally starting to go back up. So inched just the tiniest bit forward. But that might be enough. Yo! Please help! Electric eels made a nest in the turbine intake. They're overcharging the systems. The lightning zoo in there. We'll need protective gloves to get in there safely. Hurry! I don't think I can take much more of this. I have the gloves, that's fine. Give me the firewood. Give me the eels. Give me the circuitry. Give it all. You like the art style of the game? Yeah, no, it's got a solid aesthetic. Okay, so DJ here. Their household has currently the highest pollution. So boom. 400%. And then the next contestant is Sammy, two legs, whatever. Your house. Boom. 400%. That's all we need to do is just go through those houses, and as we can get some mushrooms, just add the filters one by one. Because all those means every time they sleep, they get a bunch of that pollution off. Oh, you're not actually in range. Okay, so we're just kind of parked here waiting then. I was going to wait for some of these production buildings to pause what they're doing. Because at the moment, we're making a bunch of fancy stuff. Yeah, so it's Gobbler, you... Yeah, all three fish type we can get over here. We're processing the pollution off of the fish. But the only disappointment is when you upgrade the house and the gas bags disappear. Well, that'd be super annoying. It's not the end of the world, but also super annoying. I guess the workaround there would be you build the house, and if you add the gas bags, you then disassemble the house, you know, then rebuild it for, like, having the material cost gone. I don't know. I'm curious if, like, they just forgot to make sure that the upgrades kept their stuff or something. Okay. Now we're starting to get a little bit of power. It's just a disappointing, not a terrible thing. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Okay, so that should put it close enough that we can snag it. We've already got that queued. Then you can go back here and grab the wood. Alright. So basically parked ourselves right up there by the edge. Snag that stuff. Then you can, like, work our way around, go for the mushroom grove. Because it seems like that first mushroom grove gave me 2 respirators worth of materials. Alright, it looks like our power's all stabilized. So I can move around again if we want. Yeah, when it just... Yeah, no, these kind of games, like, even though there's a lot here, it usually isn't, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to do a playthrough or something like that. Very few games of that. Stop giving me the dialogue. I want to see the thing. Get that person. Yes, they should get them. Yeah, no one's in too bad of a pollution state yet. Whew, you pulled me out just in time. The town's got some zing to it. Hate to ask another favor, but getting electroshock to generate a hefty appetite. I could go for a... Wait. You're still cooking with firewood? Sorry. There's no way this puppy keeps up with my appetite. But I can earn my keep. I'll research the blueprints where we'll wire up an electric grill. Cool. So we can go here. And now we have all of the electricity stuff ever to deal with. Alright. So with that, we're going to go and grab all those electronic components out of that. And we'll work on getting stuff around there. You still want me to build the town tugger. Town tugger, but I need more old electrical. I wonder if they'll give us a building to turn some of the base materials into electrical scrap or something. That feels like something you could end up doing is taking lower tier materials to make it into higher tier materials as things go along. Just, you know, at a loss. Okay. It does make me curious. Where I thought it was, just that. Yeah, so I'm assuming with the electric grill that I actually would still... No, this one doesn't label as requiring research. We'll figure it out. Did you already finish the plant? I'm just sitting here for no reason. Okay, there they go. Sometimes that happens, like when you move around, they just like forget that they're supposed to be doing something. That's fine. Yes, that's the boundary of the map. It seems like the map, it may not truly go on infinitely in a direction, but it feels like it kind of does. They have a start point, just can keep going deeper and deeper. I do wonder if it eventually starts, like, deleting the stuff behind you. What would be your blurb on this game? Like Rat meets Rimworld or something? The way I've been describing it is thematically, it's Raft. Except instead of being a survival crafter, it's a city builder. But it's not Rimworld in the sense there isn't, like, no like, random hostile events or anything like that, or storyteller stuff causing, like, mood breaks and that kind of stuff. So I don't think, like, the Rimworld analogy is a really good fit. But it is a survival city builder. It's not, like, super sweaty or anything like that. But you just kind of go around in, like, a water world type thing, looking for materials, and then, like, you don't have the ability to endlessly sustain yourself just sitting there. You have to seek out more materials. So it is just kind of a matter of, like, moving around, doing all that stuff little by little. Alright. But yeah, so it is just a thing. Like, right now, my raft is incredibly heavy. So I can't really go very far very fast because of how much weight I'm dragging. And then we also don't have very good power generation. So it's the same thing where I go just a little ways, I drain my power, it just takes a while for it to catch back up. So it's just something I gotta work on. Alright, so we're getting to the point now where our seaweed is kind of maxing out. That's okay. It could just sit there for right now. It'll probably be a thing that over time I'll end up having stuff to spare with that. I do have one circuit board available. So let's go here. We didn't have a new building here, but we can go ahead and make the town tugger. That should satisfy the engineer's quest line. My assumption is the town tugger is just another engine or whatever. And it also has its own requirements for power, which will certainly not escalate things and make them worse. Good work, Hotshot. Now let's link it up to the town heart electrical grid to spread the energy load. That's fine. We'll just get you hooked up to the power grid here. It'll definitely need to... Boom! Problem solved for now. If the town keeps growing, you'll need a few of these. Good thing I came along. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got robots to dream about and scrap to yell at. Okay, continue working on that. And we can go to you. Increases the weight capacity. So it increases the weight capacity by about 50%, so 2,500. So that's a pretty nice boost. I assume it drains my power faster. Wee bit. Alright, so we can go here. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Alright. A cold call, a low battery ping pulsing from abandoned restaurant's freezer. Sure. Low energy warning. Freezer energy reserve at 4%. Recommend immediate action. That's a maintenance ping from a restaurant freezer. Back in the day, the fancy places had smart units like this. If it's still humming, it might be holding food. Over there. Cool. In the meantime, though, go here. You've already been ransacking that. Go give me the seaweed. Go give me the wood. All right, we got goodies up here. Okay, so we can go over here. Give me the stuff off of that. I'll take a pile of axes. Give me the gross stuff there. Give me the mushrooms. Really not many, unfortunately. But we got polluted water up ahead. These areas here are usually really good loot, but always seems to be in pollution. So what we'll probably try to do... I also just noticed we got our first electric eels. We'll probably try to do is stockpile some water going into it. Oh, electric desalinizer. Oh, you're an entirely different animal. Versus if I upgrade you... Yeah, we'll want to wait on that, I think. Well, okay, let's get our wood power generator. Because what we can do then is we get a wood power generator. We'll hook that up to the power grid. And then with that, I can start switching everything over. Because my concern is if I don't get a way of producing power a bit better, that'll be a whole thing. And I've got enough wood right now, and I've been able to get a hold of it fast enough. That should be a thing that helps. But also the idea is I'll be gradually transitioning stuff to using electricity instead of firewood. That, in theory, I could just use the firewood as fuel instead. Oh, I should set the fishing over here. Where are those fish? Okay. Okay, so that is now running. So now let's try going to our first of our water desalinizers and flip that over. And I'm curious if when we upgrade that, does it ultimately... Yeah, it becomes the other building. That's fine. So then my assumption here is that will no longer require firewood. Versus you do. We will need to go to you. And connect you. Yep, and no longer is it taking any of that. And now it's just burning power. Alright. Now back to what I was saying before. Oh, you got bigger water containers. That's good. That's been a long time coming. Cool, so that means we could probably start flipping those over to getting the bigger water containers as well. But yeah, so as we get the electronic stuff, we're going to want to flip that over. Surprisingly, we grabbed those mushrooms, and I don't think we got a single extra filter out of that. Which is a bit surprising. And how are we doing? The scrapsmith, we've got the thing there. Which one is the scrapsmith? Okay, don't do that. When you get the electronic thing, we'll upgrade you to be electrical as well. Alright. So now we're just doing the gradual conversion over to using electricity. And then we'll end up having to add different types of support to keep that all going. Alright. So I was really hoping for more mushrooms before we start diving in there. But that's okay. So what the plan from here is going to be is once we go to head in, I'm going to turn off the desalinators. That way the desalinators aren't just dumping pollution on us until such time that the water goes there. Isn't it the last area of Raft? I mean, Raft is a totally different game. We've had multiple cities we've gone through already. Man, a Raft had like the giant structures with all that. Alright. Oh, with this adding, how much storage did you add? 30? Yes, let's go to our production limit on the water. You're now 100. Yes, like I said, we want to get that water topped off as best we can. And then we're going to go in there, try and snag all the electronics and other goodies we can. And then as the water starts to deplete, we'll back out. That should be able to uptech us a lot. And you've already got all your houses. So let's go over here, build housing, the nicer house. Get that sorted. And what would it take for another water container? There you go. So I can go here. 120. Oh, I'm sorry. I can math. We'll want to go back in there. 130. Like I said, the goal here is to get as much water as possible so I can pop in, grab stuff, and get out of there. And reduce these weights as possible. You've got all your upgrades. You don't have upgrades. There's your upgrades. There you go. We're literally going to be upgrading that. It's fine. Okay, so you finished your research. We're just getting all the things that depend on that and switching them over. But that's all depending on electrical. So that'll let me get advanced electrical. Then we'll be able to get solar power. I'm assuming solar power is going to have some pretty involved materials. But then we'll be able to start going and putting solar power down. And the assumption there is the solar power, you know, I need a mix of storage and solar to keep things running 24/7 kind of deal. Yeah, then we have a lot of stuff we can go and start upgrading one by one by one. Food, we're great. Water, we're getting there. Keep reducing the weight. We are burning through that wood way faster than I was anticipating. Alright, so the thing we're doing is turn it off. Turn it off. We're on the move. Captain, we spot signs of light. There might be a survivor out there. Okay. Alright, I'll mark it on the map. You know, they're probably just gonna die if you don't go and help, but, like, you know, if you don't want to make it a priority, that's certainly a choice. A highly unethical one that I do not personally support. But, you know, I guess it's your choice or some stuff. Okay, so let's start grabbing everything we can that isn't bolted down. Okay, so we might be able to go. Alright, so I can't physically pass through blocks. I didn't think so, but I hadn't tried yet, so. Alright. Okay, we'll leave it at that for right this second. That's good enough right now. I turned you off. Stop it. I see. I see. That's fine. So I turned it off so we're not exposing more people to pollution than we need to. Alright, so we're going to let them start just grabbing everything that isn't bolted down. And they'll be bringing back electronics and all that kind of stuff, all of which will help us. Okay, so as soon as that's done, we'll get advanced electronics. And then with that, I should be able to get solar power online. So we want to keep an eye on this stuff because we are slowly going to be building up pollution on everyone. We just want to make sure we get back out of here before things get too bad. Cool, so I finished that one. So there's the advanced electronics. I was really worried about the speed we're going through that firewood. Like, that picked up speed a lot. Yeah, there's a bunch here. And I did get some chunks of a solar panel way back, but I don't remember what I actually got from it. Okay. But all in all, things are going like really smoothly in here. The pollution is building, but not at any alarming rate. We can grab all this stuff and we can just scooch out of here. The water is slowly depleting. Eventually I'll have to turn it back on, and then the problem there is we'll start exposing everyone to pollution as that's doing its thing. Okay, let's get a little bit more in here. We're just trying to grab all the goodies we can. Let's get the plastic, we'll get the metal supplies. There we go, that's as far as I can move right now. Alright, how are we doing? Have you found a source of mushrooms that is not pollution areas? No, I'm pretty sure that's literally the only one. I'm fairly certain the only place you can get mushrooms is in the pollution. So you got a pollution dive to get the mushrooms, to get the filters, and then get back out of the pollution to build your things to protect you against the pollution. There'll be some amount of pollution exposure that's unavoidable. Alright. So the good news, we're still at like almost 60 water. And so you are actually getting through a lot more ruins as expecting. It's expecting to be like one quick dip in there and one, like race back out. But while we are building up our pollution stat, it's really nice and slow. I think it'll escalate a lot if I have to start processing processing more fresh water from the polluted water. I think that's when it's gonna start really hurting. But if I can keep up the pace of just ransacking one place to the next, and just speeding along will be good. Alright, so we got a bunch more electrical scrap. Is there something else we needed to make? So we've got an oil-powered generator, which is cool, but I don't really have a great source for the oil. We've got all of those built. I mean, the big thing is honestly probably just doing a lot of upgrades. Yeah, it's going to be upgrading what we've already got to their next levels and all that. Alright, well, let's make great decisions. So upgrade you. I'm going to upgrade you. I'm going to upgrade you. And our power grid is about to hate its existence. And then we'll probably save any electrical we have after that. And the reason I'm going to save that is for whatever solar panels cost. I'm assuming they're going to require those electrical and probably more advanced materials. That'll keep us hydrated as long as the power's on. Thanks for everything. I know I ask a lot, but now the whole town gets to benefit. Oh, you're not quite done. Okay. So turn all these back on. Alright, so everyone's pollution rating is still doing relatively good. We're still collecting all the good stuff there. Now, we are going to be consuming way more power than we were before. Like, to problematic levels. But I'm just kind of low-key holding out that we're going to unlock the solar power and be able to do something with that. Let's change you to have a threshold of 25%. So that way they'll use all the other power things first. And only kick on the fuel-hungry one when power's starting to get dicey. Okay, so we're waiting on that. As soon as I get that one out on the edge, I'll probably start working my way over and grab those mushrooms on the flyby. Because we're down to about 40 water before I need to be out on the other side starting to recoup my water. Again, the pollution's not bad. And honestly, I might be able to afford letting the water production burn for a while, building up the toxic a bit. We can see where it gets to. Just trying to keep a close eye on it, though, because it feels like one of those things that can easily get away from you. Where everything's fine, and then suddenly you look and go, why is my pollution starting to pile up? That definitely did not improve things. What are the bars near the people's portraits? These ones? That's how much pollution exposure they've got. If it fills up, they'll get a disease. And then you have to use kind of expensive materials to cure it. That's the reason why we're kind of chilling here, working on this stuff. And then, like, once things start to get low, we'll make a break to get out of here. Looking to see how toxic things can get? Yeah, no, we broke open the, exactly, that's going to the same thing. It's like, yeah, we opened up any popular YouTube video and looked at the comments section. We just really wanted to expose ourselves to some proper levels of toxicity. Yeah, so all our salvage boats are out there right now, collecting the materials. Where are our salvage boats? Okay, so we got that spot handled. Alright. Cool, so as you can see, we're just kind of moving around, just scooping up everything we can. Alright, so still only about halfway, so we're doing relatively okay so far. Yeah, it's kind of limited how far we can go. We'll want to go here. Alright, so we're officially at the point where we're going to have to start blasting ourselves with pollution, so get it on. Alright, so now we gotta watch, because that pollution's gonna start going up way faster now. Because our water's getting too low. So we're just gonna be pretty much dumping noxious gas on ourselves. Another building I realize I don't have. I don't think I have the unbottler, do I? Okay, we got our next research done, so solar power is officially in progress. Okay. Yeah, so you can see DJ is slowly getting some more pollution. We can get away with this for a while. As long as our power holds up. But yeah, so there'll be some more mushrooms there. We can grab some more of this. So I'm thinking we kind of sweep over this way, because that's our next thing anyways. We'll sweep over this way, grabbing what we can of value. We've got our salvagers doing the best they can. So just got to keep a close eye on that pollution. We don't want to push it too high, but the moment it starts to push the, high-ish, we just need to get out of the polluted area. And we've got a bunch of stuff to help us recover from a lot of this. But we'll just continue to make the filters and all that with the mushrooms we get a hold of. To slowly but surely get it to where we can recover from the pollution as needed. Alright. It'd be a really big thing when you get the solar panels, though. Because having, like, properly renewable power. That's encouraging when you see your power grid completely and utterly bottom out with everything going. Because I can't do anything when that's going on. Are you creating the purple cloud? Yeah, so the water's polluted, and we have to get more water. We were getting low. So I'm desalinating the polluted water, and we're just dumping that pollution up in the air around us. That was the reason I made the comment that it's about to get pretty rough. Is before we were just using our water we had already converted in the clean water, but we were running low, so I had to turn on the desalinator. And once I did that, now we're dealing with the problem of gassing our own people, which is causing the pollution to go up a lot for our people. Okay, so we've only got like 2 more locations to hit here. We'll let that go for a little while, and then I could probably cut it back off. Yeah, let's cut off one of these for now. So hopefully we'll reduce quite how aggressive we were hitting all this. Actually, I don't know if they stack or not, so we're going to turn them both back off. We get ourselves back up to... That's not what I want. I want that button. So that should hopefully slow down the rate that we're building up the pollution. And it'll get a chance for the power grid to recover. Alright. So we've got almost everything in range here grabbed. Like I said, we're just going to work our way out of the pollution here. Want to grab those mushrooms. They're what we use to make our filters and our masks and all that. Is that building even running? That'd be over here, because... Gotcha. You stopped producing. You stopped producing. You're fine. Gotcha. So both those are waiting on medicine now. Just your arm. Give the game a try. It's good. I've been very much enjoying it. I just need to get that plastic picked up. Honestly, I'm not sweating the plastic so much. I just need enough power to get up here to get those mushrooms and this stuff. We're going to end up needing to look for more hospitals now. I need to get out of this area. For right now, turn that building off. Let our power recover. Because we need to get out of here. Okay. We don't really need to... I mean, that's fine. Go get that pollution. Alright, we need to go to you. Keep boosting that. That's not the way I want you to go. That's not useful at all. There we go. So pretty soon we have to turn the water production back on. We can go ahead and put down the stuff with the plastic over here. Water's getting dangerously low. Okay, and this will definitely be those ones that we hop in and we won't be back for a little while. I'd really like to get you cleaned up. The dead trees, we want the rooftop circuitry. And then we can beeline it out of here, because I'm pushing my luck here again. Because DJ here is getting pretty high exposure, and we're also getting to the point I'm going to have to get the water up and running. You got the fishing marker. So we just got that one building back behind us. Then we're going to basically go as far as we can across here so we can grab those mushrooms. Hey, Ginger Tap, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate it. Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Alright, these are going to have to turn back on. But thanks for the raid. Playing some The Elder Scrolls Online, so if you're looking for that, you can find that over there. Definitely recommend checking out for good old stuff like that. We got our solar panels tech. So I gotta get this going because people are in. All right, so we gotta hustle. We gotta move. We got to go. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn these off for a second, so I can hopefully get my power real fast, and then we just gotta leave. We've overstayed what we can afford to overstay. But thanks so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and whatnot. Oh, we actually did get the salvage in last second. Nice. But we are in trouble. Because we're out of water. We got people nearly maxed out on pollution. I'm gonna have to turn one of those on. I'm trying to get the power going. You, turn that off. I need the power. Stop using it. You, turn that off. Need the power. Stop doing it. Cool, so we got power happening fast. Go! I need to get across the polluted area to really quickly get water. I had to go over to see what farther looks like, because a handful of days you got stuck in it. Gotcha. Yeah, and this is day 2, so far as, like, stream-wise. Okay, so we should be in the clear. Let's get our water production turned on right away. Is there an easy way to see what buildings I turned off? Because I was just slam. Okay, yeah, there's a little off thing there. Alright. So we should be on the other side of the pollution. So we just need to let things run. Okay. We watched the Wholesome Snack Direct and then did some ESO questing. Nice. Oh yeah, the wholesome Snack Direct. Yeah, no, I heard there was a couple pretty solid game announcements that came out of that. That's fun stuff. Right, so for the solar panel, I need advanced electronics. Do we still make those? I don't know where we get advanced electronics. Gonna add another pedal bike to try and supplement everything. Yeah, so advanced electronics. Let's see if we got anything new over here. We do. Advanced electronics. Need to find a home for you that isn't in the way of everything. Alright, so you can grab here. Expand the dock. We can go here. There we go. I'll need to put down our power pole. And temporarily, I'm going to use more people pedaling to counter all that. Meanwhile, we got all you leveling and all that stuff. Yeah, no, I heard good things about it. I need to go through. I got the email that, like, of what games got covered and all that. I haven't had a chance to look back at the wholesome snack thing. For those that don't know what that is, it's basically kind of what do I want to call it? It's kind of like a show that just covers like games that are coming up, that kind of stuff that, you know, would fall into like the wholesome category, that kind of deal. So like the devs behind I Am Future have their new, like, it's like early 2000s Tokyo themed like electronics repair shop where you kind of like disassemble the things, you like clean them off, all that stuff. They turn the wood generator. Well, I never turned off the wood generator. That's been on the whole time. I just turned down the power, like how low it has to go before it kicks on. Okay, so with this, we get both of those turned up. We're going to want to go to our supply stuff here. Grab 10 of those. Actually, make it less than that. 5 of those. 5 of these. So what I don't know is where to get that metal from. Because it needs aluminum, and we don't know the source of the aluminum. Yeah, so right now what we're dealing with is we're kind of stuck where we're struggling on water because my power isn't holding up. We added another bike for them to run on, so that they're supplementing our power farther. And that should help. We are slowly getting the water, and then people are drinking it and recovering and all that stuff. It's going to take us a hot minute to recover that. Oh, well, that's because every one of our buildings that kind of got turned off for a minute are all coming back online now. And it's going to take us a little while to stabilize. I'm out of metal scrap. Huh. Okay, that's certainly something I didn't expect. Lost and Found Company, now release date with February 11th. You excited to play it? Gotcha, cool. Like I said, I gotta circle back and see what's even was in there. Oh, we also have fish directly in front of me we can be fishing. Yeah, so we should be fine. It's just gonna take us a little while to get everything sorted. Yeah, because we're making all our fish and chips and all that, so our food's getting handled. We're getting all our other stuff going real well. So it's just a matter of some of these buildings will catch up to what we got going now, and then they'll turn off, and then our power should stabilize. Because I don't want to build a second wood-fired generator, because I'm really genuinely concerned if I do, we will just run out of wood. Okay, you got that all picked up. Yeah, all these escalating. I've got, it is going to be a thing that probably our power is going to be in really dire straits until we get the solar, just because with solar, each panel I put down means we're just solid. The big thing I'm missing is those advanced circuits. Yeah, luckily I only need one per solar panel. Not sure why. So you're all thirsty, but I do have water right now. You just have to go get it. So at this point, continuing to be thirsty is a life choice, not a struggle. No, but seriously, why are you not getting yourself something to drink? There we go. No, we're not. Okay, so grabbed everything in range, but like I said, we're kind of immobilized until our power stuff starts to settle. Which is getting there, because this just shut off, because there's nothing left for it to make. We got some of these other ones back here that are going to be shutting off because they won't have anything left to make. Okay, and the people who are thirsty are all getting their water and dropping off of being thirsty. And these should all start running more efficiently as we're taking more and more stuff off the grid so far as producing. You are still way behind in the fish and chips. But that should be starting to wrap up soon. Yeah, because you just got some more fish and all that stuff. They still use power unless you turn them off? Well, that's just dumb. Really? Because I really don't want to sit here and have to manage... Doesn't seem to be noticeably making a difference. Are you 100% sure they still use power even? Because those are the ones that were all just sitting there idling. Yeah, no, like, if I turn this one off, our power should go fine, but that's because it's actively running. I would be extremely surprised if an idle building still uses power. Like, that would be something that would honestly genuinely bother me with the game if that is the case. Like, yeah, in real life it should use a tiny amount of power, but, like, the active thing drawing the power is the big one. But I do not want to sit there and manually turn on and off the building. That's the kind of thing where the amount I don't want to deal with that is I would just close the game and be like, I'm doing something else. It's a good game, but that would be just tedious to deal with. Like, it's one thing, again, this thing is actively running. Because what's killing us with the power right now is I've got the fryer going on. So that fryer is consuming its power, which is then making the food truck run. So I got 2 extra buildings that are running consistently, but it's bringing me high quality food, so it's kind of like, you know what? It's fine. Yeah, it's hitting our power grid real hard, but it's fine. I also wish there was some UI indicator to show you how many passive people you have. So if you have, like, some people are standing around not doing anything, I would like to have some indicator being like, hey, you've got 3 people who are just kind of standing there. Because that tells me if I see a bunch of people regularly standing there, go build more bikes. Versus if I don't, you know, they're probably going to stand around. Okay, so the water's properly getting caught up. So that's good news, because I think the fryer is about to go properly offline. Because it's going to run out of fish. So our power is starting to just pulse up a little and all that. Yeah, I'm going to guess that, very genuinely, building's not currently operation. Yeah, because now this is going up. And that's because this stopped producing. Versus now, it's starting to produce again, it's going back down. So it's only while they're active. It'd be a very weird choice to have it where it penalizes you for, like, when they're in an idle state. Because it's not like lights or something like that, where when a light is turned on, it's perpetually doing the power, or like your AC or whatever. Or if you had, like, a filter or any other building that had to run 24/7, sure. Alright, we also had the bottler, and that's been going and getting the fish sorted. I got these, like, these 2 have been thirsty, like, every single day. We have the water. There was, like, 20-something water there. Okay, so no one's thirsty now, so small blessings there. You look like you're probably done. Oh, I see what's happening, is we're unbottling one of the fish, getting that, we get 2 fish, and then we fry a fish. So we got 3 buildings we're actually involved with just making that food. But we are about done unbottling the bottle fish. In the meantime, we can actually move now. We don't want to go back into the pollution for now. And the reason we don't want to go back in the pollution for right now is I haven't had a chance to, like, restock my water. But we'll start moving along, grabbing more goodies, and then we'll work our way over here. Yeah, because he finally hit the point where and start moving around and doing stuff again. Alright, we're definitely going to be hurting for metal as well. Which surprised me. I was expecting to actually walk away with a lot of metal from that. Alright. Okay, we've had our first person fully recover from their pollution exposure. Yeah, so we got metal over here. We got this area explored. There's not really a whole lot that way. We start inching our way over. We'll grab that car on the go by. And they'll start hitting all that. But we want to watch out for hospitals and stuff like that. So, like, down... Oh, that one doesn't have one. Down in some of those, like, littler pocket cities. Like, that one's got a pharmacy. And that's what we're missing to being able to, continue with what we're working on. Alright, how's the firewood? Firewood's doing fine for right now. Yeah, we'll keep processing our materials. Let's also look at these. Are there more upgrades we can do? Yep. Alright, wasn't there another building over here? So I can put you on the electric grid as well. Which it probably shouldn't. But I'm just going by the thought of, we'll just keep putting it all on the grid. And then just deal with the electricity management on that end. Okay, and we can go settle those to be produced. Okay, lighten the weight on a bunch of these to hopefully make moving around a bit less cursed. Alright, so we are continuing to scavenge stuff. And the good news is, the wood fire burner, when everything isn't running, seems to be doing okay on topping us off. I wonder what a battery would cost, because we haven't bothered with that at all either. So for the batteries, it does take an electronic stuff. Okay. So I got some batteries on here that should help. Okay, so with that, we've massively increased the amount of power storage we have. So it should help it not quite whiplash so hard. And that when we go to leave, I can go a bit farther per trip. I say, as you know, it is even more weight that we're dealing with. Alright. So another thing is we could probably get rid of you and build the bigger ones. And that'll be a good way to move stuff around to make it not as bad. So we grab storage. So you cost 2 floaters and 2 planks for 10 water. And for 3 times as much, it requires a metal plate. So we'll wait to build more of those, because like I said, metal plates are actually in kind of a bad spot right now. It's been a non-issue for like the whole game, and just suddenly became an issue. Not worry about those trees. Let's grab the plastic for more floaters. There it is. We got fish ahead of us. And this will give us some scrap, which will give us the metal plates we're short on. And just barely off to my side right here, we got more fish. And more seaweed. Now I should be able to get over there relatively quickly. Okay. Yeah, so I actually have a pretty decent amount of mushrooms. I just need to get some basic medicine. And then once we get the basic medicine, we should be going there. So for that, you're the apothecary. So for the medicine production, the basic one, I need expired medicine. I understand. Which is like ransacking the hospitals. Bear with me, chat. I need to use a restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. So let's go ahead and get this stuff sorted out. We were collecting more goods. We're starting to get what we need to fight the pollution better. Our power is stabilizing. Like, we're almost exactly stable when the things we've got running. We can definitely overload it. Poor Tomb, I just hear her coughing. It happens. Everybody gets sick sooner or later. Alright. So the good news is you already have a filter on your house. I don't think you do. We can get that sorted, hopefully. We'll just scooch on up a bit more. And little by little, we'll work our way over. Yeah, so let's go out of our way if we see any hospitals or pharmacies or whatever to go collect the medicine so we can get more filters made. I'm wondering why I'm not seeing more of the salvaging boats going out. That's fine. Oh, we got another person just got over their pollution. Because I believe I think 4 of the houses have stuff to prevent pollution out of the 10 we've got built. And then one of those houses isn't even in use. So that means we have just shy of half of the houses that are actually in use already have pollution cleanup kind of stuff in it. I was curious, any of those things would be marked as, like, neighborhood hospital or whatever. Urgent care kind of place. Pharmacy. And you're making the flour. Which is barely, like, keeping pace and all that. It definitely feels like I might actually genuinely need more water production. It could also be something that, like, when we're on the low end of power, they're not running at full efficiency, so... Yeah, it's running at like 80%. Regardless, it does seem like I am going to ultimately need more desalination plants. But that'll be something I'll probably have to wait until I get more power sources. So I should grab the seaweed and the plastic relatively soon. So looking at our inventory, we've got a decent amount of wood. That's fine. The plastic we're not in great shape on. It's not bad, but it's not great. Yeah, so we just need to hop over there. I'm really hoping there's a hospital up there. And we got people decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. Trying to help everyone win. Alright. And everyone's trying their best. Yes, there's no more bottle fish, there's no more of the regular fish. We do still have the grill going, probably primarily making the corn, would be my guess. Yeah, making some grilled nibblers, but also making corn cobs. Which is fine. You're making the metal plates that we were getting short on, since we are grabbing some metal. Yeah, so once this finishes that last plate, our power grid should go back to the positive again. Okay, so you just finished. So see, you're running, the 2 water buildings are running. Oh, you're also running still. But yeah, that's Narwhal's ones that should be... Yeah, okay, we're starting to gain power very, very slowly. And what was I missing for the advanced electronics? Aluminum. And we haven't figured out where we get aluminum yet, and don't spoil it if you know. I could see it being another one of those ones that's like buried in the cities. Like as like a rare material in the cities kind of thing. We got the restaurant over there. I don't really want the person over here. The chef we want because of the research. Okay, we'll inch a little bit forward before we start going over those, because that's a pharmacy. That'll help out. There we go. Okay, so we shouldn't be in polluted water. Good. Well, I'll be chilled. That's a lot of tomatoes. Like a lot of tomatoes. They must all be frozen them before the shortage. Huh? What's that book over there? Grab Strange Cookbook. We will chop the trees. Get the furniture. Grab the medicine. Do all this stuff, get the electronics. Captain, I stumbled upon this huge book called In the Flavor of a Flood, written by someone named She Fudd. The book is odd. The language and scribbles are all over the place, but it's full of ideas for cooking food in our current predicament. The writer truly explored flooded cuisine. We might discover new recipes if we follow its steps. Let's see. In Flavor of Flood, page 1. I will share with you the recipes created by these flooded times. Something basic, something weird, something sweet, something divine. Recipe 1. Jellyfish balls. Sometimes you just need something simple. A quick bite that doesn't involve carefully picking bits of plastic from your teeth. That's when you need jellyfish balls. Well, Captain, that sounds great. I've added jellyfish balls to the recipe in the fryer. Let's go make some. Only after I've queued up to take everything. And I mean everything. And then we got plastic. Okay, so we can go to the fryer. Jellyfish balls. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Well, that's an interesting thing. Okay, because flour hasn't been the bottleneck. It's been the nibblers themselves. So it doesn't really help me that much on my food situation. Because it gave me an alternative to the thing that's not the bottleneck. All right. Okay, so I've got a building like straight ahead. There we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's fine. Okay, so straight ahead of the vehicle now. Got some more goodies to pick up. Okay, is there anything we're missing there? Oh, we are missing propeller side just a little ways over here. Thought I saw there was like another spot. The materials. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Over here. Okay, so we got a whole lot of people doing stuff here. We can go ahead and keep you on the research things. Research-wise, we've got all we can till we get the chef stuff figured out. Alright. My storage isn't full. And you don't have a bunch of weird rules filtering you. Why? Hauling export blocked. Oh, you've got a bunch of seeds you can't fit anywhere. Whoa, these jellyfish balls are a treat. Who knew something so simple could taste so good? What's next? I'm so ready for more. Recipe 2. Plastic wraps. For this one, keep an open mind. In my exploration of the flooded cuisine, I stumbled upon something unexpected. When soaked in salt water, chemicals from plastics provide a big burst of flavor. You'll get diseased eating it, but boy, it's oozing with flavor. Literally. I'm not sure about this one, Captain. Nevertheless, I've added plastic wraps recipe to the food truck. Alright, hang on. It's literally plastic, tomatoes, and fish. The plastic is one of the ingredients you eat, not packaging. I'm gonna go on a limb here and even say if it tastes good, doesn't really matter. You're still eating plastic, and you probably shouldn't do that. You don't gotta worry about your microplastics when you're straight up eating macroplastics. Okay, we can upgrade you to make you lighter. Those are all lighter. You're already lighter. Okay. Alright. So our water is slowly getting where we'd like it. We are starting to get our filters and all that made because we did grab medicine. So, hopefully... Alright, so we got 2 filters. So let's go to your house. I gotta wait till that gets there. Okay, so you're good. So now we're waiting for whatever additional medicine filters, all that we can get. But that's another one of the houses. So over half the houses that have people living in them do have filters. Okay, so next up we got you. Let's go to your house. And now you have respirators. So that's 6 out of 9 of our houses that people are living in have pollution filters. It's okay, they'll digest it. May take 9 million years. Something like that. Alright, meanwhile they're just going to keep salvaging that. Yeah, and we used all the expired medicine, but that did get us 2 more to be covered. And so that should gradually knock 4 more people down on the being exposed to pollution. Do we already get those houses to have the floating upgrades? Yep. Alright. Yeah, I'll just have to keep that all going. I'm just slowly, this thing is getting heavier and heavier. Because also greed is insatiable and I will continue to get more and more goodies. The good news, at least that gives me a recipe that is consuming tomatoes now. Captain, we spotted signs of life. There might be a survivor out there. Cool. Alright, I marked the map. Captain, why are you suddenly letting everyone die? I thought, like, you changed, man. You were helping everybody. And now you're like, nah, I don't wanna. It's because people are getting really thirsty, and you don't want to deal with their crap anymore, isn't it, Captain? I mean, it's actually because I keep looking down here and seeing people standing around with nothing to do. And I kind of don't want to build just a ton of the pedal bikes. What's the deal with the houses underwater? The houses underwater. Do you mean that you just pass over in our background? Because I don't have any houses under the water. Oh, the background, I mean, it's a flooded planet. Like, the planet's been flooded, so you look down here and you'll see the ruins of what was before. As far as these, they're like on stilts floating. They're just maybe not quite as clear. Alright, we got 2 more who were polluted who are now clean. Yep, no, it's a post-apocalyptic world where the planet flooded. Alright, so we're just collecting all the goodies. We got a bunch of stuff here. No pharmacies or anything I urgently need. We're actually probably going more towards the fish up here, maybe. Yeah, and the only quest we still got going on is that one. Oh, main, a sign of life. Yeah, so we're just working on our specialist stuff. Each specialist gives us more research and whatnot. Meanwhile, I did notice we do have some electric eels. There's a good chance somewhere in here we could cook those. Oh, what are you? Oh, if we make corn syrup and seaweed shells, we can make a tasty food of that. Sure, why not? And then you've already got your stuff queued up. Alright, so the question is, where did the corn syrup come from? Medicine, we got all the seeds and such. Ah, there we go. Corn syrup. Cool. So let's go to our limits here, make sure that's all handled. Let's see here. Corn syrup. Yeah, I've already got that set to 20. And then we've got the tasty candy. That's going to be 50. And that gives me more uses for the corn. And we're still waiting on a bunch of stuff to clear. Oh yeah, if we go that way, we could also find more mushrooms. How are we doing on our mushrooms? I still have 8, so we're still limited on the medicine front. What are we also getting a very high supply in? Like, what is overloading our inventory? Because I am noticing that our inventory keeps escalating. We got a lot of wood. That's definitely one. The tomatoes are quite a bit, and the seaweed is quite a bit. Oh, and the wrecked furniture that we make firewood out of. That's actually a huge amount of our inventory space right now. Gotcha. So that all should start wearing down, because we are basically running that wood power pretty constantly. So it should be slowly consuming all that. We have to add more inventory. We add more inventory. I'm going to probably do that. Because who cares about being mildly, severely overloaded with stuff? All right. Yeah, so we still got 2 more spots to grab there. Yeah, I gotta figure out what we're doing with these seeds. Because we got the seed storage here, and it's full. Curious. I really wonder where they're putting the rest of that. I guess I deleted those materials? I'm fine with this. I'll get the other scout salvaging boat out. Alright, you got another large storage yard done. So let's go here. Make them lighter. Alright. So on all the good stuff, we are making some ocean taffy. So we're making some delicious ocean taffy. Just another thing to clear out materials. You also have the polluted seaweed. Which we do have queued up for them to make it. If there's, you know, if there's need. Took 175 days? Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to be making that ETA. I've definitely had a lot of efficiency losses here and there from decisions I've made that has certainly cost us time. But that's fine. Okay, so you got the last of the actual buildings in range. We can pick up the plastic and the seaweed and all that. And then, like I said, we'll probably peek up here to see if there's anything worthwhile. Because I just need to get those various types of fish for the recipe. Your base looks like a lot more organized than mine. It wasn't originally, but when we did the switch from like the smaller storage to the large, that's kind of where things got rearranged because it's able to like tear down the old stuff and kind of like move stuff where I wanted when it was time to swap. But yeah, I know it's been going pretty good. Oh wait, the potatoes were still in range? That's fine as well. Oh yeah, I guess they were. Alright, so you should be able to get that plastic and all that loaded up pretty quickly. We're getting more and more food options, which is really good. Everyone's running around doing their thing. So a lot more of these should be dropping off. We do have filters on all but just a couple of the houses. Alright, so as we get that plastic, we'd start working our way over to get these fish to get the produce plastic wraps knocked out. If we're lucky, we'll find our pharmacy or hospital or whatever to get more filters made. Because then once that's done, we can start pursuing the next specialist. Okay. Alright, is the one behind us? Nope. So it's got a little bit more plastic to grab. Then you can peek over here. Start grabbing the fish, moving on. Like, the materials here are fine. The only one I'd really need is the rusty car. Pretty much everything else there is whatever. Same here. You do not have farmers. You do have the books, but the books are primarily just for gaining XP for me now, which is still not bad. I just want to grab that plastic so I can move up this way. We'll grab that fish and we'll see what's up here. Yeah, because there's no value down there for what I need. Okay. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Show me. Alright. So we've got a concrete request. This is a recorded broadcast. Humanitarian aid requested. Urgent need of flood resistance material. Will monitor frequency for response. Repeat. This is a recorded broadcast. Uh-oh. Sounds like they're in dire straits. This is it's literal garbage. We've received your request for aid. Tell us how to help. It's literal garbage? Do you have a construction license? It doesn't matter. We'll have to cut corners to act in time. The floods are encroaching on the historic Mystic Llama Cathedral. I'm building a seawall to keep the waves at bay, but I'm running low on materials. Wait, this is about a building? Exactly. It is a testament to human ingenuity, a monument to the future generations to look upon in wonder. We must protect it at all costs. I need seawall pieces. I've sent over schematics. Follow them precisely. I suggest procuring a hydraulic press if you don't have one already. Click. They hung up. Excellent. Alright, so we can go ahead and we had fish right there. And we got seaweed over there that I don't really need, but I'm going to grab it because it's not bolted down and therefore it's mine. Oh, we could zip on over here a little bit. That's not what I wanted to do, but it's what I did. There's you. Take this all apart and give me all the metal. Cut down those trees. Grab the wood. Cut down those trees. Give me the fish. Do the scouting and all that stuff. Alright, am I missing any? Not that I'm seeing. So it's not looking promising for finding more pharmaceutical stuff over here, but that's okay. So I pulled up a bunch of fish. What am I missing for the fish wraps? That was here, right? So you need gobblers. I'm pretty sure we just pulled up flounder, unfortunately. Those are little fish there. Those are also little fish. We got another fish up here. There we go. You don't really need to run up there and just grab more wood. So we'll go try and see what's up here. Maybe we'll find a pharmacy over there. But in the meantime, we just kind of chill here for a minute, let the materials process, get ourselves some, like, fish tacos and all sorts of good stuff going on. Our water is fast approaching maxing out, which is good. Our food's in great shape. I've got 155 food sitting around. The power is still all over the place until we get the advanced circuit boards going. Okay. I don't actually want these trees ahead of us that bad, but kind of looking at the fact that regardless. All right. Yep, so we're just kind of gonna take a minute to get all that stuff, that's fine. Got a bunch of salvage boats going back and forth. I think we're up to 3 now. Alright, so with that, gonna chuck out one of the seeds. We're gonna keep in mind that. My mouth, lips, stuck together. So good. So good. Alright, just one left recipe next. In all my years alive, I've only once eaten something truly divine. It happened when I was but a dishwasher, minding my own business, tossing out the day's dirty water. I noticed a creature so sacred, it seemed as though nature had birthed it from the depths of trash. To restore balance to the world, it was the holy mackerel. It thrives only in the dirtiest of waters. I will quest all my life to taste its divinity once more. The final recipe, holy mackeroli. Captain, this town's so good, too good to mess out on. I can't help but think of the sewage plant. It's basically a collection of dirty water. Let's go see if there's any there. Show me. This sounds terrible. Over there. Cool. We'll eat sewage mackerel if that's what you really want. Alright. So just give him a moment to process all this stuff. And then we gotta head this way, which works out. I believe it was this way. Oh man, you're way over there. You suck. It's fine. Yeah, so basically it's just gonna take a hot minute for us to do that. I also didn't look at the retaining wall thing that they wanted me to make. So it's probably, I think she said it was in here. Okay, so you need carbon and metal. You also suck. Okay, so let's go in here to this. Let's find that retaining wall. And I only want to make like 10 of them at a time. So I'm probably going to turn off the scaling up of the UI. It's one of the classic situations we run a lot of these games, where they're like, we've added the accessibility setting where you can scale up your UI to make it more visible. And then they don't actually test to make sure it actually works. It is a very, very regular problem with a lot of these kinds of games that they get close, they get so close to almost being accessible. Alright. And all they need to do, okay, so it's already set to 10. We could probably meet that about halfway. Let's go to the options, go to UI scale, and it'll make it about that. Yeah, so technically overflows by 1 row. That's acceptable. So we're just gonna need a minute to grab the rest of this. It's going fine. Like I said, I'm a little concerned about our scavenging boats getting stuck because they have seeds that, you know, there's no room for. What's it cost for me to make up the plaza thing? So I'll make one of those so I can plant some flowers. Just because we haven't done it yet, and, you know, want to potentially make that happen. Okay, so our objective is that way. Probably nothing we care about in either of those areas, but that's alright. I mean, that's just a decorative thing, because you got your town beauty. We keep adding stuff that's ugly to the town, but, you know, we can make it better. So I'm adding a plaza just to make things nicer. We'll plant a bunch of flowers in it or something. What's the symbol above the poison thing? This? That's just how happy we are. So it'll gradually go from, like, happy to sad and all that. We got flowers. Ficus. Just a bunch of flowers. Okay. So we just got a big pad that looks like a farm that is just flowers. Alright. Cannon straight ahead. Got plastic we can pick up. And we're slowly waiting for our batteries to recover. As just processing more and more materials forever and ever. Right, because you're processing more metal plates. And then our batteries should recover after that point. That'll be a good one to get solved. We have all the resources needed to build the seawall. About time. I'm transferring the coordinates. Don't dawdle. The water levels are rising by the day. Over there. Yeah, so I got 2 places we need to go. I've got you for... Oh, man, you're way out there. Why are you so far? Okay, so we got that one for the seawall. You got this one for the fish. Okay, so we've got fish to grab, wood to grab, and keep on leveling. Turn towards the scouting tower, because that should give me a little bit better visibility. Alright. Well, it suddenly got windy? It happens. I'm going to honestly leave the seeds alone for right now. We haven't really needed them, and they have their own storage, and it fills up very quickly. Okay. I could choose to build a second wood fire generator. I'm going to avoid doing that for right now, because I think what's going to happen is we'll bottleneck the person chopping the wood. Okay, so we got one person going for fish back there, and they'll be able to swing this around that way. You see, and woke up to wind blowing at like 45 miles per hour. That happens, but yeah. Alright, so we can move over to this one. More junk I really don't care about, but that's alright. We can potentially keep expanding our scouting so we can get to that sewer. Water treatment, whatever. Well, I guess I should also probably inch forward to grab these fish on the way by. There we got another 2 people who no longer have the pollution at all. Love to see it. Okay. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Okay. Alright, so we got the chemist. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Periodic transmissions. Toxin telemetry barrel TB547. Status active. Constant. Contents. Plastics 24 units. Oil 611 units. Degradation rate 0.08 units per hour. That's a data ping. It's tracking some kind of chemical breakdown process. Plastic seems to be degrading fast. Someone set this up. Might be worth checking out. Show me. Over there! Oh good, it's like 2 inches away. That's perfect. That is much better than having to go a long distance. Meanwhile, so we're facing this way. So I got fish back here. Somewhere. There. And there. And I got trees directly ahead of me. Which, if they're just regular wood, we're going to leave them there. Yeah, so we're going to leave those trees there. Because genuinely, I don't need that much more wood. I kind of need the metal more. So rather than spending metal to get wood, where I need the metal, but I don't really need the wood right now, it'll be best to keep that... Oh, that's cool. Keep that used where we need it. Alright, with that, we should be in range to get these dead trees, which doesn't require metal. Oh. Yep, so we're waiting on the fishing, and then we'll beeline over here to this tower, and then we'll go from there over to the chemist. And I'm just continuing to see, like, the food supply, you know, build up and all that. I'm also slowly seeing the storage begin to slowly fill up, too. I could certainly build another one of the town tuggers as well. I'm waiting to do that because it's another power expenditure. Versus, like, once we get the solar panels, I should just be able to keep going and going until we hit some kind of hard limit. Yep, so we're just waiting on the fishing people now. And both those boats are out doing their thing. Okay, that's one fishing spot dealt with. So we can just scooch on up here. And there's the other one. Alright, so we got this area where we can scout. Again, I don't really need the firewood, so we'll leave that alone. I got a little bit of wood in the water right there. Okay, and then we can go straight ahead and drop the fishing spot. Okay, so the region's scouted. Nothing super exciting here, but that is a chemist's place right over there. That's basically like a dead spot of nothing interesting. Alright, so let's get these all set. So there's the wood. Go ahead and grab those potatoes. They don't cost me anything. We've got wood up here. Okay, so we just fish that thing up. Alright. So just let that run for a minute. You can add our point here. Okay, so we're just grabbing all this crap. We'll grab the chemist thing. I'm assuming there's going to be multiple parts to the chemist's one. We'll keep working our way up here. The sewage plant is over there. So this one will probably go up and around this way, because there's jack all in there. It's not really a reason to do much with any of that. Yeah, we're continuing to get dry wood. So we definitely don't want to waste anything on cutting down more trees right now. Getting stuff switched over gradually to using the electricity as opposed to burning the wood has definitely given us a surplus. Alright. So with that, we can go up here farther. Which will let me then put fishing over there. Get more tools and scrap. And the other one is we've got all this wood junk, which we can also break up into firewood. We're just getting a very large amount of stuff for firewood now. In this case, let's just keep that thing way up here. They'll keep the firewood generator running pretty much consistently and let our people take breaks. As a way of kind of deleting some of that surplus wood. Okay, I'm assuming we'll get that barrel and it'll be like, I saw where this came from. It's over here. Which could work out well, because it might put it right by where we have our other ones. Because we got basically three specialists we're actively working on right now. And it does seem like those three specialists might be kind of in line with each other, even though the one is way out there. Yeah, we got all our tools. I've got everything maxed out what we want. Those we have. Food just fooding. We got all that basically sorted for right now. Alright, so our power grid is getting overwhelmed from the looks of it. That's because this thing's going just solidly... Yeah, you're just solidly making seaweed sheets, and we're just using them as fast as they're being produced from the looks of it. Yeah, we're just making gobbler rolls. That's fine. It's gonna take a minute to collect those things anyways. I didn't mean to scroll out again. Yeah, and we're also using the seaweed sheets with the corn syrup to make the candy. Which on the plus side, that means we're actually getting ahead on the seaweed, and our food is getting in good shape. Which, surprisingly, we're not actually getting that much of a surplus on the actual food. The fancy food is not getting too far ahead, but that's okay. You're quite partial to, probably propylene. The fact that you can literally eat plastic as one of the later recipes, and it, it causes you some pollution, but you can just straight up, it's got more in it than just plastic, but it's like plastic fish and something else. You're like, oh, I see. We're making the plastic edible, apparently, which I'm very dubious of. Most animals, the problem is the plastic builds up. Found it. Toxin telemetry barrel TB547. Strange. The barrel is filled entirely with oil. I haven't seen this much in one place since the shortage. The signal has been sent to a chemical factory not far from here. This seems recent. Whoever did this might still be alive. Over there. It's like literally almost next to the sewage plant. That's perfect. So pretty much what we got right now is we're collecting the last of this crap, which should only take a minute. And then our production lines should settle in pretty soon, where not everything's trying to run at once, so we'll be able to move again. Because we're honestly getting to the point where our water production might even pause from time to time now. Polluted goop. Okay. I don't know when we got that, but okay. Not super sure what we do with the polluted goop. That's fine. Not my couch, not my problem. Alright, so let's go ahead and start moving on up. Okay, we'll get to right here. Oh, don't give me the seeds. Give me this junk. And I guess we could still take more rotors. I don't know if we need any more of those rotors. Like, we used one to, make the thing for upgrading our ship to be able to move faster, but I haven't really seen much we use that for since then. But at the same time, it's not like it's too costly for me to get more of them. Okay, we can drop back over here. There should be plastic along this side. Okay. And so grab the stuff from here. I'll just keep on shifting forward a little bit at a time. Go ahead and give me the water anyways. I don't really need it, but whatever. I also need to just let the wood stuff happen. I need to stop grabbing every bit of wood that is not bolted to anything I say as I'm grabbing more because I can't help myself. Because our wood supply is definitely out of control. Alright, with that... we have expanded our storage even more. I do also need to start working on getting the water storage flipped over to the bigger storage. Okay. Alright, so with that, those two containers will hold more than all of these. So that should help out with all that. Where's the fish? Grab the potatoes. Yeah, and the fish is just kind of at the very edge of bounds. Alright, so how are we doing? So we're gonna need more plastic. Well, actually, we're okay with that. They just need to actually get the stuff processed. But that's fine. Little by little. Well, that's weirdly like a little bit of a maze going on here. So we got like this weird walled off pipeline ruin. Honestly, we could just cut straight across there and go around the back though. Got some more mushrooms here. We got plastic factories and all that. So I'll be curious to see what all we can do with that. I'm assuming it's going to give us a recipe where we can like convert plastic into oil. Or something of that nature. Okay, so we made those lighter, and then I need a little bit to make that lighter. Alright, so we're getting more of our salvage done. We're gonna run into a lot of problem with the sheer volume of greed I've had with all this. Also, I should go here to our water production. You now have a cap at 140. Because that's what my new storage limit is. Alright. We're doing pretty solid here, getting ourselves set up. Got the power. Just our salvagers are working as fast as they can, it's only so fast. If I turn a little bit to the left, I might be able to get all three of those fish in there. This will be our next polluted area to go into. Which will be interesting. Because it does wrap this whole area. And then we got the sewage plant in the middle there, and I'm assuming all of this is polluted. So we're probably going to have to get up to the edge there. We will turn off our water production, and then we should be able to ride like the better part of an in-game week before our water supply gets low enough to justify turning it back on. We should have very little pollution exposure for the next like in-game week once we cross that threshold. Alright. Just waiting on the wood behind us. Even though I shouldn't be caring about it at all. Because I've got tons of wood. I'm just gonna let it go. Let it go. Because I don't really need it. Versus the fish is a bit more useful. Let's have them fish those real quick. We can go ahead and in the meantime grab the stuff on that island because it's basically free. Alright. And it's about how far I can go till we get the fish. And I'm wondering if those are the holy mackerels as well. And I might be able to get both. We actually have a lot of stuff in there. Yep, so we already got the ruin. That's because our salvagers are definitely way faster than our fishing people. And I don't think that's one of those ones that adding another fishing person helps any. Just by the fact that it looks like they only send like one boat each. Let me actually check. I haven't checked those pins in a while. There's information. Okay, so we can send more than one person at each spot if able. And you're almost maxed on cooking. Alright, our power seems to be holding up okay. Alright. So what we're going to do here in a minute, as soon as we get that last little bit of fish, I'm going to get over to this edge. We're going to turn off our water production. You know, actually, interestingly enough, it looks like that might be clean water right there on the other side. So it looks like I might be able to just like leapfrog from one side of this to the other. So you can go here really quick. Grab the goodies off of that. That. I don't think we need the polluted stuff. Got some plastic over here. How are we doing on plastic? Pretty good. Where was that pile of plastic? It's here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, so basically I'm hovering here right at the edge of the pollution. And I'll want to cut off the water production once we go into the pollution area. But yeah, then we can potentially come around here to this side. And it looks like both of those are in range where I can explore one and maybe send my fishing stuff out to the other. Yeah, and your pollution's all going down in these ones, slowly but surely. Because DJ was the one who was at the highest, and they're almost clear. But yeah, so you see it just takes a while to recover from the pollution. But that'll give us more metal plates, which we've been hurting on. And still haven't found a source of aluminum. Now, it could be what happens over here. There we go, aluminum warehouse. Yeah, so let's keep an eye on this area. We've been looking for aluminum for a while. Yeah, so it looks like we actually want to go in here. Because we've needed aluminum for a good while. And it does look like there is aluminum and plastic sources in here. Okay, for just a moment, turn off our water production. I'm pretty sure this is not polluted where I'm at. So turn that back on. Okay, so I have Fish. Fish. We have an aluminum factory. Or warehouse or whatever. You found my tracking barrel? Brilliant. I was wondering why the ping stopped. It's part of my research. I've stumbled upon something incredible. Behold, a new strain of bacteria I call Blasticidus intoolus. Or just polluted goop. It eats plastic, metabolizes it, and what it leaves behind is oil. So turning trash into oil. Back into oil, yes. I was testing different strains, but then the power cut out. Now I'm stuck. Take me with you and I'll give you everything my brain has to offer. Sure. Brilliant. My research continues. Before we rig up oil production pipeline, I'll need a chemical lab. We'll use it to refine coolant, which is vital for keeping the refinery from melting down the town. And hey, Lardine, get your 620 stream streak. Catch the last 620 streams without missing a single one, which is absolutely ridiculous. But thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to tune in after all this time. So thank you so much. Ooh, actually, that's a different material than that. Let's see what... What are you? You're goop. Sure. Good old goop. Alright, so we got people getting some minor exposure and all that. So while that's going on, we will want to research the next building. So we'll get the chemist. And then next we're going to want to get the plastech. Let's see here. Okay, still have one empty spot after that person. So it's just going to be a hot minute while we wait. But the other added bonus is we're getting aluminum now. And with the aluminum, I can make the aluminum sheet. With the aluminum sheet, there was things I need. I don't remember what were, but I'm glad we'll be able to make those things that I definitely don't remember what were. Oh, you know what? It was aluminum was needed for the advanced electronics. And then the advanced electronics are what I needed for my solar panels. So yeah, so that should be what we need to start hooking up our solar panels. Which I feel like for my solar panels, I want to put those right on over here. So hook all that up. We will need... to get the towers all hooked up. Okay, so we got those all set up for when we get the aluminum made. And you're grabbing all the goop. So I'm going to skirt the edges of this to try to avoid getting too much toxic buildup. Pollution buildup, whatever you want to call it. Because I can reach most of it without getting in the worst of it. But I do think for the aluminum, it will be worth, like, making a dive in there. Oh, yeah, I love to see that. We're getting the aluminum plate, which means we're getting the other goodies. Alright, so with that, I just need that one advanced circuit board, which is being made right now. And that'll be the beginning of getting our solar stuff set up. which will be great because with the solar, that'll be that much more power. So it doesn't generate a lot of power per solar panel, but there's no fuel cost. There's no labor cost after you initial building it. So it can just sit there and yeah, it won't run at night, but it'll charge the batteries. So each and every one of those we get supplements our power just a little bit more. Until we're basically primarily, if not mostly, renewable. That should also supplement when it comes to keeping our stuff going there. The downside is I'm only going to be able to put one now, because until we get the chemistry lab set up, I'm not going to have what I need for the other stuff. We're researching chemistry right now. Did you not build it? Is there something else consuming those materials? Turn that thing off. Get this out of here. Give me my stuff back. We'll want those eventually, the plasma tools. But right now, I want my first solar panel. Make the plasma tools as we need them. Okay. Alright, we got our very first solar panel. And now I just need to work on getting things stabilized and go around the corner to the next one. I guess until we have the chemist going. There's so many buildings I've long since lost track. Yeah, I'll let that continue to burn because we can't make solar panels yet. Let's make sure my limit on those is 5, because those are real expensive. Okay, so the sun's up and my power's starting to go up steadily. So we should have the research laboratory looted. There we go. Should be now. Get the fish. Where was the fish I saw? Okay, so the fish should be in range, almost straight ahead of the boat. Okay. Because I'm guessing that's the holy mackerel. No, that's electric eels. I mean, that's still fine. We'll get those too. And I'm also low-key going here being like, what? I could have sworn I saw at some point there was a recipe that used electric eel. And I don't see what building had it. Or there was something, I should say, that I could use to make electric eel to make. It's fine. Yeah, so got the fishing people, and then we can get over here and grab that. I'm glad there's this little inlet here that I can go and snag all these things without sitting in the pollution, so I don't have to worry about the shutting everything on and off to avoid pollution getting kind of out of hand. And this UI up here is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We're just getting more and more stuff piling up in here. Yeah, so you ran out of electronics. But we did manage to make a bunch of the advanced circuits. Also go into here. So advanced circuits. You're here somewhere. Yeah, we already have it set to 5. That's all I was checking, is making sure we weren't producing, like, a ton of them. Okay, fishing marker fully finished. That's fine. We'll grab the electric eels from over here. And then we want to get to the sewage treatment plant and see about getting the holy mackerel. Now, we certainly want to dive in here and try and get more of that aluminum. Oh, wait. That plastic factory's in range. Got another plastic factory, but I think that one's out of range. Yeah. Yeah, so plastic factories aren't that great. But those aluminum warehouses so far have been literally the only place I've been able to get a hold of aluminum. We'll try and make that work. Just got the aluminum one over there. That we can go for. How goes the research? Okay, so we got chemistry. We have eel power we can unlock. Let's go ahead and grab that. That's probably what we use the eels for. Alright, so with that, we'll need to make the chemistry place. That's all fine. So for chemistry, we need electronics. No surprise there. We're going to have to go get more electronics and all that stuff. Does the balancing of the town matter in this game, like Airborne Kingdom? Or could you expand just on one side? It doesn't matter as far as I've seen. I've not seen anything here that indicates that, you know, you can make it way too much on a side, like people fall off or whatever. So you can just kind of expand how you want. I've actually not seen any obvious limitations on it either. Don't worry about gathering the firewood, you got plenty. Quiet now. You'll scare the holy mackerels. It can't be, but it is. It's you. She food. Wait, you actually live here? Of course. My body's beyond polluted, but that's the price I pay for tasting perfection. We've been following your recipes in your book. They are legendary, and it's literal garbage. In this little garbage. We're currently trying the final recipe, the holy macaroni. Have you now? Impressive. That floating town of yours seems to be something special. Perhaps this is the second time Destiny calls me. But my equipment is dull and rusted. Furnish me with a fancy restaurant, and I'll cook the finest holy mackerel ever. Hooray! My mouth waters in anticipation. Alright, so... we get some holy mackerel. And then meanwhile, you want me to build a super fancy restaurant. Does that max out my... okay. So that's maximum capacity for my current housing, which means I need to build another house. Okay. So that's all we needed to actually get that done. Meanwhile, we can pop over here. There it is. I want the mushy mush. I don't care about the rest of the junk on that island, but I want the mushrooms. Same here. That's not that important to me there. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff over there. Got plastic, 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 aluminum, plastic, smokestack I'm curious about. Yes, I got aluminum factory there, a smokestack there, an aluminum factory there. And then the rest all looks like it's garbage. So what we're going to want to do is cut off our water production, go through here, start grabbing all those fish in the aluminum down here, and maybe I'll snag some plastic stuff while I'm in the area because the fish will probably take a hot minute. And then just slowly work our way around to grab the aluminum. The plastic is not that important. You know, I'll grab it if it happens to be convenient, but I expect it'll be kind of a waste most of the time. Alright, and how are we doing on our research? Yes, you're working on eel power. We have the culinary cooking, so we got a bunch of stuff to research there. Alright, so I think it's time we start the moving forward. So let's pop over here. So what we're going to do temporarily is we are going to turn off our water production entirely. Because that should limit our exposure to the pollution. We're going to zip on. Captain, we spotted signs of life. There might be a survivor out there. That's fine. Alright, I'll mark it on the map. I mean, they're literally dying in the pollution fields and probably urgently need help, but you know. Okay. I'm really questioning the ethics around ignoring it, but you know, that's fine. Captain, we're picking up multiple radio signals. Show me. Sure. Aquaculturist. Hello? Do you copy? This is Nettie. I've picked up your signal. Listen carefully. I need you to shut down your engine immediately. There are oil gobbers near. They'll pick up the scent. Hey, we're an electrical vessel. No oil, no problem. Oh, smart. I haven't seen a ship in months. Been stuck out here breeding fish to survive. But supplies are running thin. Could you get me some? I need gobbler chow. It used to be easy to make, but ever since the agricultural collapse, it's been more and more difficult. If the flood did not swallow it, there should be a fish bait shack nearby. We're on our way. Over here. Alright, so it's way the heck out there. That's fine. But ignoring all of those things that we were just being told about, give me the furniture and all that stuff. I don't actually care about the plastic factory, but it's sitting right there. Give me that stuff. What else do we have back here? You got those two. We got some more of the goop. So grab the goop. Just start grabbing everything you can. If it isn't bolted down, I want it. Oh wait, that's chopping tools. I do want those. There we go. Alright, so everyone's being slowly exposed to pollution. We're not quite in range of the aluminum factory. But we're just going to grab everything we can. And get that all working. That should explore the entire region, district, whatever we're going to call it. The aluminum factory's there. We'll grab all the eels we can. Then we want to head over there because there's another aluminum factory or warehouse or whatever. So it might be those things that we grab this, we cut over there, get outside the range here, then run up the side. Alright. Research complete for eel power, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's get oil refining. So with the eel power, that requires a lot of eels And... okay. And so we have to make eel chow. What is eel chow made out of? Eel chow is made from bioacid. Cool. That seems reasonable. Oh, why is muscle so ridiculously high? Go, 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 go. Okay, so not sure what was going on with that, so turn these back on. But something was happening where muscle here is just spiking in the amount of pollution exposure. Way more than I was really expecting. So you can get some... oh, I mean, I already paid for it on accident. It's fine. Not sure which of the things we ran into that was hitting it. Maybe it's the collection of the goop. Maybe the goop is like super duper awful. Okay. So I can go over here. There's a bunch of eels. There's a bunch of eels. All right. So with the pharmacy stuff, that should help with a lot of this. I can go over to you as well. One of the U was not... okay, so I actually got that sorted. Were there other buildings that still needed to have their weight changed? There we go. Alright, so Muscle got themselves a pretty good helping of pollution. So imagine just beeline to the other side. We're still going to grab what we can behind here. But then I'm going to kind of scooch along the shore here and snag the stuff that matters. Some of that was definitely pretty vile so far as how much it hit us with the pollution. But that's okay. We'll get it all sorted. The big thing I need right now is I'm going to need more electrical scrap, which is probably going to be going to another set of ruins. Cool. And we got our medicine, which should mean more filtration stuff, which will mean more of our people be able to get rid of the pollution that adds up. And still just going by the strategy, we'll just keep again and again. Each time we get that stuff set up or we get more, I'll choose whoever's the highest and give them a means of getting rid of it faster. We have so much food. Alright, so we got more filters, so let's check on Muscle. So Muscle, does your house have anything to help you? You already have an air filter. So Muscle's house is already sorted. What about you? There's your air filter. So Renchi is all sorted for right now. that they'll slowly drop off their pollution. And do we have any more expired medicine? Nah, that was it. So we got two more... Sorry, we got one more filter installed. Okay, we got DJ here. So you've maxed out that. So I guess at this point, I'll start giving you points in athletics. Yeah, so you're working the chemistry stuff. So I got the fishing marker sorted. We had the aluminum to get. Alright, we definitely want to get more masks. Okay, so we do get another filter and another mask. I don't know if we'll have enough to get either of those finished. That's, which building is it? Is it you? Yeah, so both of those are missing any kind of medicine to move forward. That's fine. Yeah, so pretty soon we'll get the last of that all salvaged. Oh, there's also plastic directly in front of me. Alright, so we're honestly in pretty good shape. The wood I have way too much. We're burning it for fuel. It's fine. We'll have to go buy some ruins to get the electronics we need. That's fine. We've got our first solar panel up and running. Alright. Okay, and you're getting pretty close to getting oil refining done. Which would be good. I haven't used oil for much. I could make an oil generator, but I haven't had a need. There's a possibility the chemist will have a use for oil. Otherwise, we can potentially set that up as well. We'll probably also want to get another one of these town tuggers to help make it so I can bring more city with us, more town, whatever you want to call it. And you're processing the metal. Yeah, so you're just making all the aluminum for us, which is perfect. Very quickly getting that done. Yeah, so no one's getting particularly worse, which is good news. Alright, so now I just got some debris to grab out of the water. So I finished oil refining research. So let's get the Plastech. So my assumption is the oil refining is probably also based on the chemistry place. Yeah, so both those are waiting on electronics. Yeah, so that should be really quick once people wake up. Yeah, so good news is each time they go to sleep, that is going down. And most people have it now. I just missed what it was that muscle did that they suddenly spiked up like a good 10-15% extra pollution all at once. I'm a little worried it's something like when they go to grab the goop, that the goop is particularly awful. so got the goop here. So I should be going for that. All right, so Watley is the one going for it. There's Watley. Yeah, so that's what it is. Whoever goes to grab the goop is truly awful. Watley just jumped like 10-15%. So goop is a bad time. But a material we kind of want. But just something to keep in mind for the future references. There is a cost to getting that. All right. So you're going back for the plastic. How are we doing on plastic? I mean, we still use it enough. Then, like I said, we're going to scooch around here and grab this stuff. Grab all the goodies over here. None of this area has much we care about. I'm not going to bother going for all that goop. Alright, so I can grab all that, then we'll go around the outside here. Grab the aluminum, I'll probably grab the plastic and the metal on the way by. In the meantime, we've got that signal way out there to deal with, and there's another one even farther out here, yeah. Just kind of working our way through all that. You're nearly maxed. Yeah, so once again, the limiter is on our electronics, which is going to be going and jumping into a city, which we just haven't seen that yet. Alright, so we're just missing the smokestack, which is supposed to reveal the next area, which is fine. I'll probably reveal one of these two areas over there. Now, good news is I'm getting a lot, like a lot of electric eels. So when we do finally get that stuff, we'll be able to do some goodies with it. Now, one of the things that makes me curious is I have to make the electrical eel chow. And the electric eel chow, as far as I can see, does require some chemical or something that we haven't had access to yet. So there's a good chance that'll be something that, like, we'll have the chemist working constantly to make the prerequisite for the electric eel chow as, like, almost a fuel for it. Which ultimately makes me wonder if, in the long term, we'll just do solar panels and those electric eels will be kind of redundant. My hope is we'll be able to eat them at some point. Because I've been grabbing a ton of them, and I think I'm going to avoid grabbing more for a while. Okay, the region is scouted. I'm not sure what it revealed, but it's okay. And you already grabbed that pharmacy. And we're once again expanding storage. We moved up to 9 weight. Just escalating our problems more and more. Yeah, no pharmacy over there. Okay, you should be getting right about done. Okay, so we got the last of the charcoal. Alright, and we can tell you to get the fish. Get the plastic. Get the plastic. I'll probably avoid the goop and the electric eels for now, just... They're filling up inventory. They're probably things we ultimately want. It's just kind of one of those things, is that where I want to put my time? Yeah, so get that plastic here in just a couple of seconds. And they'll be able to move on pretty quick. There's the fishing marker. Okay, and they're already on their way. I'm going to see if I just drive off right now. If they still get that done. Okay, so we care about the aluminum factory. They did. So get the aluminum. We should also go into our stuff here. You like those things, so here's a boost in there. Okay. Just going through and everything that people have passion for, giving them a boost in it. Alright. Let's check to see if there's anything in this room we care about. I'll take it. Shouldn't take me long to get those looted. But yeah, so right now we're just trying to leapfrog our way past here, grabbing the stuff we care about, and working our way over to our next objective. Yeah, so we already finished that. Do we care about the plastic? Nah. And it probably should. I'll tell them to grab it. The moment that finishes, I'm still going to move on. If they get it, they get it. They don't, they don't. Actually, what I can do... Scooch all the way up here. Start grabbing the car. There's a second set of fish here somewhere. So I can grab all that. They should just work on that. Yeah, so power is fine. It's the stopping to, like, greet everything that's slowing us up. Yeah, so our next landmark is, I believe, that one's the next... Yeah, that's the next closest one there. We got the next one after that way out here. That's the two we know of. There's a good chance we'll find ourselves a ruin along the way that we can get our electronics sorted. Alright, Pelanova, you have a good sleep and all that good stuff. Thank you again for tuning in. We got our 10 holy mackerels. You're still getting the Plastech. We got the fish. I'm actually surprised at how much stuff is in here that you're still going back and forth. Okay, so about to grab the last of the plastic there. The fact that I'm still not losing any meaningful amount of wood, that it's still just like backlogged, blows my mind. Because our main power source is still just that that wood burner just churning away, and I'm not really going out of my way to grab more. We are getting tons of wood furniture that they're taking the time to break, but, you know. Okay, so got the plastic factory sorted. Yeah, honestly... we'll ignore the one behind us. Get the fish. Don't worry about the plastic. Cool, and we're just waiting for a moment for stuff to get processed. Bunch more foods going on, so I'll take a minute. Do we need to grab seaweed? Need? Probably not. But it looks like I can actually benefit from it. Okay, so I got the Plastech is done. So culinary cooking. So let's say we got a new building with the Plastech, and if I can do anything with that. Probably not. Oh, I can. Autoclave applies extreme pressure to create high-tech refined resources. Alright. And you are a very power-hungry building. Which I'm sure will help with our power problems. Okay, and then we can go here. Oh, do I need another... Plastech. Alright. So with that, we're going to go into our stuff. So we got the Plastech, which is apparently a really high-end one. We're going to limit that to only 5. As well as ones that could just gobble up a whole lot of tech. Okay, so we got the truck looted. Can pop over here. Get metal and axes. After that, we'll probably twist over this way. And see what we got. Yes, we're making our 5 Plastech. Still no idea where we need that for. I'm pretty sure we had something previously I was depending on that. Yeah, nothing new here. Well, yeah, we already have that. That's all fine. These are all fine. Yeah, and so these... yeah, so it's going to be the chemistry lab, and that's just the electronics. Oh, and we're struggling with power. Which should be short-lived, because that's going to make one set of things. And then that'll be spent. Is that the only thing you make? It's the only thing you make. So it's going to be a lot of our buildings all fighting to run at the same time. And I can't make another generator right now. We're just going to kind of have to endure this for a minute. You have a lot of materials to make. You are playing catch-up. You're making tons of food right now. And it is finally getting our tomato supply to be not obnoxiously overfilled. So one thing we'll probably do here is let me go into my requirements here. So for our regular wood, let's cap that on 100 for right now. And for our firewood, let's make that 50, not 100. We'll make that 50. That way we stop growing these trees over here. So we hopefully can start getting our stuff stabilized with that as well. Okay, so that's really slow, which is a problem, because it is absolutely murdering ourselves. I'm going to turn that off because I don't need that material right now, so that we can hopefully get to being able to move again. Like, I'll want that material eventually, I'm sure, but for the moment it doesn't help me with my immediate problems. Yeah, so we're stuck waiting on all that. Yeah, so the big thing is, like, this is just churning away making food. This is churning away making food. You're churning away making metal. Yeah, it's only running at 75% stuff. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I'm back. Now, I didn't pause, I let it run so that I could just keep working through the various processes, keep letting the pollution go down, all that kind of nonsense. Just working on all those things. So we did have a couple people with the pollution drop off. Muscle's still pretty high, but that's okay. But I have noticed that our energy is finally stabilized because they finished whatever it was they were doing that was gobbling up all my power. Probably a lot of the metal processing. Alright, so I don't need the wood. So let's not grab any of the wood that requires me to burn up axes. That's free wood, we will take that. And I don't need the seeds either. Alright. So grab that wood. We could scout the region. There's fish over here. Got more of that. Captain, we spotted life signs. There might be a survivor over there. Alright, I marked it on the map. So we got electronics over there. We got basically a stick in the eye over there. So I'm gonna go ahead and go for the electronics because that seems way worth my time. We'll start by just scooching on over here while we wait for the other stuff. Because I can pop over here real fast and give me the corn. They got wood. Got wood. We got fish. We got water. I think there's a second instance of a fish over here somewhere. Alright. Yeah, because I figured we would stop long enough to grab that stuff. Okay. But yeah, we want to go over here for the electronic scrap. We can grab that metal along the way. But that's actually where we're heading over there. But that should be pretty good, because with the electronic scrap, I can potentially get more power up. We can get other nonsense built. So that's a big bonus. Which hopefully that'll become the chemical lab. I did get some plastic actually made. Turn that thing back on. That most likely will start draining our battery aggressively. But, you know, it's not going to get done if I don't do it. And since we're going to be chilling here for a minute collecting things anyways, if I can knock out a couple of pieces of material, that'll be good. Alright. Yeah, those will be the last two before that thing turns off. We already have the 5 I queued for it, but the way the queuing works in this game, you always end up getting just a little bit extra here and there, which I can live with. Yep, and then that'll shut down, and then that'll be just offline until we start using those materials. Okay, so we're getting the fish. I'm not super worried about the water tower, but we got that there as well. Cool. So yeah, so we just got those 2 things of fish to grab. I don't care about that wood. That's literally, we don't have anything left to grab. Alright, let's move. Okay. Give me your furniture. Give me your plastic. Give me the electronics, which is the main thing we're here for. Give me your furniture. Survey the thing and give me your furniture. Then there's fish over here somewhere. Was there anything else? Not that I care about. Right, so we're not going to go for the person up ahead. I do want to kind of inch forward just enough to, get the restaurant in range in case that's got any goodies. Here we are, ruined restaurant. Alright, so we can scoot forward, I'll grab the next set of fish. There we go. And then that'll be the last we go in this direction, then we'll turn around and head back towards, where I'm supposed to actually be going for our next objective. But that should give me the electronic scrap we want. I'll grab the plastic if we end up having time. There's 2 things of plastic. Where's the other? We'll grab it if we end up having time, but most likely we'll move on. I mean, actually, I might not want to, because we're only at 26 there, so we might actually want to take the time to grab that plastic. Even though a lot of our stuff is filling up real quickly. Yeah, the plan here is going to be go this way, zig over here to grab that car, move straight over towards that ruin. I wouldn't have gone this way except we had the electronics. Which one's the yeah, so I already got the electrical shop already done. We're just going to gobble those things up and they're going to be gone in no time, but... yeah, it's becoming the advanced electronics. I'm okay with that. I'm just gonna let it churn. And that'll just be fine. Yeah, so once we get the fish done, I should be able to move on. Because I won't have all the plasma torches, we'll have all the advanced electronics I need for right now. We'll be able to get the chemist stuff online. Muscle is slowly recovering. Oh, we actually have an electronic component not already allocated. Or maybe not. I saw it up there for a second. I'm guessing it got placed and then immediately consumed. It's fine. It'll be just another thing taxing my power grid until we're ready for it. Yeah, so for you... we've got all 5 of these. So we're done with that. Nothing to be done with the solar stuff over here. Alright. There, the chemist. Cool. Hey, won't worry about the other stuff right now. So with that, let's go back over to you. Make it forever. And that'll be the chemist online, so we can hopefully get some other things starting to up and run. Yes, that's all just plastic. It smells like home potential and accidental explosions. Let's brew some coolant and build ourselves an oil refinery. Okay. So we can make bioacid, we can make foam, we can make coolant. So let's get all of those queued. Now we're going to put limits on that. So the foam will make that 10, the coolant will make it 10, the bioacid will make that 10. Cool. You need to be connected to the power grid, which surprises no one. That'll be even more, making it so the power grid just screams in absolute agony. On the plus side with all that, that will let me make electric eel power generators, because with the stuff there, I can go to my, let's remember where it is, go to you, and we can make the electric eel chow. And for the electric eel chow, we can pop in here, and soon as I find where it is hiding on this menu, honestly, that's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. I don't want to be producing tons and tons and tons of it if I don't have to. Okay, so we were going towards the car. Okay, nothing to do there. There's your fish. Give me all the metal and the batteries. You also want me to get 5 gobbler chow. And the gobbler chow, where is that stuff at? You. So the gobbler chow. Set that up forever. Okay, so we got all that. I believe I've got limits set on all of the different types of chow already. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll get the chow made. I'm probably not going to need any of it right now, beyond what that quest is going to be. We'll work on it along the way. Okay. There's some fish over there for you. We got some wood right here. Right there. And right there. I'm not going to twist that way because we're trying to get over this way. So grab the fish and we'll start cutting across. This looks like it might be polluted. But we'll take a look at that. See what we can figure out. Alright, so coolant requires fish oil. That's an interesting concern. We're making the foam. There was something I needed the foam for that I forgot. Oh, it's the plastic floater. Right. And the plastic floaters, when you use them, make things even lighter. So we can go to these, and as we get the plastic floaters, it reduces the weight even more. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Which is good because we're kind of at the limit of what I can move with the current weight. So we're just going to be burning materials. For those that don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays some Storge Hunter Simulator. So good times are there. Plays a lot of simulation games like Farming Sim, American Truck Sim, like all that kind of stuff. So, you know, if simulation games are your jam, you can find them over there, which is perfect. So, again, thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. Yeah, so getting the foam, we're getting these things, and one by one, I'm going to work on getting those all to reduce the weight so that our boat can handle more. It's just going to burn up a lot of materials. How's Flotsam? It's good. We're making slow and steady progress right now. Achieving one objective after the other. Just waiting on you to get the fish. We got the chow. Ha! My little gobblers are going to have feasts like kings. Come on over. Over there. Yep. But not yet. Alright, so it's going to turn this way. We can go ahead and yoink the dead trees for some more wood. I don't really need it, but I'm going to take it. And this whole time we got a lot of people are slowly recovering from the pollution exposure. Okay, we can go here, and that's another one reduced weight. That's another one reduced weight. That's another one reduced weight. Alright, so with all that production that's now kicked off into full gear, gonna be a little bit till we're able to, like, properly go in. Yeah, and you are costing me what? Oh, you are costing me plastic and the foam? Ooh, that is actually pretty pricey. Do I want to actually let that happen? This over here, the plettle is fine. The aluminum sheet is a pretty pricey material. I think I am going to let it happen though, because we are pushing the limit on what my raft can handle. So I am going to let them just burn through all that material and keep cutting the weight down on everything. Because we'll run out of one material or another relatively quick. And as that happens, stuff will just turn off and whatever. Yeah, like that one we're waiting on glue, it looks like. And you're making corn syrup right now. And you're making the plettle. It's fine. It's burning up materials to make things a little bit smoother, a little bit better. If you need more gas bags, you have plenty of relative left that you do not like. Yeah. Yup. Alright, so we're missing seaweed, so grab that. And the two islands, we already cut all the stuff down. Yeah, so it's just all of our production just kicked on in high gear since we started making the stuff for lightening everything on the boat. But that's fine. My hope is we'll get enough of those made that we'll end up being able to drop down to at least, like, weight 8. If not, at least with stuff like that, the moment you put it on, you're just settled. Like, it's just done. You don't have to worry about it. You can go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're starting to get power. So we'll go ahead and zip on forward. Okay. So first, I didn't want to do that. I'm going to pop over here. Would like the mushrooms. I do not need the wood. I would like the fish. I'd like the other fish. I'd like the plastic. I'd like the firewood from chopping down that set of trees. Okay, we can grab... There's more fish up here. Well, actually, here's some wood. There's some more fish right over here somewhere. There they are. Alright. So we're grabbing all those. How sexy is the game? I mean, it's a good game. I wouldn't not try to describe it as sexy, but you know, it has been a solid game that I'm having a very good time with. We're pretty late mid game, early end game, I think. And just demolishing a lot of materials I've had in reserve, doing upgrade after upgrade after upgrade, as you do. Slowly depleting all of our resources. The people request the hot tub. I don't believe there are hot tubs in the game. A flotilla does sound like a fun time. Yeah, it's just like this giant floating city. Yeah, so we're working our way over to our next specialist to unlock, which is over there. This looks like another polluted area. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to score a bunch of electronic circuits over there. We could scooch just a little ways over here like this. And that'll allow me to grab these fish. And that. We don't need the wood, so I'm not going to waste my metal on chopping those trees down. We do this in real life in Florida. You live in Florida? Yeah. But then you have to interact with other people in Florida. That's always the thing that snagged me when, you know, as someone who's also in Florida. All right. I'm just watching this thing scream for power. Alright, so you can have a level there. But yeah, we're burning through lower level materials, which is good. Been having an overabundance of those for a long time. Yeah, so pretty soon we should see some of these production lines finish their stuff. And then when that happens, the power will come back up to full when everything's... Solar panels? Yep. Right now, I only have one. I have other chemicals I need to get more solar panels. Because I do actually have those queued here, I believe it is. Queued here to be made. But right now I don't have the spare electrical components and bioacid. That said, the bioacid we are making is going towards making electric eel food. And then we can make an electric eel power plant as well. But that's okay. We are just processing more and more junk. Yeah, so you're getting ready to make the last of your material here. And then when that happens, we'll just start having more and more buildings shut off as we don't have the surplus of materials to run it all. Because the other one that's happening is we got all this food production is going solid up here. As that goes and we have these go, we got the press going over here as well. All right. We've almost got all of our storage done, and that was enough that we dropped from 9 tier weight till 8 tier weight. So we'll get a little bit more distance for the same amount of power. All right. Okay, our power's starting to recharge now. I think we finally hit the point some of those materials are starting to run out. You scooch over here even though this isn't the direction I need to be going. Just because I want to pop in real quick. To get that revealed. And then once that's done, we're going to reverse course over there. Well, I mean not reverse course, we're just going to go over there. Because I do want to go to the polluted area, because that's where we'll get a lot of our circuits. But since it's already, like, right here, I just wanted to get a peek at whatever surrounding region, because we might get revealed, like, another pharmacy or something like that. Oh, I totally forgot you're over there, too. And then you're way out there. Man, there's so many things to chase right now. Well, regardless, we're going to work our way this way. And just head to whichever points we can head. Yeah, so we've got some for just the gas bags. Did the gas bags get unqueued somehow? I don't remember where we make those. Gas bags. Now they're queued. Captain, we spotted signs of light. There might be a survivor over there. Alright, I marked it on the map. Alright, so revealed this whole area. Not a whole lot of good. We do have that, which is where one of the people we're looking for is. Oh, it revealed all this. Okay, so that is inside a polluted town area. So let's grab this one, because that's an easy to grab one. It'll give me those electronics and whatever other garbage over here. We'll also be able to get some scraps. So let's start working our way over there. But then I'm going to want to make a move on the polluted area, the big city. I'm glad I built all those extra batteries. Okay. So I can go wood. Give me all the metal. Wood. Fish. Fish. Junk. Firewood. Right, let's see what we still have there. I have a tiny bit of wood. Back right there. I've got some seaweed back here somewhere. There we go. Got more stuff up front over here on the right. We got the fish bait. We got this place. I thought the fish bait shack was where she was. Yeah, so none of these are, like, obviously, you know, medical or whatever. But I do have a couple of solar panel places. So it's going to be a whole thing about trying to beeline through there to get the architect. I did queue up the electronic shop that's like 2 inches away, right? I did not. Okay, so we got all of those upgraded. Okay. So I've got all our advanced circuits and all that, so we should get some actual electronics out of that we could then use for, like, oil production, those kind of things. Okay, let's see if we can't get the tower. And how are we doing on our wood furniture? We're still pretty ridiculously high on those. Okay, so... grab all these things. And how goes our research? Nothing else we can research right now? Cool, yeah, so those two are probably the erroneous signal. That's all the architect. And I don't know why that one's not there. Oh, that's the bird keeper. So it looks like I've only got 2, maybe 3 more specialists. And then that's all the specialists done. Which makes sense considering I've already got multiple specialists outstanding that we're dealing with. Oh, there is a pharmacy right there. We definitely want the pharmacy. Because that lets us get more filters and all that. So then, like I said, we're going to loop back, cut right through the middle here to get there, which is one of the specialists. And then I'll probably loop back out and around, because by then I'll probably have pretty bad pollution. I am curious. Yes, yeah, the Holy Mackerel, you want me to build a fancy restaurant. We move the landmark, build the oil refinery, rescue Nettie. Yeah, so we're just waiting for that, and then we'll be able to get some more circuit boards. There's just a ton right here. Okay. Do I care about the... yeah, we should probably care about the seaweed. I don't have extra, which means we're using it. I just need to take a minute to let it all recover. Alright, you're maxed out. Yes, we're doing really well on the firewood. And how are you doing on this stuff? Yeah, so you are making the bioacid. Right. And we're producing the bioacid, or the, yeah, we're producing this using the seaweed almost exclusively. Which I think is fine. Well, actually, now it's not requiring firewood to do it, not directly. So this is probably one of those ones, if we do end up with one of our types of vegetables that we're ending up with a significant surplus in, it could be worth using that. Right now, I don't have that situation going on, but if we did, that would certainly be a thing to consider. We are continuing to just get more and more of these cleared out. We're just letting our salvage people do their salvage and stuff. Yep, they got the electronics shop done. So we should be able to get potentially the oil refinery built. And then that'll be good. Yeah, because that's the only building I have available I'm missing right now. Till we get to... actually... okay, so the fancy restaurant doesn't actually require that stuff. That's fine. So what the plan here is, I'm going to hold out real quick until we get the e-electronics. And once we get the e-electronics, we can build the oil refinery, and they'll do the other thing. Real time to do Enshrouded? I've heard a lot of good things from Enshrouded. I know Ultra and Dream and Drongo and a whole bunch of them have played a lot of Enshrouded. Like, I've heard very positive things about it from all of them. Okay. Right, so you've got all that sorted. There's nothing more to do there. Okay, you are making this stuff. I don't know if it's being gobbled up by another procedure. And also, check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Part of the channel, it's, oil refineries are big or something. That'd be someone to check out and all that stuff. You know how I imagine there's so many good games this stream and so little time? I mean, the answer is I miss on a bunch of them as well. A lot of the games I've been playing are usually ones that are only good for a couple of streams, though. Like your Tycoon games where you kind of like really get into it, and then, you know, the pacing can kind of slow down. So we're going to get that built. That'll be good. So we're going to collect the last of this plastic and all that. We want to hit that pharmacy. Once we get the pharmacy, we need to go and get the next things. I'm not sure which one's Nettie. Toss me some plastic and stand back. We're about to turn trash into black gold. Alright, so we use the polluted goop and plastic to make oil. Do that forever. If you got the black goop, put the black goop to use. And also lighten the load on that. Because that'll slowly get rid of the black goop. Alright. So give me the electronic junk and all that. Give me the medicine and the bio waste. Give me the scrap metal and the food. And you are not who I'm looking for. So I don't really know where Nettie is. Because I mentioned this area. And then I didn't see her. But that's okay. So grab our stuff here. We are basically getting rid of plastic and all that now. And I do have an extra one of these. So for right now, since I don't have another need for the oil, let's make a little oil powered generator. Just shove in here. Upcycled oil from ocean spew. Efficient, elegant, circular. And it burns just as strong. You get used to the smog. Entire generations lived and died breathing this stuff. That's not... I understand the positivity you're trying to spin that message, but the literally like living and dying breathing smog does not give the positive messaging you're potentially trying to aim for. It lands a little different for me than that. Yeah, so we'll use the oil to supplement things until we're at the point where I can start putting some solar on here or whatever. So oil's harder to get, so I'll set that to kick in at 25%. Alright, so that should mean more filters and all that. Oh, we just have the one place there. Okay, then I got a quest marker this way. Like I said, we're going to try and shoot right down the middle to hitting that place. It'll go from there. All right. So there's a little bit left for the supermarket. Yeah, because it's got one quest marker back that way, one quest marker this way. And then it was pointing at the fish bait shack as, like, rescue Nettie or whatever. And then I don't see her. Come on. Get the last year's stuff, then we gotta go pollution diving. Okay, so who's my worst off now? Your house already has an air filter and the sleep respirator thing. Your house now has the air filter being installed, so congratulations. And then we've got you. All right, we got another house here, so let's see. Under here. Your house can have an air filter. And everyone's house is slowly getting their upgrades. Okay, and like I said, when we get around here, I'm gonna turn off where we're producing water. Because we're gonna beeline right down the middle. And the idea is to just grab stuff on the fly through, get what we can, get all the goodies, get more solar panel, all that kind of stuff built up going through here as we reach our next destination. Alright, so we're basically fully charged. So power off on you, and power off on you. And here we go. Alright, so we got that. So start salvaging all these places for all that goodies. Can you harvest the whale? No. At least not that I've seen any way to interact with the whale in any meaning capacity. I think it's just designed to be background stuff. Okay, so I've got more stuff over here. Alright, so we've got all that being salvaged. Okay. Going right here. We're getting all that, so we just got to keep an eye. This time we're not picking up the toxic goop, because there's none here. But our people are being exposed to pollution gradually. We have a full complement of water, so we can avoid burning the polluted water to get fresh water for as long as possible. But meanwhile, everyone's just salvaging buildings as quick as we can, grabbing everything of value. We're gonna go right down the middle of this whole place, and just, you know, clean it out as best we can. Meanwhile, we can continue to make things even lighter. Okay. All right. The main thing we're here for is as much electronics junk as we can get. Anything extra is great, but as much of the electronic junk as we can get will go a long way to helping everything out. And we're also just upgrading everything we can. But that building over there on the far end is where the mission objective is. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? But that place has solar panels on its roof, so you can get the materials for solar panel. And then there was one, I think... Oh, yeah, this one over here also has solar panels. That should be enough that I can get 2 more, maybe 3 more solar panels built. Which again just means more power that I don't have any type of fuel upkeep for. Alright. Another thing we can do in the meantime is we have the fancy kitchen to build somewhere. Because then we can go ahead and make our super fancy food. Please walk around. Don't swim through the pollution. Let's go build some... It's fine. So hopefully that way they'll run around and not dive in the water and swim the whole way around. Why are you doing that? Just walk. It's been ages since I had a proper restaurant. This will do nicely. Let's prepare ourselves for a divine meal. Okay. So we need to cook you up to the power grid. We go here. So we got a thing with all of the fish. Okay, we got some real involved meals going on here. That's fine. So let's go to all of these things that we have those fancy meals. Honestly, with how heckin' fancy those are, don't limit them, just go for it. Because there's what, 3 meals in there? Those are the fanciest of the fancy. We'll let them just go as fancy as they can manage. Alright. And they're still gutting all these buildings. Which is fine. We burned through about not quite 30 water now. Alright, so that's for the sunlit apartment. It's going to take a minute to get those materials back. But my hope is they'll bring back the solar panels. And I'll be able to toss down another solar panel. And again, all that little bit helping the power grid. And making me less and less dependent on, you know, fuel of any kind. There we go. And then I'm 1 solar panel short of being able to build another one. Okay. Now, the solar panels don't produce that much power each. But again, there's no fuel cost, there's nothing like that. You just slap it down, and it's producing. And on top of that, we'll put down our electric eel stuff as well. What am I using for the bioacid again? Is that the chemist? I use bio-waste. So I can get those built. And that'll be another one we could set so like when the power gets low enough that they kick in to supplement. Okay, so just got 2 more buildings and then the car. And pollution-wise, no one's in that bad a shape. Okay, your threshold is you don't kick on till you're at like 10%. That should be a nice additional bonus to power. Because then the bio-waste shouldn't be that hard to produce. My main source has been the seaweed. And weight-wise, we're getting real heavy down here. We got less than 1,000 till we're maxed out. With all this extra power stuff going on, there's a pretty good chance I can afford to put another town tugger down here. Which increase the max capacity we can handle. Alright, so we've almost got all that sorted. Okay. Yeah, so both of those won't kick on until the power drops below 10%. They've got to where, like, each one of the types of power things kicks on as things get more desperate, and the harder it is for me to get the fuel, the kind of the lower I'm willing to let it go. Granted, the oil's probably actually harder to get than the electric eel stuff, but it's whatever. So, for this, that's circuit board. I'm going to build another town tugger because genuinely we're getting close to maxing out. I don't want to be immobilized because I built something and I have to take it apart and figure it out. Okay. Got the food over there. Got more solar panel stuff up here. More electronics up there. More electronics up here. You're too far. You're too far. More electronics here. Alright. You take it easy, Luxray. You sleep well. Yeah, am I missing any buildings? Gotcha, so I got a couple that are not quite in range. There we go. I'm missing one kind of back left from the boat. So water is slowly getting low. At which point then I'll have to, you know, turn on the water and start exposing us to pollution pretty thing. You cannot hunt whales? No. I've actually had a lot of people ask about it, but no, it does not appear. As far as I've seen, there's no going after the whales. Alright, we can stop here. Get those fish being pulled. More circuitry. More circuitry. I've got one more just a little farther up. Oh, I've actually managed to run myself out of screwdrivers. We've been doing so much electronics that we finally did deplete those. So the muscle is starting to get a bit higher on there. We're about a third of our way through our water, so pretty soon I'm going to end up needing to turn on my water production, which is going to hit us with pollution pretty hard, which is not what we want, but that is what we're doing. Is one more week and then free until January 6th? Gotcha. Looking forward to the break. Yeah, so realistically, I'm probably turning that on, which is fine. Considering I'm depleting probably about a half to 2/3 of this entire city into my inventory, I think that's pretty solid. Oh, we got more solar panel. Because if we get enough solar panels, I can get to the point where literally we just keep, like, these power plants just don't do anything, they just sit there. I really wish you would stop jumping in that water. There's no need to be exposing yourself to that pollution. Okay. So I got about 5 more buildings queued up. We're not really worried about that plastic. We're going to start beelining to the edge at that point. I'm down to 64 water in storage. And the muscle is starting to get pretty high up there on the exposure they've got. So let's see. You've already got your house with your air filters. What about you? There's your air filters for your house to combat the pollution. I don't know when I got more materials for that, but I'm sure as heck not going to complain. And as far as the oil and all that goes, the oil we're barely using any of it. The firewood we're not using that much. We're basically completely out of plastic, which I'm assuming is just this is just gobbling up all of our plastic. Let's change your priority. So for our oil production, which is in here somewhere. Where are you, oil? No, but seriously, where are you hiding? It might be one of those things that I need to go in here and shrink the UI again to make it fit. Like, I want to expect it to be, like, right here in this row there, but I don't see it. Alright, let's try adjusting the UI scaling. You just have to put it back to default. As a reminder, devs, when you add scalable UIs, make sure it actually works. Space meal. Cockpit interface. Ozone capacitor. Rocket fuel. Where are you? I need to find the gasoline so that I could tell it. There you are. I tell you to not make more than 10. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen those get done. Like, we aren't having our salvaging ships get stuck or whatever. They're grabbing stuff. There's a lot of stuff to grab. And our inventory's not full, so it's not getting stuck there. And hey, Dread, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. Got your last 7 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you. Did we get more screwdrivers made? We did. That'll be another one onto the queue as we peel through here. So we should see these two get done, and then we can start beelining it up here, and then we'll probably just try and get to that other side. Because I'm really getting low on the waterfront. But the good news is my power seems to be in a really good shape now, so I shouldn't have to sweat it too much. It's also a curiosity to me that... Oh yeah, okay, so we're getting our plastic now, because we're getting the plastic furniture and then processing it and yada yada. So that should be good news. And you're working on replacing the metal plates. Okay, more people leveling up. Alright, so we got that building done. So we just have the penthouse restaurant back there. And then once that's done, I should be able to start moving up. So penthouse restaurant just has 4 food left. So the very next vehicle that goes in there should grab the last of it. And there we go. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and start beelining up and out of here. Okay, so we've got... one over here for food. You for salvage. And you for more electronics and furniture. I believe that's what we got left. And then last but not least, directly in front of me, we got the, You had the resources? At least you're reliable, if not punctual. Help me stand these up. I'm trained to design structures, not construct them. Cool. So that's an additional person that I really don't have what we need for. Thanks. You now have images of electrons doing exercise in the morning to stay in shape. Excellent. In the meantime, let's go to where was that being made? You? Stop it. Don't make those. I don't know if we ever use those ever again. If we do, that's fine. We'll worry about that when we get there. Okay, water is getting to its very, very last limb here. And hey, Mahoic, or Holik, thanks so much for that raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were we streaming? Can we get a shout out for Mahalik? Alright, so we're just getting the last bit going on here. But welcome in, raiders. We're just trying to quickly get through this pollution before people start getting sick. Playing some Factorio. Excellent game. We've definitely done plenty of Factorio in the past on here as well, but I hope it went well for you and everything, and I hope you had a good time. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. Notice there's a past tense on that. With that said, I do play a whole range of game, including like Simulation, Settlement Builder, Tycoon, Factory Automation, you know, all that kind of stuff. Simulation, Slice of Life, a whole range of stuff. Survival Crafter. How's Flotsam? Is the colony management relaxing in this? I'd say generally, yeah. I'd say it's more relaxing than, like, a stressor. Like, kind of right now what I'm dealing with is, like, kind of the sweatiest part of it, which is just, we're slowly building up our exposure to pollution, which is bad, but I'm doing it to try and get a whole bunch of rare materials. And so we've turned off our water production so I don't boil polluted water and, you know, breathe that in. But at the same time, you know, water is getting dangerously low. We'll go ahead and take that all apart. Get a little rot lung, basically. Okay, you're gaining levels. Yeah, because the muscle, if that bar fills up to full, they get a disease. So they're getting pretty high up there. We are definitely overextending. But my greed is insatiable, which means it cannot be satiated. So, you know, that's a whole thing. Meanwhile, I don't know if you actually get to any of this. Okay, so when tomorrow starts, we're going to run out of water. So I think it's time we leave stuff behind. That's perfect timing. We literally just finished the last building that was out of range. And we're on freshwater now. So with this, we can go in here real fast and turn back on our water production. That way we're boiling clean water. It'll just take us a moment to catch up with all the other stuff. Let's scooch forward. The reason I want to scooch forward is then we can go over here, fish up those fish, fish up these fish, collect that plastic and that plastic. Alright. Yeah, so I got a couple people who are pretty thirsty. And that'll take a minute, but I do have my 2 water production things, so they're just gonna churn away as full power. Once we get some more plastic floaters made, we'll get our new solar panels put down. And that should help out a lot with a lot of the power stuff. And slowly but surely, the people who are thirsty are finding their water. We've already had 3 of the people who were dealing with pollution exposure are recovered, but the others are going to take time because, like, the muscle, for example, is near maxed. Eastley Hopper is pretty high. The others are all low enough it's not going to be a big deal, but those 2 are going to take a hot minute to get over it. Okay. And then the other specialists are all over this way past the pollution. That's interesting. Huh. Yep, so we're fishing everything up and just slowly getting our water sorted. The water shouldn't be in too bad of a problem for recovering. It'll just take a couple minutes. Because as you can see, the people over here that are like, they're super thirsty are just slowly going down. I actually have 8 water in storage. It's just the people have to get back and actually drink it. We haven't had anyone die yet. I don't know how easy it is to have someone die, but generally speaking, it's been pretty reasonable to try and manage all of it. Yeah, and so you're getting all that. And how are we doing on all this? Yep. That's the parking garage done. Okay, so I just have the one last building there and then collecting a whole lot of plastic. There's the last building, so it's now just plastic to grab nearby, and they'll do that really fast. And that'll let me start getting the solar panel bridge out here more. They just need more plastic to make containers that float, so I can float more of the city up there. Oh, we also have a bunch of additional things for reducing the weight of stuff. So let's keep getting that, because every little bit of that makes my overall entire place lighter. Makes it easier to move and all that. Finally, even if a hurricane were to strike, that seawall should hold. Thank you, Captain. You've made an adequate apprentice. I'll admit, I'm absolutely fascinated by this floating town of yours. Coming aboard. Good grief. I count 37 code violations and not a care in sight. Must be nice. I can help bring the structure to this town, but I'll need proper workspace. Build me an architect station, preferably somewhere stable. I was say, if you're only finding 37 violations to code on this monstrosity, you're blindfolded. Because I would be willing to bet you're not going to find 27 things in compliance with code. Let's go over here to our research. So, town restructuring. That's the code violation she saw when she's taking her first step of the thing. I would sit there and say even saying she only saw 27 is still not paying attention. Even if it's like literally her first step and half of the view is obstructed. Like nothing on here even remotely follows even the most extremely lax of codes. This whole thing is a just utter death trap waiting to happen. Like, could you imagine, very genuinely, you're sitting here just trying to walk on these? Like, there's random gaps everywhere. Like, this is an intersection that you're walking on bottle tops, all of which are going like this the whole time. And your equilibrium would be shot trying to deal with everything constantly going like this relative to each other. Yeah, while carrying large, bulky goods that are likely obscuring your vision as well. You'd be constantly falling in and just really hoping you don't, like, bang your head on the way down or something. You know what it might be time for? I don't wanna. Oh, I can't do it anyways. Well, we're just waiting on that plastic, and that plastic will gradually be made into floaters, and those floaters will gradually allow me to deal with a bunch of this. Yeah, so you've already got a lot of people are dropping off their pollution. We'll need more stuff to help out with the actual scavengers who keep running back and forth in the water. Yeah, so we shouldn't be making any more diesel. So I'm not sure what's currently eating our plastic, but it is what it is. Yeah, because you're like the polluted goop and plastic make our oil, and I've got 60, so that machine's turned off. I know we're not making the food that uses plastic. To start here. Yeah, they're using the plastic as fast as going. It's fine. It doesn't matter what it's being used for. It's probably important. We're grabbing a whole bunch of plastic right now, and they're going to start working their way towards the next signal. Oh, good. That signal over here just disappeared. But yeah, and I'm short on plastic, so we're just going to let that plastic keep churning. All right. It's probably for these tools that we used up. I'm willing to bet it's for like the screwdriver handles or something. That we use that for all that electronic circuits. And that's what's left over. Was there anything else I needed to build with the electronic circuits? So we want to get that solar panel when we have some extra floaters. We've already got everything built there. We've already got everything built here so far. And you're researching the town restructuring. Yeah, so it looks like I've got a fishing expert left. I've got a bird expert left. And then there might be an expert on those two. And then that's all the research and everything. I got one person who's still thirsty. Which, you know, there's plenty of water, so, like, figure it out, I guess. Okay, so got you. There's 2 more solar panels, so that should reduce our dependence on fuel even farther. Which is good. At this point, it seems like our power is just stable. But, I mean, there's nothing else I could do with those solar panels, so we could just make the solar panels. And then more and more stuff like this wood burner will just stop wood burning, because we'll just be using the power. Okay, so we can grab you. Two more of those. Another one of these. Continue to upgrade everything to make them lighter. Alright, so the next purchase I want to make... Well, not purchase. The next build I want to make is to get another water desalinator. Because we are slowly getting our water up, but it's very slowly. So I would like to get another one to just speed it up, so when we go, okay, it's time to turn the water back on, we do see a very steady increase in our water. As opposed to, like, right now, it's going up, but it's mostly you're noticing people not get thirsty, and that's very slowly climbing. It's partly because we're getting more and more industry going on here that's consuming those materials, including the water and all that. You start turning on at 50% now. Don't worry about doing it earlier than that. I want most of this just to stay... And honestly, for you, you two don't worry about running this until the power's, like, kaput. So that way we're slowly burning the fuel and we're just kind of popping up and down again and again. Alright. Bridge construction. Working the architecture stuff. Okay, so the architecture's building is going to have to wait. Do we have all the plastic? We do. Alright, so my next goal is over there. We don't want to go on the pollution more than we have to, I don't think. So you'll scooch along there. We'll stop here for just a moment, because one, we want to recharge real fast. But also two, I can cheekily get in here and steal a couple more electronics. And then we've got plastic behind and alongside of us. And then I should have some fish over here we can snag. Was there not a second set of fish over here somewhere? Let's check the map. Yeah, it was directly in front. So just a little bit farther than I was looking. Alright. So we're just kind of scooching around there, getting all that. Okay, so let's see about getting some of these art buildings. Yes, we're still waiting on more plastic to be able to get the art stuff built. That's fine. The water is gradually getting where it needs to be. Yeah, so each one of these is only giving us, I think it's like 6 power per second or whatever. Now you got a few hours of playtime. What are your thoughts on the game? I think it's excellent. I don't think it's a game you're going to be spending like 200, 300, 400 hours in or anything like that. I think you're going to have like a play to, 2 or 3. But I could definitely see where you could like just keep building your big floating platform and having a good time with that and whatnot. Because it doesn't feel like there's enough customization. Like there's not like politics and policy and law and all these types of things where you can have like deviating gameplay. Like, Frostpunk, you can go, okay, well, we're gonna go with like the one where it's, basically you're a theocracy, or the other way where you basically become like a fascist city or whatever. You don't have those like diverging paths or anything, so it's kind of you just build the next thing and the next thing. So I do think it's really good. I just don't think it's a game you're gonna get too many replays out of. There's just not enough things to make the plays, different plays different, if that makes sense. Alright, so go ahead and get more water production over here. That way, again, we'll produce the water, so we'll play catch up faster. Yeah, so you're doing the bridges and all that. Okay, salvage marker is done. Alright. There you are. We had fish way over here on the other side somewhere. Cool. So you can work on that, which shouldn't take long. Okay, so with that, we should be substantially boosting all that. So this is interesting now, because we are overpowering our, solar panels. So we're just kind of watching where, like, the batteries slowly drain, and then, the fire and all that, or the wood comes on, and then the oil comes on, it starts coming back up. You love that? You tend not to play, or tend not to add politics, law, rules, etc. if you can help it. Maybe why you never played Civ. Well, yeah. Now my point was not really about politics specifically. It's just some of the games have like a skill tree, or you'll have different policies, or like whatever. Just something that makes each run a little different. You have like a different balance to deal with, however you want to phrase it. And that's one thing that this game doesn't have. Like, what order you get the specialists could change things a little bit, but I don't think it'd be a substantial difference. Yeah, no, this is 1.0, and like, to be clear, I do think this is a really good game, and I would recommend this game. You know, I just noticed a lot of people are like, oh, how many hours I'm going to get per dollar, and yada yada. And I honestly think, even from that standpoint, it's probably pretty good. Because right now, the game's on, like, I think 50% off for, like, $12.50 USD for those of us in the States. Which is really, really not expensive. Oh yeah, you're probably getting more than $1 an hour. Like, right now, in this playthrough, we are at... Where are you? You can pull this up. Right now, I have about 20 hours in this, and the game's about $12.50. So, you know, and this is my first playthrough. Which certainly there's things I could have done that would be way more efficient, but at the same time, that requires you to already know the game. So, yeah. And Infinity Simplex, thank you so much for the 230 stream streak. Catch the last 230 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. Oh, I need to get your permissions set up, so you do that. Cool. Alright, so we got you salvaging those. We'll keep on working our way up. What's going on here? They like a toxic wind or something? Because you look like you're going back up. It might have been because you're my salvager, you're popping back in here, getting yourself polluted again. Because even though the base isn't in the polluted area, the scavengers are dipping into the polluted area. Yeah, this feels a lot more right, where we've got the solar panel, it's mostly sustaining, but as like all the factories come on, eventually gets ahead, and that goes down, and like more and more power plants kick on until it starts catching back up. There's a nice little like back and forth rhythm with it. Yeah, so we're just waiting on that to be grabbed. We don't care about any of those. The mushroom grove I do care about. Okay. Grab the plastic. I just want the mushrooms, don't care about the trees. Give me the electronics. Now reveal the surrounding area. Get the oily fish. Yeah, and that's our goal over there. And honestly, coming up ahead, we'll probably just grab, like, the metal. Maybe some of the, maybe some of the other stuff like that, but probably not as much, because it's the polluted area that's giving me all the materials I'm really seeking out. Also, our inventory is once again getting full. Which is not what you hope to see. Alright. Yes, I already got another one of those. Because my greed is insatiable, the storage must grow. Okay. Yeah, so right now the thing that's killing my storage is the wooden junk. Which about the only uses we have for the wooden junk is primarily to turn into firewood. But about the only thing I'm using firewood for anymore on a real level is to run that wood-powered generator. So what really needs to happen is I need to stop grabbing wooden junk. Just wholeheartedly, zero wooden junk. We don't grab it anymore. At least not for a while. Because that is almost it's more than 500 of my 2,000 inventories just the wooden junk. Okay. We don't need any more regular wood either. Yeah, and again, we're just going to beeline across here. Try and get that signal. That should be just going down. We'll still want to find more pharmacies. That'll let us get more of the stuff to get the pollution to go away. Our people are getting in relatively good shape. We did add even more water production, and it is definitely catching up. But we are doing just a lot with it. We don't have any more solar panels, so we're good there for right now. All the other stuff we've got going. I do have plenty of electronics, which is good. These things are basically not running hardly ever, which is fine. Yeah, I can make more of those. I don't think I want to. Not for the time being, at least. Let's see. That's fine there. Oh, and you've long since probably finished that. I do wish it was more obvious when research happens. Like, they put a little text up here, but it's very easy to overlook and miss. Alright, so only 10 drifters are polluted again. Okay. Those pop over here. We'll have them grab the potatoes. I don't need to chop down the trees. Where are the potatoes? They should be right over here. There they are. Because that'll just be more food. Alright. That looks like it's a polluted zone, and that looks like it's a clean zone. I think you're on the polluted side. I believe that's all the ones I know about specialist-wise. Yeah, I think that's all specialists we're aware of. Oh, we can check our quest list. Yeah, so we have building the structural thing. We have produce a holy mackerel. Yeah, and then it's the hookup call for the other person there. Then there's nothing else to do there other than continue to wait for stuff to pop in. We got the restaurant. What are we missing for the holy mackerel? We're missing flour. It's literally just flour, or holy mackeroli. It's literally just flour, which we are producing. I just have so much consuming the flour right now that, you know, it's getting gobbled up. Oh, is this going to be the moment we finally get it? Yeah, so it's just basically the flour is being made. It's just being gobbled up by everything else. Eventually it'll happen. Or not. I don't care. Once we start running out of other things to work on, then that's a concern. There's so much junk to grab. And I could stop grabbing a lot of the stuff, but very genuinely, there's so much that is, like, does have value. It's still worth doing. Alright, so we got the truck. So we're gonna not worry about the seaweed back there. We're gonna scooch on up here. Grab the water. Grab the demolition tools. Do not grab the furniture. Keep doing that. Ooh. That'll mean more flour faster. I can live with that. There we go. Oh, I didn't even bother. Got that. Do not take the furniture. I will take... This will probably be the last rotor I take unless we find a use for him. No. The closest you have is right here where this is. You can't build directly behind it. That's the reason there's this little pocket there. But no, there's no, oh, you built close to a generator, mood penalty. There's just an overall, like, beauty score for the whole thing that a lot of your production buildings will negatively impact the beauty, but you can just put literally anywhere else on the place something to counteract it. And it's fine. So you're almost done with that. Then we'll have that research there. Yeah, so you still haven't managed to get the flour done in time. Okay. Yeah, so producing stuff as fast as they can. Just scrambling around here doing that. Yeah, and the water's properly getting ahead now, so that's good news. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and... So we're going that way. What are you? Abandoned? Oh, it's free axes. I'm not worried about that right now, I don't think. Okay, so grab the last research we got, which is fancy paths. Alright, so... we can upgrade into a dual cottage, which makes the house a little bit nicer. Hey, Sophie, how's it going? Okay, we salvaged the farmlands. Got the leaking tower. I got fish up ahead. Because the fish we want to keep grabbing, because that's food and a whole lot of stuff now. Yeah, so we want to go around here and then cut over that way. Allow ourselves to keep recovering from the last dive into the pollution, because there's nothing right here I want. Not really. Versus later on, we'll potentially find some really good stuff. Captain, as we spotted signs of life, there might be a survivor out there. Alright, well, I marked it on my map. Yeah, so they're inside the fish farm. A bunch of random fish there. No pharmacy up there, which is a disappointment. But that's okay. So we're just waiting for them to finish the salvaging, and then we'll move on to the next spot. So you didn't have any upgrades on you whatsoever, so far as like this stuff goes. That's my fear, is that we'll take one of these. So this one has the air filter. let's upgrade this one that has the air filter, and I'm really hoping it does not remove the air filter. Because if it does, that'd suck. Keep the air filter, come on. Okay, cool, it does keep the air filter. The gas bags, it may have lost them. I don't honestly remember, but that's okay. But the point is, as able, let's go ahead and do these upgrades. Because these are a tier higher, so if we look at these houses, those are comfortable. Versus I think the other one are okay or whatever. I think we look at that. Yours will say, I have adequate housing versus I have comfortable housing. All right. Take the hammers. Not a table in sight, -5. Look, man. They want a table, they can build it themselves. Not my problem. Okay, so let's see what else is in range here real fast. We got that. There is a building directly behind and to the left. I want the demolition tools, I do not want the furniture. Because we just need to slowly burn to that. Hey, Sui! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. If we get a shout out for Sui, by the way, absolutely fantastic content creator and fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. The stream team I'm on. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing and all that good stuff? And if you got a raid and run, I totally understand, but obviously, you know, you're always welcome. Playing some... Is this seat taken? I am not familiar with that one. It sounds like, It sounds like one of those ones that's going to be like a comedy game where you're going through doing like your click adventure and it keeps dropping the line. You know, is this seat taken? Like British humor kind of thing. But regardless... You know, if someone doesn't want to, you know, think. Did a review Key Frenzy. Last game was a puzzle game, too. Puzzle game, though. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, cute little goofy puzzle game. Gotcha. Nice. I mean, I enjoy a good, I enjoy goofy, silly game. We're playing some Flotsam. And definitely not exposing our people to all sorts of awful things. But we're pretty late game Flotsam at this point. Kind of wrapping up a bunch of stuff. Alright, so we've got all the tech trees, so I got 2 more specialists we can grab here. And then however we do that, which I'm assuming is the mysterious signal. And that's another dive into pollution to get that one. She's far enough I have to dive into the pollution to get it. Which shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, again, check out Sui. Absolutely fantastic content. All that good stuff. The good news is our water is just about full. So what we'll do is, honestly, we're practically already in a good spot. So what we'll probably do is we're going to turn off our water production entirely. Where's the last one? There's the last one. We'll turn off our water production. That way they don't boil polluted water and kill us all. We're going to beeline right on into the middle of that pollution real fast. Do you like my little gobblers? I designed them to clean oil spills. And then they evolved. Now they gobble up any oil they find, especially from boats. That sounds dangerous? Only if you smell like oil. Anyway, I got a spot for an aquaculturist with questionable ethics. Sure. Give me all of your things. Because we'll continue upgrading everything, so there you have their nicer house. So we got one person that's currently showing as homeless because we're actively upgrading the homes, so they can't live in them. It's fine. Okay, so we're not worried about the firewood. I've got too much. Not all that worried about the seaweed either. So I think what I'm going to do is zip on over here and reveal more of the map. Excuse me, Captain. I've noticed we rely on wild-caught fish to feed the town. It must be horribly time-consuming. Let's build a fish farm so we can teach you how to breed our aquatic friends. You're not going to make us eat some weird mutant fish, are you? No, bioengineering involved, promise. Okay, I mean, it's the end of the world. You can lower your standards a little. I feel like at the end of the world where the surface is being overtaken by pollution, you could be like, you know what? Maybe I'm okay with the GMO fish. Maybe this is the point where, like, you know what? It's edible and available. That is good enough for me in these current circumstances. Now, granted, I do agree, I don't think I want to eat a fish that has literally been engineered to consume, like, oil. I do feel like that's probably a mistake. But, you know, otherwise. Questionable ethics, say no more. Yeah, literally, most of the time when I play like a tycoon game, it's usually ethical-ish, whatever's appropriate for the game, or mostly ethical, whatever's appropriate for the game. You get the idea. Also, you wanted me to build an aquaculturalist thing, and we also had someone who wanted me to build some other meaningful stuff. See, the architect thing requires more plastic. And... oh, it's probably under food? Where do you have the fish farm? Oh, I probably have to research it. There you go, fish farming. Yeah, so basically, I need plastic. Lots and lots of plastic. I am also looking forward to potentially not needing to fish. It is one thing that I kind of wish I could click and be like, add that here. Like that kind of thing from this map. Instead of having to like zoom in and then scroll over to it. It's not a big deal, but this gives me far more visibility, situational awareness, whatever you want to go with. So would be nice to not be dependent on this screen. Okay, so with that, I'm now over freshwater. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Show me. So we got the bird keeper. Avian anomaly detected. Perimeter breach in zones 4, 2, and 0. Drone F4-55, R89, and W34 unresponsive. Retreating for diagnostics. This message will self-repeat. Avian anomaly? What now? Did the birds take down someone's advanced security? That could be terrifying or valuable. I've got the coordinates. Over there! That's not too bad. It is in another polluted area. Alright, so what we're going to do is where we turned off our water production. We're now over not toxic water, so we're going to turn it back on. Okay. And then meanwhile, we can go over here. Okay, so you don't have enough materials for another upgrade. That's fine. Let's grab you. You've already maxed out all things, so I've been giving people, if they have their other skill, athletics I've been maxing out. Because I think athletics has to do with them running around and carrying stuff. So it's kind of the catch-all, it doesn't matter who you are. It's probably still good. Hey, Sari, the game looks adorable? Yeah, no, it's pretty solid. I've been enjoying it. We'll go and grab some more oil-coated fish. So we got our fish back here and our fish over here. And our next objective is literally straight dead ahead. Oh man, you're far out there. Alright, so grab the fish. Alright, so we're going to have some more fish to grab. So we want to keep the eye out. The other thing I'm really hurting for is pharmacies. We want to find pharmacies, because with pharmacies I can make all sorts of filtration things so that my people who get exposed to pollution can slowly recover. Grab me that plastic. Grab me the fish. And that's good for right now, because we'll grab the plastic in seconds. I'm going to ignore the firewood. I still have a lot of furniture to break apart. Snipe some solar panels too? Yep, that is the plan. It's going to take me a while to get there. Alright. Oh, did I set your skills, new person? I did not. So you have a passion for power and hauling. I love how every one of the specialists don't like what their specialty is. It is such a weird decision. Like, I'm an expert in fishing. I don't want to fish. Look, man, do you know how many hours it takes to become an expert in something? I am way overfishing. I really don't need to fish anymore. Also, genuinely, kind of a thing that actually does happen. There's a whole thing about, like, when you do something professionally that you don't want to do it when you get home. Exactly, because Jackie mentioning professional cooks hate cooking at home. Yeah, no, it's the same thing with, like, IT. When you do IT all day, and, you know, your family member's like, Can you check on my Wi-Fi? You're like, no, I don't want to do that. Look, man, I've been doing this all day. You wanna know what I want to do? Not that. That specific thing is what I want to not do. Can you fix my printer? See, don't do what you love for a paycheck. Yep. Fishing, the most boring part of any survival crafting sim. Can't blame ya. I've seen some that it's enjoyable. Yeah, there's definitely some where you're like, you know what? It's, I think, the volume and if you have to. It's kind of one of those things. When you get to choose to do stuff, and they give you, like, plenty of options, like, okay, you can farm, or you can fish, or you can hunt, or you can this, and they're all viable and sustainable and blah blah, then it doesn't feel bad. But when you're in, like, the situation where it's like, no, objectively, this one is better than the others by, like, a non-trivial amount. Okay. Okay, reducing the weight and stuff, upgrading our houses. You kind of bet this waterwool guy they're tired of my fish now. So the funny thing is, well, actually, no, we're eating a lot of fish. When we started, we were just eating seaweed. Lots and lots and lots of seaweed. Alright, so we are going to need an additional house built here. Okay, so you're working on the fish farm. We are not getting much in the way of plastic stuff sorted. Just because we're gobbling it up with everything else. Shutting down the construction. Oh, okay. Why am I 2 houses short? They not... Yeah, there's space in this one. Ah. Okay, now let's do that again. Okay, so we got fish farming. Now, the problem we have is because we're gobbling up all of our plastic, we aren't getting the things built we need. Oh, you don't need plastic. We just need plettle. So we'll be able to make our fish farm. And that'll be good, because the idea is, I'm assuming we want to have the 3 different types of fish farm. One for each type of fish. And then, you know, we could just do that, and then we'll have whatever the fish food is to sustain those and allow me to have it renewable. Which we actually have the animal feed thing here. Okay, so We use the nibbler to make bird chow. We use seaweed to make nibbler chow. We use corn to make gobbler chow. And we use nibbler to make flounder chow. So that should be fine. I don't get why our construction people aren't constructing the building. Because we do have people who prioritize construction, so there's something going on there. I canceled it so that they can actually stay there, but that is going to be a whole thing. All right, so with that, we could scooch on over here. Oh, I actually do want to get those fish in range. All right. So it's honestly looking like I might just have to accept I'm going to need to disassemble that building that I bugged the building trying to upgrade it. Okay, so it's propeller side. The propeller side, we have the tower here that'll reveal the surrounding area. And I've got fish. I thought I had fish over here on the right. There's one set of fish, and there's another set of fish over here on the right, I'm pretty sure. There we are. Alright. So yeah, so this... Yeah, this house here, when I try to upgrade it, it just gets stuck. So I think I'm going to do... I know I'm going to... Well, so danger here is if I tell it to disassemble... I will likely have the plastic bottles immediately consumed by other production stuff. Let's see if I can manually assign them a house. So who's homeless right now? So it's Bramble and Wakami. So let's go to Bramble and Wakami. So even though I've manually assigned them, yeah, this house is just bugged out. That's annoying. How's the game? It looks like a top-down raft with a heavy focus on farming. It's not a heavy focus on farming. It's basically, instead of being a crafter survival, it is a colony builder. Like settlement builder, whatever you want to call it. Do we have a pharmacy over there? We don't. That's all fine. And no pharmacy down there. We're not going to worry about that. Just going to move on up this way. Travel 50,000 units with the town. Cool. So there was fish there. Okay, it was more to my left. And fish over here. We don't care about the wood. Scavenge it for the food. Collect the bio-waste. Do not take the furniture. I'm up to my eyeballs in furniture I don't need. The yards are out of range. We can pop over here and move forward. Stop about there. Okay. Well, I got some stuff to grab. So we got the plastic back here. There's plastic over here. Grab the plastic furniture and the electronics, not the wood furniture. Grab the plastic furniture from there. A survey, and then plastic furniture. Grab the fish. Grab the plastic. Grab the electronics and the plastic furniture. Okay, so I've got some more plastic over here on the left somewhere. There it is. Then there's more plastic over here on the right. Then there's one more building way over here on the right. Grab the plastic purchase. The good news there is that should help with our plastic problem. And this house is literally non-functional, so we're just going to get rid of it. Yeah, we've had this a couple times where I go to upgrade something and it gets stuck. It's not working. Let me do something real fast. I'm going to choose to save. Okay, and I'm going to choose to load. And I'm going to see if reloading the game unsticks the building. Imagine you discover world immortality and then the world floods the whole freaking world. I mean, if you're immortal, you'd be fine. You'd just be mildly nightmare fuel. I was really hoping that would unstick it. Okay, so telling it to use more people has seemed to allow me to deconstruct it. Immortal does not mean undying. That depends on which meaning of immortal you have. You can have immortal where a person is incapable of death, and you can have immortal like you never age. But, you know, that's a matter of the specific thing. Is plastic in this game, depending on finding resources, everything renewable resource? So, it's renewable in the sense that you explore. I don't know if there's a limit on anything, but you tend to be able to always explore more. Achievable, realistic, biological immortality? Immortal but affected by aging seems unfortunate. Yep. There is some dystopian stuff that has that approach, take whatever you want to go with it. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and build the building again. That should get them their house. Like jellyfish that lives forever until it eventually gets eaten. Realism in my video games? No thank you. Yep, no, we have the memes around that. For people that have been around, like, I usually have tags on the channel that are like anti-realism. It's not that I'm against realism being in video games. It's I often find games ruin themselves by being too committed to realism, that they don't stop and be like, right, but is that a good game mechanic or a fun game mechanic? No. But is it realistic? Yes. Okay, well then you shouldn't do it. Like, it's fine that it's realistic, but ultimately, is the game fun, enjoyable, balanced, whatever, are all higher considerations. Give me the paper. But realism for the sake of realism, in my book, is not worth even considering. Because man, have I seen some games screw themselves over because they're so committed to realism. That you're just like, objectively like, right, this thing you've implemented, is it fun? No? Why did you spend time on it? Immortal with aging, just undead skeleton zombies. Okay, so they are still working the house. I was getting kind of nervous when I still saw we had 2 homeless. I'm like, they should have built that house, right? That should be done. Okay, so we don't have more homeless. Alright, so for the rest of these houses, the approach we're going to have is we're going to build the next house and then circle back and deal with it. Okay, we finished our fish marker. Right, so we want to grab all that plastic. That's going to be necessary for us to do that. I don't think that's where we're going here. Oh, maybe. Oh, okay, so that's just a sewage treatment plant. Yeah, so it's just past the sewage treatment plant. Yeah, and everyone should be mostly slowly recovering now. Trying to find where we have the plastic. Okay, so we're good. We're good from that front. The other thing I need to do before I worry about upgrading more is we actually have some more stuff we're being blocked on. Okay. So, none of those things. Right, we have the fish farms. That's right, we got the fish farms. I'll tuck those behind my other farms. So put down our first fish farm. I'm going to go ahead and put down a second fish farm, because I'm probably also going to want a third fish farm. I'm assuming I want one of each fish farm. That's my assumption. Query, wouldn't bigger houses weigh less towards the limit and give better housing bonuses? Yeah, so I'm building the... If you look at the houses here, you've got, like... This is, like... So, like, this is the small version of this, which is the not as good version of that. So it's a 1- and 2-person dwelling, but then you've got, like, your boarding house. Your boarding house is only a shoddy quality house. So it is more efficient space or whatever, but it gets a mood penalty, versus this is a comfortable house. So this makes everyone happier, but this is more space weight efficient. You can raise any type of fish you'd like. Personally, I have a soft spot for gobblers. Thick, cute, and tasty. Alright, so let's go in here. What? Okay, cool. Yeah, so right now I've got 2 of them. One of them is just nibblers. And then the other 2 are the other 2 fish, which I don't have to spare right now. Now, I'm hoping it's not those things that if we run out of food, that they just die. I'm hoping it's a hand wave. They only mature while there is food available. That kind of thing. Because otherwise there's a lot of balancing that I honestly don't want to deal with. So we got more plastic to process, that's fine. So we're still waiting on that. Yeah, so I'll be grabbing the plastic now, which is fine. Then again, we're going to beeline right over there. We'll probably grab more of the fish from all that. Okay, so here's the next nice house. Oh, right, I need to make the architect's thing. That's going to be just a bit more plastic. That's fine, we're literally grabbing more. Yeah, we might be able to grab this plastic over here. Nah, it's not going to be in range yet. Because, yeah, usually with our scavenger boats, it only takes like 1 or 2 passes to grab an entire thing of plastic now. Thick, cute, and tasty, sold. Pretty much. Okay, so with this, I can grab the plastic there, and there. There's fish way over here. And there should be fish over here in range. And there's a couple more fish just outside of range up there. Alright, so there's your skill point. You and you. All right. Yeah, so getting more of that. Let's check to see. We've got the architect's thing, so it's a little building here. There you go. It's So I'll get the architects thing moving along. Research-wise, it's just basically the bird and the unknown signal. And we got some more fish pulled up. So I can grab over this way. And so we'll grab you. Give me all the batteries and all that junk from our salvaging people. We can grab the fish. They should be here somewhere. We don't care about the wood right now. There's the fish. And slowly everyone's recovering from their stuff there. A desk, a chair, and that familiar blueprint. Perfect. Now let's talk. Everything else. With the architect mode, you can make space, untangle any mess you've created, or just move a building or two. I'll be here to supervise. Yeah, so it's just the idea that you can... Like, if you're unhappy with this, you can just literally move it. Which I think is wonderful. Oh, what did I just do? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I diverted from making changes, which is what I wanted to do. I was a little scared when I had a load screen. I was like, please tell me it didn't reset it down to, like, nothing. But yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, no, I don't plan on using the architect mode right now. Like, I can see later on, but right now it's fine. Is it optimized? Absolutely not. But I also don't care. It's good enough. Okay, so we've got extra beds, so now, as able, we can upgrade these, which will just take time. So you want me to produce a holy mackerel. Yeah, so that's identify the signal, breed gobbler, activate architect mode, and all that. So let's go here. You want me to activate architect mode. Okay. Architect mode. Sure. Apply. It's a start, but be sure we can do better. Come back when you have fresh ideas. Artistry is achieved through iteration. Cool, so that makes that go away. Storage next to the boat? Nah, I mean, they move really fast, so I'm not super worried. I mean, the storage is honestly right here anyways. So, like, here's the boat, they just go right there, and that's all storage. Taking the time to, like, rearrange all that? Nah. Honestly, as fast as your characters move in this game, I don't feel a lot of need to optimize pathing. It's not like games like Timberborn and all that, where they really take a while to move around. Or Farthest Frontier, whatever. That you gotta be really mindful, being like, okay, what building's next to what building? You know, that kind of thing. Alright, so we'll go ahead and move on up here. I will grab the tower over there to survey. Because you're like a lot of these style games, like optimization of pathing ends up being such an important detail. But like I said, for this one in particular, it's like, nah, they're fast enough. Sure, you might lose a tiny bit. You like making your guys go through the C. Escher type style walkways to move around? I mean, Timberborn feels like that sometimes. Trying to fit everything into the space available. You end up making these, like, spiral staircases everywhere, and you're just like, what is this nonsense my poor beavers have to go through? Alright. So, where's my other filter? I see the masks. Where's the filters? Maybe they're not displaying because there's none available. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, the holy mackerel is waiting on flour, which we are producing lots. I can probably guarantee it happens by just Go in there. Okay, so now we've got that sort, so we can just beeline, full speed, no stops. Just push as far as we can until we run out of steam, which is right there. So let's grab the fish behind us. Grab the seaweed that we're not quite full on. Grab the other seaweed we're not quite full on. That plastic's out of range, but this plastic's not. We don't really care about that firewood. It's telling me I can find the chef here. I already have the chef. So that's a bit curious, but you know, that's fine. I won't worry about it. Yeah, since we pull those fish up, we can go ahead and move up here. Because that's where we're aiming, so we can just scooch around there and get up there. Let's see here. So what's using all of our flour? So we can stop you from using the flour for a minute. We can stop you from using the flour for a minute. I don't think there's anything else I know that's using flour. Okay, so we got the two things there, and my hope is that we'll just get that flour and be able to make the holy mackerel and get that off my list. Alright, and so with that, we can pop up here to the fish up ahead there. And grab the metal off the bridge. How are we doing with metal, by the way? Abysmally. Excellent. Excellent. We are doing abysmally with metal. Okay, so once we grab this stuff, I'm going to turn off our water production, and we're just going to beeline straight across here to get to that point. We'll just figure it out when we get there, kind of deal. So right now, our fuel is fine, our firewood is beyond fine. All this is going. It's kind of curious that I'm going to be dragging our, you know, fishery things through the water. We can upgrade that. Upgrade you. Upgrade you. Okay, how are we doing on making more flour? Not great. There isn't much flour available right now, but that's okay. Because we're out of wheat. Which the wheat is growing. Honestly, that might be one of those things to happen here, is I might need to, make a wheat farm to allow the flour to keep rolling. Yeah, so those will get cleaned up in no time. And once we get in there, we're into pollution again. And I could go out and around the whole way, but in this case, I kind of want the stuff going through here, so I'm thinking, like, we literally just slap it and just roll on in. I got basically full water. Most of our people are in relatively good shape with the pollution, with the exception of the mussel. For some reason, you do not seem to be recovering. Despite the fact, last I checked, your house does have an air filter, which is what gets rid of the pollution gradually. So I don't know if you figured out how to not sleep or something, and therefore that's why you're not recovering, you just never go to bed. But, you know, maybe don't do that. More than likely they are a scavenger and they're probably taking too long to get back. And I have found they'll just sleep shorter time if they take forever to get back home to then go to bed. Yeah, so we're doing terribly on metal plates. Alright, so with that, we are ready to go here. And we're going to go back to... Ooh, what's turned off over here? Turn that back on. Turn you off. Turn you off. And turn you off. So that's our water production I just turned off. So with that, we beeline right on into the pollution. Okay. So I got all this going on, so let's start. Give me the plastic furniture. Don't worry about the rest. Give me the plastic furniture and electronics. Give me the actual plastic. Okay, and then I got another one behind me that looks like they've got electronics. I can pop over here. There's a mushroom forest. Give me just the mushrooms. I don't care about the trees. And then way over here, I should be able to get some fish. Which will also give me plastic. How's pathing problems? No, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's a pathing problem there. I think literally what it is because they're a salvaging person, that they are out on their boat. And so when nighttime starts to come around, they start working their way home. But you can imagine if they're like way over here and they start working their way home. Night is very short in this game. That it literally is one of those things that they just don't get home in time to get a proper night's sleep. Which, you know, whatever. But we'll watch. If the muscle starts to properly build up too much pollution, we will go and change their thing. One of the problems I'm running into is this path right here. Let's see if we can't make... Because they all dunk in the water right there. Stop going in the water there. Use a walkway. There's no need for that. Okay, so we're working our way forward. We almost are in range of the other ones. We're just gonna grab that plastic and all that. Yeah, no, I will be wrapping up, but not super long. We had a lot of nice raids. It's been a big, you know, like a really big stream and all that, so I'm just like, we can go a little late. It's fine. Alright, so we should be able to grab the other two really quickly. And then they'll let us dunk over to the solar panels and where the actual quest marker is and all that. We'll also have the plastic behind us. We'll get there. We're doing fine. The big thing to watch is our water. We start with 140. We're at 112. It is going to slowly deplete. Why are you getting, like, no flour? Oh, it just takes time. That's fine. Okay, you're max at crafting. Alright, the muscle's not appreciably gone up yet. Okay, so you're right about to get that done. We're going to weave through here. Because again, I want to try and grab everything I can. I'm just going to go. There's a good chance that boat does manage to grab it before we move on. Oh yeah, there is so much to grab here. This is going to be a problem. I did not want to do that. It's fine. So we've got right behind the boat. We got fish. Grab the solar panels. Watch out, the gull's gunning for your head. Stand down, Stephen. This one carries no greed. Did you just command that seagull? Man, no, we reached an understanding. You must learn to respect the peck. Only then will you know peace. Right. Well, can you teach us? We could use such wisdom in our town. A flock need fish to eat and a place to roost. If you provide, I will guide you along the winged path. Okay, so we're going to get a seagull and a person. Then my student you shall be. The birds call me Sensei. You may do the same. Did the birds really give you that name? I'm gonna go with no. Cool. We got a bunch of seagull droppings. Respect the peck. Yeah. Get some metal and all that, get some food. Grab the plastic furniture. Grab the electronics and the plastic furniture. Grab metal. Okay, so we got all those. I've got some more over here. To begin my winged path, one needs to build a birdhouse and provide steady flow of bird chow. Seagulls do their best in a full stomach. I will worry about that later. Right now, I have an insatiable desire for loot that must be, you know, at least attempted to be satiated. You know, it is unsatiable, so that's not actually possible, but we can at least strive. Oh, I don't want the furniture. The wood furniture I've got too much of. I do not need more. Okay, so we got all of that. Give me the plastic, and where's the other plastic? There's 2 plastics, and the other plastic. Alright, so what the heck do you got going on? So first, we need to get your stuff there. Okay, anyone dire? Okay, so muscle here. What are your assignments? Because they're about to change. Because you are getting way too much pollution. So, the muscle, you are no longer scavenging. Get out of here. I need you to stay away from that, because your pollution's just getting way too high. Alright, so meanwhile, we need to research the seagull salvaging. And then there's just the mysterious signal after that. Meanwhile, I can go back over here. Okay, you still need more materials. Yeah, so you got a seagull, and they're gradually getting upset. Okay. Now, once we salvage this, we're getting out of these ruins. Can I request that you put the seagulls next to Muscle's house? You never did like them. I mean, at first I gotta see what the seagull roost even works like or looks like or anything like that. So you're getting pretty close to the point that I'm gonna have to pull you off of salvaging as well, unfortunately. You're just getting too much pollution. Would you please stop jumping in the water and getting yourself polluted for no reason? There, will you stop going in the water? They keep diving in the polluted water. It's like, that's not what you need with your lives. Use the walkways. It's why they're there. Yeah, so Muscle's literally just researching, which is perfect. It keeps him nice and away from all the pollution. Yeah, so we already have the bird chow. I just need to build the birdhouse. Which is depending on research, which is coming along just fine. We're slowly running our way out of, that. What they'll probably do is go up this way and then take a left. just to get out of the pollution once we got the goodies. On top of that, I did see what looked like more solar panel materials. I didn't see if we actually grabbed them, though. We did. So we got enough for another solar panel, which spares me dealing with that. Okay, you're still fine there. Okay. Parking garage is fully salvaged. Guess we got one building still back there, and then we could start moving on up. Because we're actually doing pretty okay on the circuit boards. We're not doing great on the metal. But yeah, so I think we'll probably do here, not too long, like the next 10, 15 minutes. I'll probably end up wrapping up stream for the night, find someone to raid, all that kind of stuff. But then I think we might do one more stream of this. I hadn't planned to do that, but it feels to me like if we look at our tech tree and all that, with the tech tree, it's literally, I think it's going to be get the mysterious signal and then do whatever that is, which I assume is, you know, we saw that there's like a rocket and rocket fuel and all that. I assume it's just going to be along the lines of, you know, launch a rocket, something of that nature, will be like whatever the end game conclusion is, or at least where progression stops. I'm not sure. But I figure we'll go ahead and do that next stream, and then, like, you know, we'll probably pop back into Vintage Story. I might also check out, maybe on our next stream, like, before I jump into this, I think I might actually jump into, what is it? Restory, which is by the devs of I Am Future. It's the next game they started working on. They've got a playtest going on. But it's kind of this, like, early 2000s Tokyo, like, electronics repair shop. So it's kind of like the repair house, but a bit more polished looking. And it's also trying to approach it in a manner of having, like, a little bit of a story and everything to it. Okay, so we need the birdhouse. And my assumption is the birds will just scavenge on their own or something? That sounds amazing. Yeah, to be clear, it's an early playtest. They just announced it. That said, from what it looks like, it actually looks like it's, you know, more polished than the completely sold game that is the repair house. I did enjoy the repair house, but it definitely suffered from, you know, simulation game jank. Great work, Captain. Now we need additional recruits. The open sea holds wings in need of rescue. Save them, and the flock will grow. Oh, okay. So they'll salvage just anything nearby. Oh, that's wonderful. That's actually fantastic. So it's just like those like little things like the plastic floating on the water, that they'll just go get that for me. As long as I have it queued up for them to do it, they'll do it. Alright, so let's pop over here. Give me the solar panel stuff. Give me the electronics. Give me the plastic furniture and the electronics. We've got 2 more buildings to my left. And I actually do not have enough screwdrivers to do anything with that one quite yet. Because we're in here just decimating all that stuff. How are we doing on our pollution? Okay, I'm really pushing Eastlight too far. But it is what it is. Alright, so we don't need to stay to the point of someone getting a disease or whatever. Yeah, you are both right on that fence. Yeah, so very soon I need to get out of here to recover water. Easy wishlist. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah. Captain, we spotted signs of life. There might be a survivor out there. Okay. Alright, I marked it on the map. So, what I want to do is I want to give just enough time to grab those last bit of electronics we've already got the screwdrivers for. And then we need to beeline it out of here to avoid anyone getting sick to the pollution. Because it is getting pretty thick. Alright, so Eastlade needs to be brought home. Eastlade has stayed out too long. Alright. And then we just need to go back out of the pollution. We'll have to stay out of pollution for a little while. Yeah, so they're just... Yeah, so you're salvaging 40 plastic nearby, and you're just doing it little by little. So the seagulls are nowhere near as fast as a dedicated salvager. But then the advantage is I can have my other people working on stuff while the seagull just goes back and forth grabbing it. I'm actually curious what the range is on the seagulls. They're actually not terrible on their speed. They're not great, but they're not terrible. But it's probably one of those things that you get the 4 or 5 seagulls. Yeah, 5 seagulls in there. And once you probably get to that point, while again, a dedicated person going out there to grab it would be faster, it probably wouldn't be faster by that much. Okay, so we got the one more building back there. And then the other 2 I don't actually have the electronics queued up. We are just going to bolt for over here to get out of the polluted water. And then it'll be time for the mysterious signal. It'll be the only thing left. Yeah. That's good. That should be right about time that I have to get out and turn my water production back on. Upgrade the next house. And I actually have more solar panels too. I'm missing advanced circuits though, which require more aluminum, which we have only seen one place to get aluminum so far the whole time. Aluminum's definitely the most rare material we've seen. Yeah, just waiting on that building back there. We got the mushrooms. We get some medicine, we'll get some more filters and all that. I'm mostly liking, I'm hoping with the seagull I don't have to queue up anything. Oh, we can, I doubt they'll get that done, but that's fine. I mean, maybe, because we'll go to this edge. Oh. Alright, so we got over here. So we're at the point of turning this stuff back on before water completely runs out. Okay, so now we can turn them back on to being able to do that. Because I'll finish that in just a second. We can pop over here real quick. I was low-key expecting to be like, Captain, we just got a radio signal, and that'd be just the mysterious signal is all that would be left. So get all this set up really fast. Come on, that's in range. Okay. Yeah, so be curious. We got a bunch of this stuff all being built. And we're, like, upgrading all our houses and all that, which is lovely. Cool. Yeah, so slowly everyone should recover from their, pollution exposure. Let's go right on over here real quick. Captain, we're picking up several radio signals. Show me. Several radio signals. Just one. Beep, 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 burp, beep, 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 beep. The signal seems to be Morse code. Stranded. Space. Signal. Weak. Well, someone's still floating around out there? Poor soul's trying to communicate, but we're stuck in this dinky antenna. No way to respond with this setup. Back in my day, we built a beast of a radio transmitter that easily reached halfway across the globe. It's not far. If we get to it, we might be able to make contact. Over there. Oh, that's actually pretty close. Okay. Still, regardless, what I'm gonna do right now is so I don't end up doing this all night and wind up regretting things in the morning. We'll grab all this. I'm just gonna queue up these things. I don't need the wood. Yeah, it's like, why didn't he mention it earlier? Yeah, so I've secretly had this huge stash of all the food that anyone could ever need. It's like literally the Fort Knox of food. Like, genuinely, it is a completely self-enclosed paradise that we should probably go to. Like, why have you told us this only after all these years? So with that said, chat, I do need to be wrapping up. I have gone plenty long tonight, but, you know, it's been a very nice night with everyone hanging out. Very low-key. I was expecting people to kind of, like, watch this a little bit and be like, man, this is slow, and then dip out. But people seem to have been really enjoying this. So I do think, like I said, my next stream, I will, yeah, which will be, like, my next stream slot, because it's Wednesday now my time, so 7 p.m. EST. I will pick up with this, with the intent on finishing it, because I think it's literally going to be, we go over there, we do a thing, and then probably have to chase down, like, one or two more things. So we're probably at that home stretch of getting our, like, last two research and knocking it out. And then after that, I do think we'll check out Restory, which, again, is by the devs of I Am Future, which is another indie game that I very much... It's the cozy survival crafter, which I very much enjoyed. But it's their latest thing. That one's only a playtest, so I imagine we're probably only playing it for, like, an hour-ish, and then probably wrapping it up. And then we'll probably do Vintage Story after that, would be my guess. But with all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you just because, you know, I don't have a host ready over there. For everyone over here on Twitch, though, I am going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen. And as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel,